In racing, every second counts. This is Epartrade, the premier business-to-business platform for the performance and racing industry. We connect buyers and suppliers 24/7 worldwide. Racing never stops, neither do we. Discover cutting-edge products and services from around the globe, gaining insights from our live platform, daily newsletters, weekly webinar series, and our highly anticipated annual Race Industry Week. Epartrade.com. The racing industry, every minute, every day.
Let's go, boys.
How many kings have we got racing today?
All of them. I got nothing to lose.
As you can see, we've had another beautiful day on the Isle of Man.
We'll do some racing this weekend. It's going to be a blast.
ARP, the ultimate fasteners for whatever you build. To get the best performance, always follow ARP's installation instructions included with the product. For the latest torque specs, go to arpinstructions.com.
When it comes to pushing the limits of performance, the pros know there's no room for compromise. At Crowder Cams, we don't just engineer camshafts and valve train components, we redefine what power means. Since 1955, Crowder Cams has been the name trusted by racers, engine builders, and gearheads around the globe. Whether you're building a street machine, a dragster, or a track car, Crowder Cams provides the muscle you need to dominate. And with Crowder, victory is within your reach.
Not all trailer cabinets are built for the long road ahead. Aluminum Econo trailer cabinets from C-Tech Manufacturing are engineered to last and ready to ship today. Each Econo cabinet is packed with exclusive features like motion latch drawers and gasket lock countertops, all made under one roof in our Wisconsin headquarters. Shop Econo online today.
If you're watching this video, you might be wondering, what is WPC? WPC is a surface treatment designed to reduce friction and increase the strength of metal parts. As much as it might seem like a coating, WPC is actually a surface treatment. Think of it like shot painting, but the media is much finer, like talc. So what you're left with is a super hard, smooth surface that actually has some proprietary dry lubricants embedded within it. For more information, visit WPCtreatment.com.
Scott Lewis and Associates, the sales, marketing, and branding specialist for the automotive performance industry since 1988. We get our manufacturers on track by opening an extensive distribution network, providing product training to sales staff, creating fully integrated sales and marketing strategies, building successful industry partnerships, attending trade shows, events, and races, offering first-class support to customers. SLAI delivers solutions that win you sales. To get in touch with an SLAI representative, call 516-378-6100. Go to scottlewisinc.com or email info@scottlewisinc.com.
With roots in the Midwest that date back well before the Model T, Fifth Third Bank has a long history of serving the needs of automotive companies. While much has changed over the years, our passion for helping businesses put cars on the road and on the track has not. Today, we are more committed than ever as a member of SEMA, a founding member of PRI, and a sponsor of multiple race teams across several racing series.
For over a decade, Fifth Third Bank has been a staunch supporter of our industry and a great partner for many companies in the motorsports field.
Our business has been growing extremely fast, and really we could not be where we are today without Fifth Third. They provided amazing strategic advice, the capital we need to support our phases of growth.
They are true partners for me now, and what they do with their involvement in motorsports is untouched in this community.
Where can we take your business? Fifth Third Bank.
Your whole day rides on your diesel truck. Don't let anything slow it down. Keep life and drive with America's #1 DEF brand. Only Blue DEF products are triple filtered and guaranteed pure. And Blue DEF Platinum helps prevent deposits before they create problems. So nothing stands between you and the day, wherever it takes you. Count on Blue DEF and Blue DEF Platinum. Guaranteed for what drives you.
Good morning and welcome to Race Industry Week 2025, brought to you by Epartrade and Racer. I am Francisque Savignan, the founder and CEO of Epartrade, the racing industry, every minute, every day. Race Industry Week is presented by ETS Racing Fuel, Penske Racing Shocks, Peak, Fifth Third Bank Motorsport, Scott Lewis Associate, and Quarer, and sponsored by ARP and CTEC Manufacturing. This is day 2, and we have an amazing lineup of speakers. To view the schedule and the list of the speakers, please visit epartrade.com. With me this morning are Judy King, the co-founder of Epartrade, Matt Boyce, Group Vice President of Client Partnership at Racer, and the legendary Lawrence Foster, Editor-in-Chief at Racer. Judy?
Thank you, Francisque, and thank you, everyone, for joining today. Boy, have we gathered the brightest minds in motorsports this week. Yesterday was powerful, strong. Today's going to be equally as powerful, and we're starting off with some F1. We have a lineup of OEMs, finishing the day with racing champion and racing personalities. So today you're just going to enjoy. And thank you again to each of our presenters, but also our sponsors. They are hardcore racing companies that we all know and love. So they are believing in this week and how we're connecting the industry all year long. So on to you, Matt.
Francisque and Judy, thank you. And to all you out there, good morning or afternoon or good evening. On behalf of Racer Media and Racer Network, we're looking forward to another day of growing and uplifting the motorsports community.
Mr. Lawrence.
Well, I'm about to be in action with our man Chris Medland talking some Formula One, but I think this is Judy has basically set the scene. This feels like OEM day. I mean, there's a run there, Mazda, GM, Ford, HRC, TRD, where we really do that deeper drill down into the industry and the movers and the shakers. But as usual, we have the eclectic. We have a wide sort of field of. I mean, can't wait to listen to USAC. Can't wait to listen to Grid Life. So a huge day ahead. But I believe starting with me and Chris Medland, and this will really show that we are live and on point, because we will be talking about an F1 World Championship that isn't even settled yet. So.
Absolutely. And as you mentioned, Matt, a good friend from Racer, we are live on racer.com. We are live on Racer Network. We're also streaming on YouTube, on Facebook. And so if you're watching us, please share the link, invite your friends, your industry colleagues. We are only live 4 days, per year, and this is a big celebration of the racing industry. So if you love it, please invite everyone you want. We made this event for you and for the industry. So any thoughts on yesterday, Lawrence, Judy, or Matt? Anyone want to share with us some feedback from yesterday?
I personally speaking, I loved it. I obviously had an embarrassment of riches with three great guests and three great interviews. But yeah, love listening to Kyle Larson. You can't go wrong with half an hour of Patrick Long or Danny Sullivan. It was just a great day, and it was one of those days I think that sort of defines what Race Industry Week is all about. So I think definitely more of the
Lawrence,
same
you're
today.
spot on there because my phone, emails, people are texting saying it's so educational, it's so insightful. So we've really have put the greatest minds together for the industry to enjoy and learn.
It's funny Judy said that because we were laughing about it last night after we closed the days. We spent half the day broadcasting, and the other half is answering phone calls and emails and people
It's great.
saying great things. Well, I think it's almost time. It's 7 here in California. We have Mr. Chris Medland live from Yas Marina in Abu Dhabi. So thank you very much. Stay with us, and we'll dive directly with Chris.
Chris, good morning.
Good evening. How are you doing?
I'm good. And Chris, in that proper sort of newsroom way, I'm meant to say to you now, do we have breaking news from Red Bull yet?
So I believe we might. It's meant to be right at this moment. So I've got my Twitter open and ready to hit tweet, just waiting for confirmation that I can do so. But we have confirmation from Red Bull, breaking news. So if anyone wants it, it's that it will be Isaac Hadjar is getting promoted alongside Max Verstappen for 2026. And Yuki Tsunoda is going to become a reserve driver for the team because Liam Lawson is staying at Racing Bulls and Arvid Lindblad will join him there.
Chris, I think you predicted that, or at least that was one of the permutations that seemed the most likely. Here's a strange top of the head thought. Max Verstappen is still in with a chance of the World Championship. He's against two McLaren drivers who the team collectively over the last couple of weeks haven't been making it easy for themselves. It seems slightly odd that his wingman, Yuki Tsunoda, who, hopefully needs the racing weekend of his life, is basically knowing that he will be on the bench next year as he goes into Abu Dhabi this weekend.
Yeah, it's not the ideal scenario, I will admit. I don't think anyone would have wanted it to be that way. But there's part of me that admires Red Bull for sticking to their guns and the fact that they were talking about making a decision prior to Austin. Actually, it was after Singapore, before Austin, which is when we saw a change last year when Daniel Ricciardo went out and Liam Lawson came in. Then they were saying they were going to do it maybe after Mexico, before Brazil, around Brazil. And it kept getting pushed back. And one of the problems, I think, were all of the drivers having times that didn't work out very well, times when it did. Times when they looked strong, times when they didn't look so strong. And there was never complete certainty or clarity about, okay, who's staking a claim here that we can't ignore. So they gave themselves a bit more time, but then they finally did make a decision. And once you've made that decision, it is probably best that you inform the drivers, you tell them. So once they were doing that, they felt that they should make it public too. And I think, if I'm honest, the timing shows they didn't expect to still be in this title fight. They thought it would all be over. And this was their way of having a news line going to the final race week of the season. But because the drivers knew, they still stuck with that plan and announced it so that they didn't have a repeat, I guess, of last time, which was Daniel Ricciardo knew he was basically getting replaced, but couldn't say anything and nobody had said it publicly in Singapore. So they've avoided that and announced that Yuki will drop back to reserve. He's still part of the family. He's still got to keep Red Bull happy. And hey, if there's a team that makes changes and makes them quickly, it's Red Bull. Yes. So you never know. We might still see him racing for one of the two teams next year at some point.
Now, Chris, as you said, the surprise to Red Bull may have been that we still have a World Championship battle. We certainly do. Just give us a quick scene set as to it's an intense end to the season. 2 continents, 3 races, and in the 2 out of that final 3, McLaren maybe haven't covered themselves in glory, but have set us up with an absolute classic this weekend. Just just give us a quick recap and just set the scene and give us your thoughts for how it may play out.
Yeah, it's there's two sides to the coin, isn't it? I don't know whether I should be annoyed or angry with McLaren and critical of them, or thanking them, because it could all be wrapped up by now. Lando Norris could be the world champion, or one of the McLaren drivers could be world champion, and Max Verstappen could definitely be out of the picture. But there's been two big errors McLaren have made, and one was in Las Vegas with the way they ran their car. I do, from the explanations we've had from the team and from the FIA, I think they made a slight misjudgment, but generally they just were caught out with an unexpected return of porpoising, the phenomenon when the car's bouncing at high speed. And that meant the car's bottoming out a lot at high speed. The straight along the strip at Las Vegas is so long, they reach such high speed at the end of it before they hit the brakes, that's where the car gets really pushed into the ground. And it just wasn't something they'd seen prior to the race. So when they set their car up for the race, they didn't realize that could be an issue. Once they got into the race, they saw it very quickly and realized, okay, we're going to struggle to keep the floor off the surface of the track. And that means we're going to wear the floor down beyond its legal limits. Those legal limits exist because you're not meant to run the car so low that it becomes dangerous. If you seal it against the floor of the track, then when you lose that connection, you lose a huge amount of downforce and you can have a pretty big accident. So I don't think they were actually chasing a huge amount of performance there. It wasn't them being pushing the limits in the way that they knew was going to be risky for their legality of their car, but it caught them out. Both cars got disqualified. In many ways, that was a great outcome because neither driver did anything particularly wrong. Lewis, get there in the end with Abu Dhabi and title fights. Lando did a pretty solid job there in that race and was up for some pretty solid points that would have really pushed Max to the brink of elimination in the championship fight. Oscar had another tough weekend, but still had scored solidly enough, but was going to be 30 points behind himself at the end of that weekend. The disqualification then meant neither driver was to blame, but we still had a closer fight coming into Qatar. And this is where it kind of starts to get more, I think, understandable blame at McLaren, where they just made a bad strategic decision, a very bad one, under pressure. And that pressure is multiple fronts. Part of it is that Max Verstappen was still in the fight. So they're having to make decisions thinking there's still this outside threat from Verstappen, as small as it was at the time. Verstappen was 25 points behind Norris going into the race on Sunday. If Norris outscored him, that meant Verstappen was out of the fight. He had to take points out of Norris. He was running ahead of him early in the race, but it was still very early days. Everyone came into the pits under a safety car period early on because it basically meant a free pit stop and you only had to do one more during the rest of that race because of some tyre rules that we had that meant you could only do 25 laps per tyre or per set of tyres. And McLaren didn't. And it was partly because they were worried about Max and they didn't want to lose too many points to him. So they thought if we make a pit stop, we might lose positions with other cars that stay out on track. But it was partly as well because if you just made a pit stop with one car, then you were splitting strategies meant one of them was going to be right, one was going to be wrong. You didn't know which way it would go, but you were giving one driver, you didn't know which driver, a better chance of winning that race or becoming world champion. If Lando won that race, he would have been world champion. And McLaren is so desperate to give equal opportunities to their drivers, they did it to their detriment in Qatar. And it wasn't the only thing that came into their thinking, but it was definitely, it played a part that they thought, we just, whatever call we make it with both drivers. Either we pit both or we keep both out. If we pit both, we could lose lap time with one of them pretty heavily, or race time with one of them pretty heavily, and that will not go down well. That will not be fair to them. If we leave both out, then they're both facing the same challenge of making two more stops here. But they didn't think the whole field would come in. And once the whole field came in, they realised that they'd made the wrong decision. That's tightened it all up. That opened the door for Max Verstappen, and he drove straight through it. He was never going to miss that opportunity. So he heads here 12 points off the lead, and Oscar Piastri 16 points off. Still Lando Norris's title to lose. McLaren and Norris just need a podium, and they have the quickest car. But as we've seen over the last 2 weeks, the pressure, just the fact that you've got this Max Verstappen figure in the fight makes them do strange things sometimes.
He almost reminds me, there's that scene in one of the Terminator movies where whatever Arnie does, the Terminator keeps on coming. And as you say, it's now Piastri in third. You know, it's Max in second, but it's Max, I guess, as well, without the pressure. It's Max who's basically, there's a singular focus at Red Bull. There isn't this, call it papaya rules, call it whatever, but there isn't this sort of eagerness to make sure that you are completely, unequivocally fair with both drivers. Would you say Max may have the momentum going into the weekend? What is your take? Give us a prediction that we can stand or fall by, Chris.
if you want a prediction for who I think will be world champion, I still think it'll be Lando Norris.
Mhm.
I think the McLaren will be quick enough. I think Lando goes well at this track, and there's 3 practice sessions. It's not a sprint weekend. There's a lot of time to get the car dialed in and hit qualifying, where it's just you and the car. There's no pressure from anyone else as such. And if you put together the laps, then you can start on pole position. And I think Norris can do that. Piastri's performed well and could well be a threat to Norris. But this is actually a track that I think suits Norris a little bit more based on what we've seen in recent seasons. So that would be my prediction, is that Norris would win it. But one, if Verstappen puts his car on pole, all bets are off, because in the race, then, as we've seen, McLaren haven't executed very well recently. And 2, right about momentum. That is more than true. I mean, Red Bull have won the last 2 races with Verstappen, both races where there was no guarantee they would. There was no guarantee they had the quickest car throughout the weekend, but they just nailed every opportunity. They certainly didn't have the quickest car in Qatar, but took the opportunity that came their way, and comfortably as well. Verstappen was never under threat once those early stops played out. So there's definitely this almost inevitability about the gap closing. Every time people started talking about it, I was lucky enough doing some F1 TV work to sit down with Max ahead of the race in Qatar and talk about the fact that he was still in the fight. And he was saying that, he's able to just go for it, and that's been his approach the whole way through. But they were only in that fight because of the mistakes others were making. Even just pointing that out kind of shifts the pressure onto that other team, onto McLaren, that you're making mistakes and you're letting us in here. Stop making them. Well, of course they're not making them on purpose. But
it wasn't the most subtle of jibes there by Max against the.
Not at all. Not at all. And he also did say the mistakes of others, because later he pointed out whether that's drivers or the team. So he did say, it's not always the drivers getting it right either. So there's been a lot of talk now where Verstappen can make the point that really he shouldn't be here, and it's McLaren's to lose, and they've still left themselves a chance of losing it, and they shouldn't be in this position. That adds to the pressure again. So I think we're going to see a very aggressive attacking Red Bull that still probably won't be the quickest car here, but as you say, everything is always behind Max. That team is set up to make sure that Verstappen has the best chance of winning. It would love it if it had both cars in the mix. It's not trying to hurt the other driver in the second car, but Verstappen just gets so much more out of that machinery than anyone else ever has. Very rare. The only time in the past 14 months that he was out-qualified was Yuki Tsunoda in the sprint in Qatar. And Tsunoda did a brilliant job at the start, passed one car ahead of him, as Verstappen then was able to as well on the first lap, and then jumped straight out of Verstappen's way without losing a place himself. And Verstappen gained 2 spots on the opening lap with Tsunoda's help, in a sense.
Yeah.
And that was exactly what they needed. But that shows the way the team set up as well. Tsunoda knew from lap 1, from turn 1, what his role was and how to handle it. So, yeah, everything at Red Bull is geared up to give Verstappen the best chance of success this weekend. And as we've just mentioned, at McLaren, it's not. It's set up to give both drivers a chance, and the best chance it can by giving both a chance. And in many ways, that actually weakens the hand for each driver against Verstappen. But I still think when you've got the quickest car, that's the one you want.
Against that, and we got an incredible, as we say, 3-way fight setting up this weekend. The backdrop playing out is in less than 2 months, we will have Formula One teams testing cars which are significantly different in terms of the power unit, in terms of the actual aerodynamics. Chris, let's leave this weekend behind. Leave this weekend behind, and go.
I'll write about it. It's fine.
But let's look ahead to 2026. Just set the scene on that. How significant are the changes for Formula One in 2026?
They're enormous, to be honest. It's a whole new car concept, a whole new chassis. They're slightly smaller cars, which I think everyone will agree is a step in the right direction to try and improve overtaking and making something that's a bit more nimble. The weight is still an issue, but they're trying to make them lighter. But the aerodynamics will be totally different. It won't be ground effect anymore. Something that might have a little bit more of a wider operating window, or more opportunities to set it up in different ways that could suit more drivers. A lot of what has been talked about with the current ground effect cars that we've had since 2022 is that there's one driving style that works, essentially, and you have to adapt to it. And of course, the best drivers adapt, but it still isn't great for everybody, and certain drivers adapt better than others. But I'd argue better when you have a little bit more of an operating window, that a driver's input can be, I'd like this from the car, and you can give them that, and they can start driving it in that way. So that's just the aerodynamic side. Then, when you add in the whole new power unit that we're going to have, which will have a lot more emphasis on the electrical energy, so essentially a 50-50 split of electrical power to the the combustion engine that we'll still have as well, reducing some of the complexity, but that's only by removing certain components. You still, by having a whole new kind of balance of power, it's still very complex machinery. Both of those together are a huge change. In 2024, we had 2014, we had a huge change to the V6 turbos, but it was mainly just the engine. There were some aerodynamic tweaks and changes that went along with that, but it wasn't a million miles away from the cars we'd seen in the previous years. This is both the aerodynamics and the power unit and powertrain changing at the same time. That does make it huge for F1 because it creates two areas where teams can get it right or wrong, which could create field spread. But where I'm most excited to see is the fact that we have had a cost cap now for 5 years.
Yeah.
And it's a cost cap that has definitely helped close up the field. We still have cars that are different to each other or have different strengths and weaknesses at different races or different venues. But it will be the first real test, I think, that the cost cap's been settled for long enough and all of the teams have been able to get their finances in order to operate at that cost cap, where maybe we get a closer field spread than normal with a whole new set of regulations. And if we get that, that would be great because we still get good racing.
Because that is the thing, Chris. I mean, 2014, when these hybrid power units came in, we saw a definite hierarchy there with Mercedes and the Mercedes power unit. You're saying that we have less scope because, I mean, at the moment, and we've talked about this before, Chris, about the fact that we seem to have a pretty balanced field at the moment. And you know, playing devil's advocate, the risk of such a fundamental reset is that we may see a hierarchy coming into play where we lose that sort of that balance of power. But you think not so much this time?
I think there's a chance not so much this time. A lot of the talk was about, I say talk, it's just paddock rumour, but that's exactly what happened in 2014 as well.
Yeah.
Was that Mercedes, again, were building the best engine and the strongest engine. Now, if that were true, if that proves true, then I still think we've got an exciting season in store because which is the team that's built the best car with a Mercedes engine in it over the last few years? It's not Mercedes, it's McLaren. Now, okay, we've got new regulations that don't necessarily mean McLaren will get it right, but I think they're well set up to get it right again. That at least I'd imagine two teams there being strong. Back in 2014, McLaren were in a tough spot, and it was actually Williams that were more competitive compared to Mercedes, and Mercedes, the works team, were miles ahead. And as you said, like the gaps are huge. And that was disappointing to see because you went into every single race knowing all it was a fight between two Mercedes drivers. And there was no chance of it being for anyone else unless there was a problem. That was the only way we saw a different winner, was issues for Mercedes. I don't foresee 2026 being quite the same. I think we see more competitive action across multiple teams. But also, Mercedes have started to tone down their confidence as we've got towards the off-season. And I think there's a lot of experience there now that's spread across different teams, different manufacturers. It's not just Ferrari, for example, that we could think might challenge. Honda have proven that they can make a very good engine in the current era and coming back in with Aston Martin, that could be a good power unit. Audi have been working very hard, and as much as that's a new engine supplier coming in and a big challenge, they're coming in at the right time with new regulations. They've been building up to it for a number of years. And history suggests when Audi get involved in motorsport, they do it well, and they do well in it. So I don't think there's certainty that, from Mercedes at least, that they won't be challenged by anybody else. And I think that's one of the reasons they've rode it back a bit. So I'm pretty optimistic that somewhere out of all of that, there will be at least one team challenging another team at the top of the standings.
The big unknown, or relatively big unknown, is Red Bull bringing things in-house. The Red Bull powertrains producing their own power units, along with Ford financial muscle, and one would assume more than a little technical support. But I mean, where do you see that? I mean, the scale of the undertaking that Red Bull has taken on, is this the great unknown for 2026?
It's a huge unknown. I don't mind sitting here and saying publicly right now, I'd be surprised to see Red Bull winning races in 2026. I think it's such a huge undertaking to become a power unit manufacturer when you never were one in the first place, where you don't have a road car arm that maybe has some of that expertise to lean on. That is part of the reason there's a Ford partnership, and there's a lot of good knowledge there, certainly from the battery technology. But Red Bull's initial intent was just to essentially have someone help put a good badge on the engine give them a little bit of help in certain weak areas, but they wanted their own control. That, you know, this is Formula One where teams wanted everything in-house and they want to feel that they're in control of their own destiny. It's something that Red Bull struggled with in the past. If you go back to 2014, they had the Renault power unit. It was terrible. Sorry, Renault, but at 2014, when we started, it took a lot of work to get it competitive. And Red Bull blamed Renault a lot for the lack of competitiveness they had, because they said, we've built a good chassis, we've built a good car. If we had a comparable engine, we'd be winning races and championships, and we're not in any form of way able to do that right now, and have to end up switching to Honda, and that's where the success came from. So Red Bull wanted to have more control, and I think Ford have had to show, hey, this is what we can bring that really will help you. But even that settling down takes some time, because it's not an existing partnership, and because it's a new power unit setup at Red Bull. It's not like they knew already where they were weak. They only find out where they're weak once they start running their power unit, having built it. So there's so many unknowns there, so much new stuff to be covered. That's where I feel like it would be a real surprise to see them fighting at the front for wins. Flip side, though, is this is a team that's always built a car that's able to win races from an aerodynamic point of view, and it's got a driver that's definitely able to do that in Max Verstappen, and the turnaround this year has been incredible. So if they can follow that next year, in terms of their starting point, and improve on it quickly, then by the end of the year, they may well be showing the signs that they will be winning races and championships again very, very quickly. And that's exactly what they need to do, because that's how they're going to keep hold of the best people to remain a strong force. And that's why I'm with you. I think it's the big unknown, because if they don't do that, then it could really lead to a dip in the kind of Red Bull, I can't quite call it dominance now, because it's not been dominant for a while, but era of success, and a bit of a reset to come back from a tougher position.
Now that is Ford re-entering Formula One in a slightly different capacity than being sort of full on in terms of being key to the engine production. But we also get a second American OEM with GM coming in the form of Cadillac. Chris, just talk us. I mean, with that, I guess expectation there is that this is a learning season. This is the team that it's more a case of how you finish 11th in the constructors. But just talk about that. Talk about what Cadillac is going to be sort of getting in terms of experience over the next couple of years, and what the path is towards that Cadillac team being a complete Cadillac team in terms of power plant, in terms of just everything that it's doing to kind of become the real deal. I mean, you know, it's Ferrari to begin with in terms of the power unit, obviously, but what are the expectations and what is the path for Cadillac?
Yeah, I see we've got a question from Frank Harold about that, about kind of the 2029 powertrain, when Cadillac say they're aiming to develop their own buy. If the spec is established that far into the future, it's meant to be the current spec that's coming in 2026. It's meant to go until 2030. There's still some discussion and debate about whether that would move earlier. I think a decision on anything happening earlier will be made pretty quickly. It would be in 2026. Once we see the engines, the field spread, the direction with them, how manufacturers are with them, and if they're happy or not. If they're going to then make a change to something that might be naturally aspirated and go to biofuels, then maybe that would happen at 2029, and that would give Cadillac and GM the opportunity to create their engine for that. But as it stands, they're working towards building the current spec that will be introduced in 2026. And they're doing that in their facility in Charlotte. They're working hard down there in the Carolinas to have a power unit facility that they already have. They're trying to expand that into an F1 power unit facility, and that's where they'll develop and design it. So that work is already ongoing. But you're right, they'll start with Ferrari, which I think is a very sensible choice. Not for one reason. The confirmation of the entry only came in March. This team had to turn everything around within 10 months to have a car on the grid. So they'd been working as if they might get that entry, but you couldn't fully push the button until then. Graham Loudon, the team principal, explained how when you're trying to hire personnel, you couldn't say, come and work for an F1 team when it's not an F1 team yet and not guaranteed to be one. So you could say for a world-class racing team or a future exciting racing project, but you couldn't call it an F1 team. Even that made it difficult for recruitment. So they've been on the back foot in that sense. And I think by getting an established, obviously very romantic as well, but successful partner in Ferrari in terms of powertrain, and I don't think this year is a poor year for Ferrari as an F1 team, but their powertrain is still strong. Then they've shown that that's a certainty they've got. That's something that they can guarantee. They know what they're putting in the car, and they know that it's going to give them solid enough performance. It's not an area they need to worry about, and they can build up the rest of the team around that. So it allows them to start work as they are right now, where most of the work's happening in Silverstone, but they're expanding Fishers in Indiana to eventually become the HQ for the team. That's where it'll be based out of. That's where they'll do a lot of manufacturing. This is a team that's going to build as much as it can of its own components. Now, Haas went a different way and bought in a lot of the components that it could, allowed to by the rules, and felt that that was the best way to become competitive quickly in F1 and then look to scale up from there. So far, the scaling up hasn't been rapid. There's been little steps, but not rapid at Haas. Cadillac have gone the other way. They've gone, we want to be a full constructor, like a Mercedes, like a Ferrari, like a Red Bull now, with the way they're having their own power unit. And we're going to build everything in-house. But that takes a lot of manufacturing capacity. They couldn't get all of the floor space anyway at Silverstone to do that, but they didn't want to be based out of Silverstone. They wanted to have the US base, and then they know they have to basically look after the cars out of Silverstone. So that's how they're kind of balancing the two. So they're going to have a base at Indianapolis, a base at Silverstone, and a base in Charlotte. So they cover off the homes of NASCAR, IndyCar, and F1 for this F1 team. It's going to be incredible. But logistically, it will be a challenge. But they just feel that actually, if you look at the way the world, certainly since COVID times and remote working and connectivity and the interest in F1 in North America too, that the timing was right to be able to knit all of those pieces together and not be disadvantaged by it.
So, safe pair of hands with Valtteri Bottas and Sergio Perez, potentially Colton Herta waiting in the wings. He's taking on the challenge of Formula 2 next year. Are there different ways of finishing 11th for Cadillac to know that this has been the optimal first season in 2026?
Yes. I wondered if there's more to that question. Yes, there is. There's being a distant 11th, and there's being a distant 11th that gets more distant, and there's being a close or distant 11th.
An Alpine baiting 11th, maybe.
Well, but even if at no point are they competitive against any other team, which I'm hopeful won't be the case with the way the regulations are written, with the cost cap, with the expertise that's gone in there. But we do have to remember that Cadillac are not just building an F1 car, they're building an F1 team at the same time. And that is two huge undertakings at once. So it could be that they are off the pace compared to others. But if they are, it's whether they can match the development rate and the pace of their rivals. Can they learn from them? Can they start to close that gap a little bit? Because while they're still building that team up, it will still be hard to do that. If they clearly slip back further and further from a lowly starting point, then that shows, there's a long way to go. And I think that will be worrying for them because they'll realize we've got a lot of infrastructure work that we need to get right first before we can even think about competing. If they can hold their own from whichever starting position it is, even if the car they've designed is slower than anyone else's, then that's a good sign. That shows the foundations are there for them to operate as a competitive F1 team.
Mm-hmm.
All they have to fit in or fill in is the gaps of build a quick car. And certainly there will be areas to still do that will need development. But that's, I think, the successful finishing 11th would be one where they've held their own in terms of the gap to the 10th place team and the other teams. If they can even close that, even better, or even start in the mix, that would be sensational. And I think that's an outlook that Cadillac themselves have had to push quite firmly, is that this is so difficult to even just build an F1 team. You'd want 3-4 years of just doing nothing else but build the team, let alone building that at the same time as building a car in a 10-month window with
pesky
very little
car you've got to build.
Yeah, so it's going to be a challenge because F1 is so competitive right now too. It's the most competitive I've ever known it. And that actually is even harder then for someone new coming in to get their foot in the door and match that level. But they'll give it a good go.
Hey, well, Chris, you have set up 2026 perfectly. We will return briefly to 2025 and this weekend. It all kicks off in just a couple of days, basically. We will finally get the answer to this this three-week showdown. Three driver showdown. I'm not going to say who I think is going to be world champion. You've made a compelling case for the favourite, but a couple of outsiders. Basically, all three, as we know, have got a chance. But thank you for setting that up as well, Chris. Yeah, you've got to go and do some work now for Racer and get us the story done for Red Bull drivers.
For the Red Bull move, I do have to do that, yeah, and prep for the weekend as well, which is going to be a very busy one. But I saw there was a question that I'll get to as well from on the webinar chat from Jonathan Adam, who says, "Do I think team rules from McLaren would ever come into Sunday to help Lando win the title?" I do, but I only think in the situation where Oscar has no chance of winning it. So if Verstappen's winning the race, and for example, Oscar's third and Lando's fourth, or second and third, and Lando needs that extra position, or it's a safety net for him, then I do think the question would be sent to Piastri. But I think we'll get through to Sunday and the race starting with no influence at all at that stage. And it'll only be if the situation unfolds that looks like, well, Lando could lose the title to Max, but Oscar can help avoid that happening. That's the only time they'd ask that question. And I believe that that Oscar would actually help in that scenario as well.
Well, fascinating stuff there from Chris. Francis and Judy, as I say, we've got to get him to do some racer work now. So, Chris...
Yeah, absolutely. No, thank you, Chris. And actually, I am a big fan of Chris. I read every column on racer.com. And so if you follow Formula One, Chris is the voice. And so thank you so much. Have fun this weekend. Stay with us. We're going to run a very short video and we will be right back. And we're going to be talking E1 racing.
In racing, every second counts. This is Epartrade, the premier business-to-business platform for the performance and racing industry. We connect buyers and suppliers 24/7 worldwide. Racing never stops, neither do we. Discover cutting-edge products and services from around the globe. Gaining insights from our live platform, daily newsletters, weekly webinar series, and our highly anticipated annual Race Industry Week. Epartrade.com. The racing industry, every minute, every day.
Let's go, boys.
How many kings have we got racing today?
All of them. I got nothing to lose.
As you can see, we've had another beautiful day on the Isle of Man.
We'll do some racing this week, and it's going to be a blast.
Thank you and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2025, Day 2. Dominic Wild with Racer is with us, so we'll wait for Dominic. Excellent, very good. He's calling us from England, actually, and we're going to bring our good friend Roddy Basso, and we are going to be talking E1 series. How are we doing, Dominic?
Very good. How are you guys?
Excellent. Good afternoon, Roddy. Welcome back to the program.
Hi everyone, and thank you as always for the kind invite, and yeah, really looking forward to our conversation.
Excellent. And my understanding is we have a short video of the E1 series, so why don't we roll the video and then Dominic, you can start the interview.
Of course.
This is the future of racing. Let's go.
Genesis driver with a capital D.
This is E1.
This is a place where everybody wants to be.
This is a very tactical, very strategic, very fine type of racing.
What drama!
Sexy, it's dangerous, fast, it's happy, it's loud.
Yeah!
I want to kick Tom Brady's ass.
Try to beat us. You can't.
Iconic race locations all over the world.
He's just boosted his way. Wow!
So many of the biggest legends in the world coming together, being part of one event.
You're a fucking beast.
Sustainability is one of the most important part of it.
The ocean is something that we need to protect. It's a responsibility in the name of minimizing the impact that we have on the environment.
Oh, this is some of the closest racing we have seen.
E1 racing, it's never over.
This is going to be epic.
Well, good morning, Roddy, or good afternoon, wherever you are. This one's a little bit different to a few of the other interviews we've had on Race Industry Week because the racing takes place in the water. And we're used to seeing new motorsport championships come along pretty often, but a new boat series is quite a rare thing, especially an electric one. So tell us about the origins of the series and how you came up with the idea.
Yeah, absolutely. We started 5 years ago, and I was living in London at that time, and I met with Alejandro. It was actually in full COVID time, and so we found an excuse to get out and pretending to do some sport, some jogging and things like this. And so we were thinking also what the next project could have been for both of us. And Alejandro did invest in a small company which wanted to develop electric boat for commercial use. And so, given my engineering background, he asked if I was able to help to support them in the definition of the prototype, the initial validation, all the technology and engineering side. So I went back home. I remember I jumped on a computer and started, writing the strategy for a new sport, based on, of course, boats, electric propulsion, and somehow the laboratory for this startup to learn, develop, and then build the solution of the future. So Alejandro was absolutely on board. Alejandro Agag being, of course, the founder of Formula E and Extreme E and Extreme H in the last only the last 10 years. And then so we started. After a few months, we went to pitch to a friend of mine who was the president of the UIM, the equivalent of FIA for boat racing. His name is Raffaele Chiulli, and he provided us with 25 years exclusivity for World Electric Powerboat Championship. And we signed in Monaco, in Monte Carlo, in the presence of His Highness Prince Albert. And this is where everything started. So together with Alejandro, we identified a clear gap in the marine industry for, let's say, the next level of propulsion, more efficient, less polluting, less noisy, and so on. And so we reckon there was a very good vertical to develop. In the meantime, I've been working in Formula One for so many years. Then I moved into technology supplier, being part of so many projects across all the motorsport application, 2 wheels and 4 wheels. When I was working in McLaren as managing director and Magneti Marelli as a sales marketing director beforehand. And so we clearly saw the chance to transfer this technology and innovation and accelerate the adoption of responsible propulsion into water mobility. In the meantime, of course, I am very motivated and interested in business model innovation. So I've been studying so many championships, so many sports. And the challenge these days is to find the sweet spot between the sport and entertainment. I think with E1, currently, we are running these two ingredients in a very balanced way, because we have an amazing feedback from partners, fans, our followers, and all the stakeholders around us. So very exciting journey. We have just finished in Miami the season 2, which was a spectacular event with 1,600 people coming over 2 days in our hospitality. And the other amazing thing I'm so proud of is out of 9 teams currently racing in the championship, 4 may have won the championship in the very last race. So very tight competition, unpredictable, and a safe jeopardy always on.
That championship decider sounds a bit like the one we were discussing in the previous interview with F1 this weekend. You mentioned Formula E and Extreme E, of course, both are very well established, both come from Alejandro, as you say. What did E1 learn from both of those pre-existing series?
Well, I had the privilege to be very close to those championships. Even I wasn't working for the championship, but I was working, as I mentioned, for 2 technology suppliers. In particular, with Magneti Marelli, we developed propulsion solution for 2-3 teams. And when I was in McLaren, I actually developed with an amazing group of engineers and Lucid Air, the car manufacturer, we developed the battery for generation 2, which lasted 4 or 5 years. Actually, I don't remember now. But this allowed really a step change for Formula E, because they finally didn't have to swap cars during the race because of the battery capacity. So there is a lot about the engineering, the use case, and the adoption of an electric propulsion. But as I mentioned to you, there was also a lot of learning from the business model standpoint, because they both ran through the thrill of a blank sheet, so building something completely from scratch. And this comes with interesting challenges these days. The learning was for us to start focusing on the events. We even though we invest in the broadcast product, we are very, very focused and keen to have a great city event in amazing location of the liking of Como, Venice, Miami, Dubrovnik, Jeddah, Doha, and so on. From this year in Africa as well, where the sport needs to go to inspire the changes and inspire all the youth there in the motherland. And for us, this is very important, because in terms of revenue model, if you focus on media straight away, you definitely fail. Because I know I had some very funny, but not that funny meeting in the beginning, where I was going and talking with my team to broadcasters, and they were asking me, "What's your reach?" And I was thinking, I'm here to get some reach. So there is something that doesn't really work in the beginning of the journey. And so we, from the beginning, really much focused on being part of the event industry and trying to deliver boutique, amazing events with the high quality of the execution, so that you can get the brand known locally in very important places, and with a very strong and a crowd made of decision makers for B2B and B2G. And then from that point onwards, keep developing and spreading the brand around, so that very soon there will be more and more revenue streams coming from media, digital media, and so forth.
And with having the link to those two series, is the way you've sort of gone about this new series, is that something that is now going back to Formula E and Extreme H as it is now?
Well, I can't comment on this, to be entirely honest, because of course, actually, our office is on the same floor in London, same building, same floor. So we are very close, and of course, we know each other and everything. So I am not sure how much. And also, let me tell you that we are in season 2. Formula E is in season 10 or 11.
12.
And 12, there we go. And Extreme E is in season 5, and now starting a 6th season with Extreme H, so hydrogen-based propulsion. So different stage of the organization. And so in terms of business model, of course, there are different needs. But of course, we keep talking to each other, and we keep interacting also under the umbrella of the Public Investment Fund, because we have a partnership with our only investor at the moment that is actually helping us in having many thought leadership moments about the propulsion of the future across all the mobility: water, off-road, and on track or on road. And on top of this, we are also very much motivated in terms of the STEM program. So how to motivate the young people to really drive the future of their career, but not only drive the future of many people who are using mobility in every day. So the reason why I mentioned this is we have this thinking moment where we share the best practices, and we try to understand where the mobility will go in the future, which is very valuable.
And like those two, it's a purpose-made vehicle that you guys are racing, the Racebird. It's quite a machine, beautiful piece of kit. Can you tell us more about it?
Yeah, absolutely. So again, the engineering philosophy behind our Raceboat is very much based on the learning from the road and the track. we understood that the design philosophy, when you have to welcome a different technology, needs to consider the pros and cons of the new technology. So we know that the battery comes with weight at the moment, even though, you know, the curve of the energy density versus the volume is improving as we speak. And so the main point is the efficiency of the propulsion and the efficiency of the acceleration. So in cars, there have been so many changes: lighter interior, lighter cars, different material, less drag, different rear view mirrors just because of that, different CX, different tires, and I can keep going. We decided to use the foils because, given that the density of the water is 800 times the density of the air, by lifting the boats after 10 knots, we immediately gain so much acceleration and so much efficiency. So this allowed us to engineer a battery that is less than 20% of the total weight of the boat. And given my experience, this is an incredible achievement, considering this is the very first racing machine on water based on these technologies and this design approach.
And as you say, first generation, you've already achieved so much, but what's the technological roadmap look like? Is there going to be a Gen 2, a Gen 3? How's that looking?
Well, absolutely. Of course, you know, we are, as racers, innovation people. So we definitely look and think always about the future, the next step. We have currently amazing conversations with technology suppliers that wants to be part of this because they want to test their technology that is at low readiness, and they want to test it on our platform, sport platform, and then apply it in their solution of the future. So we for sure are looking at the evolution of all the propulsion system, 100%, evolution of the foils. I will say that these are the key areas. We will look also at some more speed. In the beginning, we are now hitting 52 knots as a maximum speed, which is something like 65 miles per hour, 92 kilometers per hour, just to give rough references. But we will look at, you know, developing to the next level, even though the speed is not our key KPI, for the simple reason that we are moving, given the congestion of the cities, and you know, in general, given the congestion of mobility, we are moving from a engineering philosophy that, instead of attacking maximum power and maximum speed, is more focused on maximum acceleration and maximum efficiency. This is not only because, you know, as human beings, we need to find the thrill from something. You know, I personally drive an electric car, and I have to say I love the acceleration within the speed limit at the traffic light, where, you know, I can go and burn even the Ferraris of this world, because the technology allows this. But in the meantime, it is also the planet that is asking us to think differently and to design things pursuing different goals.
And along those lines, could we see multiple manufacturers take part in future and have races between different brands of boats, perhaps?
Well, let me share with you that in the very beginning, well, as you know now, we have team owners that are competing with each other. So it was a blessing for us to have team owners that are believing in ourselves. They are in us, sorry, in E1. They are believing in the proposition, in the financial robustness of the venture, and in the sport in general, because they want to be associated to something that is purpose-driven and has got an impact for the future. And of course, we will never change this. But in the very beginning, coming from motorsport, of course, I was looking and talking with many OEMs in the marine industry, trying to see if I could replicate the battle between the Ferrari of this world and McLaren of this world, but the equivalent, in the nautical equivalent of this. They actually don't really believe in racing on water. I mean, the big OEMs, They have different marketing philosophy, let's say historically, and so this really didn't work. But with a huge satisfaction, one of the biggest yacht manufacturers is now a partner of one of the team Miami, led by Mark Anthony. And so we are actually starting receiving many sign expression of interest from other big OEMs in the marine industry, because they realize that you can race on powerboats with a different marketing and reach level and quality compared to what is available these days. And actually, they could find customers in different environments. And E1 definitely offers this opportunity. So that's how for me, this is an amazing news.
Well, it often just takes one first mover, doesn't it, to get the ball rolling? And you mentioned about the team owners. So many huge names are involved in the series already. How vital has it been getting those involved to sort of elevate the championship's profile? And it's still a very young thing, but it gives the impression that it's been around for so long, with all these big names adding credibility, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, you mentioned the first mover, and I also referred to two main reasons why they are on board. The first one is they are at the peak of their career in sport or entertainment, and they want to be associated and contribute to a purpose-driven project, clearly purpose-driven. And we evidently show them and demonstrate them that we are serious about our mission of changing the mobility, the water mobility of the future, and contributing to the blue economy that is an amazing opportunity for countries and for future generations. The other reason is financial. So they've been looking at the numbers, and they believe that we can be a good investment from their side and their partners. And I have to say, the financial results so far are absolutely demonstrating and confirming their intuition.
Fantastic to hear. And looking at the participants themselves, obviously there's some established names from the boat racing world, but we've seen a lot of car races come in. I'm thinking of Timmy Hansen, Katie Munnings, Sarah Price. How have those guys adapted to this? Because for those of us on the outside looking in, boats and cars, they're light years away from each other. They're a completely different planet, but these guys have all took to it rather well, haven't they?
Yes, 100%. Well, I have to say, since what I've done is moving all the electric and electronics from motorsport into powerboating, of course, they were very much used to all the controls, the steering wheel, and the reaction time, and having that kind of mindset that is continuously shifting from strategy to driving to controls, managing the controls on board, and all the inputs that they get from their teams. So for sure, this aspect was more helping the racers coming from motorsport. In the meantime, of course, as you very rightly say, it is completely different from driving a car. And so I've built an academy, because our pilots are coming not only from 11 nationalities out of 18, because we have a male and female per team racing, but they are also coming from jet ski. They're coming from motorsport, powerboat, sailing. We have an Olympic medal of sailing on foils racing in one of our teams. And so the academy was definitely necessary, because the boat is a unique, a one-off, a unique in its kind, being the first race boat based on foils and electric propulsion. To go back to our motorsport pilots, in the beginning they struggled a bit, but they adapted straight away. I mean, they've been very serious during the testing session, very committed, of course, the presence and the pressure from the owners is pretty tangible. It's not very light, considering the achievements of the owners we have involved. And so our pilots have done very well. And after 3-4 races, they were already on podium. I remember, I think it was in Venice, where Tim and Katie actually got the first podium of their career in E1. So, of course, very familiar faces and language, let's say, and culture. So we are very pleased to have them on board, and we actually encourage many more pilots and athletes from different sports related to speed to join E1.
And you just touched on Venice there, and along with Monaco, Miami, Lagos, which hosted recently, you've got so many iconic locations, but there's so many more you could go to. So where have you not been that you'd like to go, and what does 2026 look like?
Well, I really want to expand in US, because naturally, not only the leisure boat market is 75% in US. So for us, there are who are so keen on the water mobility of the future. US is a very important part of the world. Of course, we are already talking, and we will expand in Asia as well. I personally would love to race in Tokyo. Maybe night race in Tokyo will be something different, something special, as well as Singapore, Australia, Vietnam, and Thailand. I mean, there are amazing places in Asia, iconic places where water mobility is very much spread around and part of the culture. And this is exactly where we want to be. And I am sure that we will be surprised by the interest in E1 from Africa, because especially the sub-Saharan zone is evolving and developing so much. And they, as we have shown in Lagos, they believe in sport as a unique driver for change, for inspiration for the young generation. And so Africa will expand more than we think today.
Fantastic. Well, Roddy, thank you so much for joining us, and all the best for the 2026 season.
Thank you so much. Always great to be part of your amazing initiative. Again, quality and very interesting topics that are dealt here. And so for me, it's always great to come over and contribute.
Of course, Roddy, always a pleasure. And you see, we had a first. We gave you an invisible host today. I don't know what happened to the poor Dominic. He disappeared in the middle of it.
I do not know what's gone wrong there, but I'm very much here. And
no, thank you. And that's more important to get your voice, because you did a great job. And and actually, Dominic is going to be back with us with Extreme H. He covers Extreme H. Is going to be back with us with Formula E. So thank you so much, Roddy. Amazing to see what you have built in such a period of time. And Judy is still expecting to see Nadal popping up any second, right? You're on mute, Judy.
Okay, maybe next year. We work on it.
Judy, you're on mute.
Judy, I'm sorry.
You said this time.
Thank you. Yes, I expect my invite for next year. And it was just a pleasure to have you on again, Roddy. Thank you.
Absolutely. You're always invited. Please, I would love to host you.
Stay with us. We will be right back after a short commercial from our sponsors.
When it comes to pushing the limits of performance, the pros know there's no room for compromise. At Crowder Cams, we don't just engineer camshafts and valve train components, we redefine what power means. Since 1955, Crowder Cams has been the name trusted by racers, engine builders, and gearheads around the globe. Whether you're building a street machine, a dragster, or a track car, Crowder Cams provides the muscle you need to dominate. And with Crowder, victory is within your reach.
Not all trailer cabinets are built for the long road ahead. Aluminum Meccano trailer cabinets from C-Tech Manufacturing are engineered to last and ready to ship today. Each Econo cabinet is packed with exclusive features like motion latch drawers and gasket lock countertops, all made under one roof in our Wisconsin headquarters. Shop Econo online today.
If you're watching this video, you might be wondering, what is WPC? WPC is a surface treatment designed to reduce friction and increase the strength of metal parts. As much as it might seem like a coating, WPC is actually a surface treatment. Think of it like shot painting, but the media is much finer, like talc. So what you're left with is a super hard, smooth surface that actually has some proprietary dry lubricants embedded within it. For more information, visit WPCtreatment.com.
Thank you and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2025. Again, if you're watching us on Zoom right here, on racer.com, on Racer Network, on YouTube, LinkedIn, Facebook Live, please invite your colleagues and industry friends. And so, again, for also the lineup of speakers and the hours, please visit epartrade.com. So Lawrence Foster is back with us. Fascinating interview with Roddy. Again, great series, great start with Chris Medland from F1. And we're going to be talking SCCA next.
Perfect.
That sounds exciting. Any you didn't get a chance to put your favorite for this weekend in Abu Dhabi?
I think Lando Norris is going to cling on, but I think it's going to be an extremely tight gap at the end of it. But didn't want to say that in front of Chris because he may have talked me out of it. So no, Chris thinks Lando as well, but it may not be the prettiest way of sealing the deal. So we shall see.
Excellent. And we have the wonderful Mike Cobb with us. It's a tradition, no race industry week without the SCCA, and Grassroots is at the foundation of what this industry is all about. So good morning, good afternoon to you, Mike, and welcome to the
morning.
Excellent. My understanding is we have a short video from the SCCA. Why don't we roll it and then we'll dive into the interview. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Welcome to the 2025 SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. This is our 62nd running of the runoffs. Just happens to be the 70th anniversary of Road America, the National Park of Speed.
The SCCA Runoffs is the pinnacle of sports car and club racing. For those who are trying to go professional, it's the last barrier before getting there, and you can make life-changing experiences here, so I absolutely love it.
To me, it represents an opportunity to come out here and run the best and see where you stand. We come out here to see, am I better than you? And you know what? I might not be better than you, but I might have more fun than you, and that's my focus. As long as you come out here and have a good time, that's it.
The runoffs has been great. I feel like I've learned a lot, especially just being able to follow people out on the track and learn how they do it. I think it's been awesome, honestly.
Maybe not as much prove myself, but I mean, definitely get myself out there. I mean, if I do good in the runoffs, then it's a good thing for sure. And also for obviously the fun of it as well.
The runoffs mean a championship, and it means a lot of good competition and a lot of fun.
So I'm really honored to be here because the SCCA runoffs is really something special, not only for the SCCA, not only for Road America, but for motorsports in general. Quite honestly, I get to events all over the world, and there is nothing quite like the runoffs. It's very special to me. It takes me back to my earlier career. It takes me back to when I first got started as a volunteer official myself. So kind of get a little lump in my throat when I come to Road America for this event.
Mike, welcome to Race Industry Week. I think
Good morning, Lawrence.
George Silverman really summed up the ethos there and the meaning of the runoffs just so well. we've got 2025 mostly in the books. Obviously, club racing and grassroots motorsport, it's the bedrock of motorsports in America, and SCCA is obviously front and center. So, Mike, just as a start, just give us a little bit of an overview of SCCA, the momentum, the opportunities, the challenges. Basically, where are we? I mean, that's a big question to start with, Mike, but let's set the scene. Where are we with SCCA as things stand?
Well, thank you for that setup. We're actually where are we? We're actually closing out 2025 pretty strong. We've had over 1,800 events, everything from road rally to hill climb to autocross to obviously club racing with the SCCA National Championship runoffs, which is the video you opened with. Time attack, time trials, track events, you name it, all sorts of flavors. We like to create a motorsports buffet, if you will, for our 70,000 plus members. And we supported, I think we just did the math for, I've got a board meeting coming up. We just did the math, over 1,800 events and over 100,000 participations, Lawrence, this year across 115 regions and all of our various programs. So, we like to consider ourselves one of the gateways to grassroots motorsports in the U.S. We're passionate about it. We're committed to fulfilling that mission. Honored to be here. Got to see you yesterday with SVRA and IMSA and Trans Am and Pikes Peak. And I know you've got a great schedule today with USAC and Grid Life and all the OEMs joining later on today. So we're just blessed to be part of the team and doing our best to create a little bit of that higher tide to float more boats with regard to U.S. motorsports.
Well, Mike, for somebody who maybe isn't aware of the nuances and the levels and stuff, just talk us through. Obviously, runoffs on the track side is the pinnacle. We have Super Tour, we have majors, we have the regions. How does all that fit in, and where do you see the jump offs in terms of people, moving up, moving to other things, or choosing, the strata that they will actually race at?
Right. No, that's a great question. I mean, I think, Lawrence, we really focus on access and participation, right? Lowering the barrier of access and trying to, as I said, kind of using that SCCA buffet kind of metaphor, trying to provide programs for folks no matter where they consume on that buffet. Myself, I joined motorsports through autocross and solo because that was the skill level I had. That was the car I had. I just wanted to get out there and participate. I was biased too because I met the club through my dad, who used to race SCCA autocross and was very successful at it. So some of us have come up through the solo ranks. Some of us have come up through the club racing rank. Some of us, Track Night in America is a program that you might have heard of. Was started a little over 10 years ago. We now do over 10,000 participations per annum, Lawrence, with that program at 50 plus tracks all over the country, where the real appeal is to folks who, some are SCCA members, many are not SCCA members. We're just inviting them to get in your car, get on track. It's not a competition event. It's really focused on delivering the best experience possible. I don't want to use a poor metaphor here, but it's kind of our crack, if you will, if you were going to use a drug parlance here, to get people engaged in the club, just get them an experience in a non-competitive, very experiential, very friendly environment. And we track our overall experience scores for all of our programs. But for Track Night in America, it typically has a likely to recommend score of around 98 or 99.
Wow.
Which means for every 100 people that you flow through that program, 98 or 99 of them are saying it's good or excellent. And you know what, Lawrence, if we can do that across all of our programs, we'll have double or triple the numbers of members that we have participating in the SCCA and growing up through the ranks. Many of our track nighters move on to time trials or track attack. They move on into enduro. They move up into club racing. We've actually had a couple make it all the way up to the SCCA National Championship runoffs, which, as you know, is the penultimate amateur race in North America. So we try to create different opportunities for engagement that have varying degrees of proficiency and other requirements around them. I have my comp license, but I'm not a very good road racer, Lawrence. I'll just be very transparent. I love it. I'm probably
I think you're a spec racer Ford guy.
I do like that, and because I love that cheater sequential in there. That's if I can be so bold. I know I'm probably going to get some email that says, Mike, that's not a cheater transmission. Okay, it is a very good transmission for folks who haven't mastered heel toe at this point in their life and just want to race a super car that's very reliable, that's super fast, and just an absolute pleasure to drive. So, but when they don't allow me in an SRF3, Lawrence, I might be throwing a little fabric on a corner. My theology is if you can't drive in Apex, work in Apex. And I'm honored to have my FNC license. And I just worked FNC Flagging Communications. Forgive me for speaking in code.
No, that's good.
At the runoffs. And I saw that rascal John Doonan on your broadcast yesterday.
Rascal being the word.
Rascal, absolutely. And if John will let me, I hope to be working corner 5 at the Rolex 24 for at least a stint or two come January.
I know as well that catching up with my old friend Philip Royal, that's you actually car shared in an NC Miata at the Solo Nationals as well this year. Philip,
yes, and
Philip tells me he was slightly quicker than you, but he may be bluffing.
Just gonna let the cat out of the bag. You know, I hate to give one of our favorite gingers more to brag about, but Lawrence, he did beat me, and he beat me pretty good. And I said, look, you know, when you're co-driving, you're not supposed to beat the owner of the car. And he had kind of some snarky remark and said, well, you ought to improve or something like that. But it was an absolute blast. And I believe that was Phillips. It was Phillips. This is really even more embarrassing. It was his first time to drive my car, and I think it was his first time to drive at Solo Nats, and he still beat me. But of course, I'm being beat by a former SCCA National Championship runoffs winner, so I didn't feel that bad. But you know, I sent a video. I don't know if we're going to have time to play it of the runoffs. That is of Solo Nationals. That is a legendary event for us as well. It is on 100 acres of concrete in the heartland of America in Lincoln, Nebraska. When we get there, there's nothing set up. In the course of 2 weeks, we build basically a tent city. We build 3 or 4 courses. We have incredible amount of paddock space, and we basically put about 1,500 drivers through their paces over a week.
Mike, I think this is the video.
Oh, great. Well, yeah, let's roll it. That's better than Mike talking.
Solo Nationals is the place where you get to come out and show what you've been working on all year, whether it's mechanical, whether it's your driving skills, and more importantly, it's a place to be with all of your close autocross friends from around the country that you see at these national events.
Solo Nats is a ton of fun and has some of the best people around.
Solo Nationals is the biggest party that I plan for all year. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's all my friends are here, and then we get to go have fun with cars.
We're done, and it's time to go home. I woke up this morning and I see the parking lot's empty, and it makes me sad. That's kind of what Nationals is. It's lay everything out, and you wish there was more.
Mike,
Well,
I've heard of the Solo Nationals being described as Burning Man with race cars. I mean, that there in terms of the rock and roll theme that you had this year, the fact that I believe you had them playing drums on the podium. I mean,
yeah.
that just speaks to the spirit, and the essence of that as an event that basically goes so much more than just what you do on the course, but so much around it.
Yeah, it is a one of a kind experience. One of these days where I think we're going to try to see if we can get Guinness Book of World Records to come out and validate that it is the largest amateur motorsports event in North America based on number of participants, right? Because it's basically over 1,500 drivers across 7 days. And it is, I think they said it in the video very well. It's a week-long party where we get to do 5 minutes of racing, but it's an incredible experience. And I know there's some folks that in our family, sometimes we have certain tribes that consider certain programs racing or non-racing, right? And so I will just tell you, if you've ever driven with any of the national champions from the SCCA Solo Nationals presented by Tire Rack, those are real race car drivers, and they're very fast. And again, don't want to make Philip's head any bigger than it already is, but he's a great driver. We have a ton of great drivers up there, and it's really about the camaraderie and the experience, Lawrence. I mean, it is all about competition at Solo Nats and in many of our other programs. But I would say that our real goal is to deliver the best in class amateur experience we can deliver, because if we do that, membership, program growth, program participation, all those things are self-fulfilling prophecies off of delivering that one piece, right? And that's hard to deliver. I mean, there's so many non-controllables when you're taking over 100 acres of concrete in a secured air park. That's part of the Lincoln Airport, where you can't even have your own Wi-Fi set up, right? To just speak about all the security things you've got to go through. But Lincoln's a fabulous partner with us. The city of Lincoln, the air park there in Lincoln is fabulous. And last time I checked, there's not a whole lot of 100-acre open footprints of concrete for us to hold those kinds of events on. So we're very thankful for it, and we try to be really good stewards of it as well.
But the amazing thing as well is that you, just by efficiencies, have managed to increase the participations. It was 1,200, it's gone to 1,300. Somehow from that 100 acres, you've now managed to find the space that you can get up to 1,400. I mean, that says something about the slickness of the organization and just the experience in-house at SCCA to do something like that.
Well, thank you for noticing that. We have a fabulous, a lean, mean, small staff, but we're also blessed to have hundreds and thousands of volunteers that help make these events happen. Whether it's Solo Nationals, whether it's runoffs, whether it's time attack or time trials nationals, it really doesn't make any difference. That's at a national level and a regional level. I mean, to just kind of put that in perspective, the video you just showed, that's one event, or basically two events that occur in Lincoln across 7 days. But we do over 850 solo events across the country, Lawrence, every year. That was our count for 2025. And the lion's share of those events are put on by leadership from 115 regions, and they do a fabulous job. Shout out to Texas region, my home region. They do a fabulous job. And every region that we have in the country does a great job with solo. It's probably the lowest barrier of access program that we have. And it's just a great instructive platform for getting more comfortable in a car, getting a sense of driving dynamics and car control, right? Whether you scale that up and use those skills in club racing or sprint racing or time trials, which you can do. I'll tell you this, it certainly makes you a better driver just in the day-to-day reality of driving to and from work. I'm zooming in today from Topeka, Kansas, where we got 4 inches of snow yesterday, and I may or may not have been using the drifting skills I learned in solo in the parking lot last night, Lawrence. But yeah, it's a great, again, access and participation. I think it's a great access point for folks who aspire to kind of get a taste of that motorsports experience and then take it from there to explore the broader world of motorsports.
But that's the point you make, Mike, there as well, is that people must realize that this is extremely attainable, that the entry point is not something that is, rarefied and involves massive budgets. This really is motorsports for everyone. And I think key to that and key to getting the next generation is them realizing that these opportunities are out there for you to actually compete and to have fun, but not to break the bank.
Yes, absolutely. And the safety requirements are appropriate, but fairly minimal for solo. And of course, then they scale up when you're club racing. You have much more complex safety requirements: full cage, full safety, Hans. I mean, you name it, right? But that's the state of safety in road racing versus solo. So again, what we try to do is meet people where it's kind of the intersection of their opportunity, their passion, and their preparedness, right? I mean, the reality is all of us compete for a slice of the motorsports pie, if you will. And I think it's while the aggregate is growing, and I think doing overall the motorsports market in North America is growing and doing fabulously well. It's incumbent on each of us as sanctioning bodies to kind of develop that tier, that entry level, grow them up through whatever aspirations they have. We have folks that go on to IMSA. We have folks that go on to IndyCar. We have folks who go on to, whether they're drivers or volunteers or stewards. So I'd like to think that, we're a pretty good feeder series for folks growing up through amateur and professional ranks. Looking around I know we just got back from a small event in Vegas, Formula One event out there. If you go look at
I remember that.
The number of volunteers and the number of chiefs and marshals and stewards that kind of have an SCCA lineage associated with their background and portfolio of experience. A large portion of those are SCCA folks. So whether you're racing and you want a ladder or whether you're volunteering, even Mike, who has his FNC license to throw some fabric at SCCA club racing events, can be trained and serve as a marshal in F1, right? So it's given folks kind of that aspirational trajectory. So if that's what you want to do with your disposable time and really kind of fill your motorsports bucket list cup, we want to be that gateway. We want to be the gateway to motorsports and facilitate those kind of experiences. That's really what we're about.
Well, Mike, you mentioned the growing success of Track Night in America. You also touched on Time Attack and Time Attack Challenge. Now, that is an interesting one where, as a sign of its growth, we are going to see a Time Attack National Championship, and another centerpiece. It's got to grow in stature to maybe be up there with the runoffs, but that approach to actually give people something even more aspirational within a series. And I believe Eagles Canyon will be the location. Actually,
that'll be the site.
That'll be your Texas crew on.
There you go. And actually, the Texas region, which will be our local region host for that national event, they have a very strong and robust time trials program on their own. So hopefully using, and I don't know if you've been to Eagles Canyon recently, the owners there have done a phenomenal job in a day and age, Lawrence, where unfortunately we're losing tracks. We just had Time Trials Nationals at Pit Race, one of the last events we got to have at Pit Race. Unfortunately, large pieces of real estate are targets for data centers and warehouses. We'd like to keep them as racetracks, but Eagles Canyon has grown over the last 5+ years. The ownership there has made significant investments in their property and their facility and their track and the paving. I mean, it's a first-class venue in a good major market, kind of DFW kind of metroplex. So we're really excited about that. We've got great local talent with Texas region down there and some other regions to help us put on a showcase event. And I think, kind of putting it in a Central of America kind of destination, we're hoping we can get folks from all parts of the country, West Coast, East Coast, Mid-America, to join us for Time Attack Nationals. It's going to be a great event. It's going to be a great experience.
And back to the actual the track racing side of things. Just want to touch on. I know that one of the key things, and obviously there are certain economic factors playing into it. 2025 may have had certain challenges relative to 2024. We don't know what 2026 and the vagaries of participation. But if we look at something where SCCA made the decision, for instance, on spec MX5, that seemed to be the right class at the right time, and is key to sort of moving forward that flexibility in terms of what are the classes, how you basically maximize the potential of what you have as the products, the classes for participants.
Yeah, no, I heard, I was listening in to SVRA yesterday and to Michael talking about one of the ongoing challenges that many sanctioning bodies have is class proliferation, right? And managing scarce amount of time and putting the best classes, the most classes you can on a 3-day weekend and trying to maximize everybody's time, experience, and value for the dollar. And we're not unlike, we're not outside of that realm, right? That's something that we have been challenged with. We made a decision late last year to remove our small formula group from some of our race events this year. When we made that decision, of course, we don't have a crystal ball. We didn't know what some of the fiscal realities were going to be in the operating environment that has been 2025. And candidly, Lawrence, some of our club racing participation was soft. It was softer than we'd expected. It was softer than we'd anticipated. And the club racing board and staff and the board of directors made a decision mid-year to say, you know what, we want to invite Formula F, FV, and F600 back into the fold. Right. And we've got them integrated into the fold for the Hoosier Super Tour and all the majors events and everything else coming up for 26. So we're excited about that. I'm glad you mentioned SMX. I know you've got Jonathan Applegate from Mazda coming on.
We certainly do
in a section or two, and we love all the OEMs. Mazda has been a long time, very rich, robust partner with us. And one of the cool things about I'm biased, Lawrence, just as to be transparent. I own an NC Miata, so I was really excited about seeing that class come to fruition. And I'm still looking for an invite to drive one of those. But back on task here, we've seen a lot of younger drivers come through the SMX program, just like we have, a fair amount of younger population moving up through the Spec Miata program, right? And it's a great way to not only get some diversity on track, but get some diversity and create a little bit broader, back to the word, access and participation from a demo that we want to have more of in the club, which is younger drivers coming up, building that base of experience and building their portfolio. And then if they want to go off and do MX5 Cup and other things, we say Godspeed and God bless. And when you have time, just make sure we're on your schedule and come back and see us at the runoff. So that has been, those kinds of classes, I believe, are accretive in value, not only to the club, but also to motorsports in general, because it's a feeder series that branches off into a lot of other sanctioning bodies.
One last thing I want to touch on, because I see that the grown-ups have appeared in the room, Mike. Just want to talk about the club spec initiative. I mean, that is working extremely well for MX5 and for Mustang. Right. Is there the potential to grow that, to add extra classes to that?
Yeah, I think two things. One, thank you for recognizing that. For those of us who are not mechanical engineers, calling myself out, a spec program is the easy access button for Mike, right? So I know that there's hopefully not a lot of Mikes out there, but I think there are a lot of folks who have limited time, money, and resources to really engineer a full-blown race car, right? So spec classes kind of give you an easy button, if you will, to that. And we've seen that based on the participation and growth of the Mustang and the MX5 platforms. There is a discussion about an addition. I can't give that away yet. But it's currently circulating at the solo event board level and at the staff level, and might be a discussion at our board meeting later this week. So stay tuned for that, Lawrence. But yes, we think that is a successful formula, and we'll be doing everything in our power to kind of expand on that in the near future.
Well, one last thing before we do hand over, just want to say as well, your national convention coming up. It's a long one, January the 15th to 23rd, but the clever thing is it is virtual.
Virtual.
Anybody can attend, just scca.com /convention.
Absolutely. Just
looking
log
forward
in,
to that.
sign up. Absolutely looking forward to it. We're going to do, we moved away from brick and mortar, unfortunately and fortunately, back when COVID hit. And what the virtual convention has allowed us to do is basically grow the number of attendees by a factor of 4 or 5x, right? Also, just like Epartrade and Race Industry Week and Racer get to do, now that you have content, some folks can come back and view that content later, right? I know nobody will be coming back to watch me, but everybody will be coming back to watch Dune and Kevin, who's up after me, and everybody else, right? But it gives you great content that folks can come back and consume when they have time to consume it. So it's a great platform and a great tool. And the last thing is, just from an expense standpoint, it's a lot less expensive for folks to participate in, which creates more access and more participation. So at the end of the day, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. And since I've mentioned Mr. Doonan a couple of times here before, we also will be introducing our new 2026 Hall of Fame. And we've got some great members joining us in that. And rumor has it Mr. Doonan might just be one of those new SCCA Hall of Fame members.
Hey, he heard it here first. Hey, Mike, thank you so much for finding the time. A lot of bases covered there. Allow you to go and start prepping for that board meeting then. But thanks so much for joining us.
There you go, and thank you for having us. It's a blessing to be part of the motorsports industry. And Francisca and Judy and Lawrence, you guys have done a super job. We just appreciate the opportunity. It was a small part of it. Thank you very much.
You're a big part of it. Thank you so much, and would love to have you back. So stay with us. We're going to dive directly into our next session with Kevin Miller from USAC. We're going to bring Brad Gilly, who's going to be hosting the next session. So we have to keep everything on track. So it's 30 minutes after 8 o'clock here in California. So we're going to dive. Good morning, Brad. How are you doing?
I'm fantastic. I hope you and Judy are doing well, and it's already been a great second day of Race Industry Week.
And we've got Kevin Miller with us from USAC.
Yes, our good friend Kevin. So nice to have you on again, Kevin.
Hi, Judy.
On to you, Brad.
All right, well, let's just dive in. Kevin Miller is the president and CEO of USAC, United States Auto Club. And Kevin, thank you so much for coming on Race Industry Week with us again. How you doing today?
I'm awesome. How you doing?
I'm great, man. What a great time of year for a lot of things happening with USAC Racing. You guys are coming off of some big weekends and crowning champions and doing a lot of other things. So catch us up to speed, if you will, where we are right now and some of the latest things that have happened.
Well, you're right. This is really the time of year that we kind of shine. Coming off the Turkey Night Grand Prix, obviously in Ventura, it was a big event for us. Our whole Western swing has just been crushing it the last few years, and we're really excited about the momentum going into 2026. But we do stop and pause. PRIs next week. We take a pause. We honor all of our champions, which there are so many. And it's always a great week, starting with our NASCAR Youth Series and all the kids coming in to honor probably around 20 champions of the Youth Series on up to all of our Sprint Car, Midget, and Silver Crown champions. So next week is our capstone event for the year. And then we kick it right back off in February in Florida with our Sprint Cars and Midgets down at Ocala. And then we go over to our Porsche Sprint Challenge at Sebring. So lot going on in a very, very short winter.
A very short winter. Again, we like to just call it the non-racing season because none of us ever really have an off season with what we're doing. And, the great saying is you make your season in the off season. So when you're not racing, it's a great time to plan and do a lot of things. But this time of year, it's just great to kind of reflect and what we get to do here at Race Industry Week, maybe share some stories and some best practices and a lot of different things that we have going on. Let's just talk about USAC as a whole. A lot of different things. I know it seems like more around the country, United States, we talk a lot more about the sprint car and midget Silver Crown series and all of that, but there's road racing, there's off-road racing, power sports racing, a lot of different things. So give us a good overview of everything that USAC is involved in, because my gosh, it's a lot.
It's tough, Brad. I mean, every year we seem to expand in a new direction. We have continued to see growth in every element of our sport. But, you know, back in 2007, we were essentially sprint car, midget, and Silver Crown cars. That's it. A couple regional series, pretty small platform, on an annual license basis between 300 and 400 members. Fast forward to today, we're over 20,000 participants annually. We've got, and sprint car, midget, and Silver Crown as a basis is less than 2% of our overall membership, which is really shocking to look back and go, how did we get there? A lot of it was just out of the need to grow, the need to figure out the business model that works for USAC, and we've achieved that. And really, I go back to the roots of 2009 when Ricky Johnson asked us to flag some off-road truck races at Paris Speedway, and that tipped our toes into off-road, which we ended up owning the Torque Off-Road Series, which at the time for us was pretty monstrous. With television, we started a Discovery show with the reality TV for motorsports that really was way ahead of its time. I have to give a lot of credit to our production company led by BJ Burtwell. We were using red digital cameras. We were using Traxxas RC cars on the track to shoot footage, RC drones, all this back in 2011, 10 and 11, where we were, again, filming a reality show, much like Driven to Survive is filmed today. And it was well received, and Torque did take off, and for a period of time, doing very, very well. But we learned that the competition side of our business is where we wanted to focus as a sanctioning body. And we sold off Torque, the marketing rights to Torque, and remained in competition. And that model has worked better for us. So we followed that with Rally, where we were the competition source for Rally, Rally Cross, expanded our off-road into the Ultra 4, the King of the Hammers. And that platform for off-road really grew to today. We now are the sanctioning body for Core, Champ Off-Road, as well, maintain the relationship with Dave Cole and the King of the Hammers and Ultra 4 Racing, American Rally Association. So our off-road footprint is fairly broad in the United States today. And we also started back at that time a quarter midget series called USAC .25. And we did that more for our future and looking at how do we make sure that we can fill the pipeline of sprint cars and midgets. And we did that back in 2008. We launched it with really nothing other than a vision. Our vision was three things: fun, cost, and safety. And today we have over 60 member clubs. It's now called the NASCAR Youth Series. We have 3,000 kids running it a year. It's a great program, but the most rewarding thing about that program is seeing that pipeline full of kids who've now made it to NASCAR Truck, Xfinity, and Cup. And we're so proud to look back and look at that pipeline and see it's absolutely full of a new generation of racers that we groomed. So that really, really did pay off. Probably the biggest surprise for USAC today, though, is in the road racing category. And in 2019, I remember picking up the phone, and it was Porsche. And they wanted to talk about us running a road racing program for them. And I kind of declined at first. And they said, no, we really like what you do here, here, and here. And here's what we like about what you're doing. And it made sense to me. So we kicked off in 2021, right post-pandemic. We kicked off a new Porsche Sprint Challenge program. And I give a lot of credit to my team that we were so naive in what we were supposed to do that we overcompensated and really, really worked hard and launched a great program. And now today, we're a very strong partner with Porsche. We do a lot more work. We do the Porsche Endurance Challenge series. It's a growing all the way to obviously our partnership with SRO has been embedded and got us involved in road racing. And my good friend Greg Gill, we continue to work on new paths together to try and save money. But even to a new program we're launching in partnership with Zenith Racing will be the competition source for a new endurance series for next year. So across the board, great growth. And I even missed our whole snowmobile division that we purchased in 2016. And we have an entire arm of over 140 events a year and 40 partners in snowmobile racing that we own under International Snowmobile Associations. So USAC has become very diverse, very broad, and very large over the last 15 years.
Yeah, well, when you look at the history, though, of USAC, going from the 50s to where we are today, it's sort of weaved in and out of a lot of different motor racing series. And when you start talking about everything that was added from the off-road to the road racing to the power sports racing and all of that, I mean, this is more like what the spirit of USAC embodies and has embodied for multiple decades, right?
It's really interesting, Brad, because people, when we talk about USAC, they still think of sprint cars and midgets. But if you go back in 1958 to 1962, USAC had the largest road racing program in America. It was the Road Racing Championship. In 1962, the champion was Roger Penske. And so if you go back in time and look at USAC, the largest stock car program in competition with NASCAR, Pikes Peak Hill Climb used to have to run the Pikes Peak Hill Climb to win the USA National Championship, which was really part of the IndyCar circuit, all under USAC at that time. So yes, if you go back in history, you'll find the diversity of USAC has really been embodied with us since our founding in 1956. And really the gap was 1997 to 2007, and that era, which really confined to sprint cars and midgets, that was our low point of what USAC is as a sanctioning body. But our history was vibrant as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. I would like to invite anyone who's watching, if you have a question for Kevin at all, just feel free to type it in the chat. A lot of things to talk about, but we don't want to miss anything, especially as we're all coming together here for Race Industry Week. Kevin, you were talking about the road racing series, and I'm curious if you could sort of define it. You talked about, we gave up the marketing side of this, but we're still on the competition side. So how exactly does that work? Is this like basically saying, look, we're going to sanction and officiate these events, but we have these other people who are promoting and scheduling these events? How does all of that come together?
Well, that's a very good question, because it really depends on the race series. So American Rally Association is a great example where we purchased the marketing rights, the entire rights to ARA several years back. Just in 2025, we essentially sold off the marketing rights to Lance Smith, who was the founder and owner of Vermont Sports Car. But Lance, being the Subaru team and very much in the rally, in a retirement mode or a change of direction mode, wanted to be the promoter for American Rally Association. The model, coincidentally, is very similar to like the model that the FIA has with the Road Rally Championship, where FIA is the competition source and WRC is the promoter. We took that same exact model with our rally series because we as a group, a small group based out of Indianapolis, rally is a whole different ballgame for us. And so we felt that we needed a stronger marketing presence, somebody closer to it, looking for the partners on a daily basis, talking the language of rally that we didn't really have internally at USAC. However, on the competition side, we are structured very, very well to work with people in setting up the entire infrastructure for the competition side very quickly and make it very simple to operate a race series. In effect, that's really what we did with Porsche. They're always going to be the marketing partner. It says Porsche on the series for a reason. So they're the marketing partner. As a competition source, though, we do go a little bit beyond just competition for Porsche. We actually do the scheduling, book the races, We do a little bit more. So every series we are involved with, there's a very wide range of how we are involved with the series. Some could be very much as simple as a sanction, overseeing the safety part of it, insurance and licensing. That could be the simplest form that we have today. In many race series, we start off that way and tend to grow into other arms because they see the efficiency that USAC is providing in other areas. So we've a great story is timing and scoring. With our Porsche series in 2021, we hired timing and scoring. And quickly we found that it was very inefficient for us to do that. We should do it ourselves. And we ended up building our own timing and scoring infrastructure, our own system. It worked well for what we did. We expanded to more of our partners where we tested it because timing and scoring controls television, it controls lots of different arms, the data going to the teams. And when you're talking about road racing, it has so many paths that timing and scoring data go to populate different areas. And so as we got more advanced, we realized that we were really fighting an uphill battle with a very small team trying to keep up with road leaders in timing and scoring. So in 2023, in the fall of 23, we reached out to what we consider the road leaders, Alcamel, which is timing scoring. They do IMSA, they do World Endurance Championship, they do Le Mans. So we reached out to them and ended up creating a partnership called Alcamel North America. And that partnership is based out of our building in Indianapolis. We are currently in construction of a remote race operation and remote timing room in our basement. It's a great project we're very excited about. We should be up and running in the first quarter to do remote timing and scoring for tracks around the country. We do plan to do some tracks like Sebring, Circuit of the Americas, where they're doing practice days, and clubs are going out, and we can offer timing and scoring at a very low cost, doing it remotely out of Indianapolis. That will be in place, like I said, first quarter. We'll eventually build a remote race control room. Think about NHL when they want to go back to New York and take a look at the video. That's our objective. If you've been around racing and you go to some of the biggest forms of racing, Formula One, IndyCar, NASCAR, many times the officiating is done in an enclosed room with no view of the track. Most Formula One races are operated that way. And you think about technology today, that could be done anywhere in the world. You don't need to be at the racetrack to do that. So Formula One, they do have remote race operations where they look at things across the pond, for the US races anyway. So we are looking at technology, and I preach this every year. Technology. It's always our friend. We will use as much as we can third-party partners, so we're not trying to develop the technology ourselves. It moves so fast. And in this situation, the partnership with Alcamel, they have 18 engineers, software engineers working in Spain on new technology and always on the forefront of what motorsport needs. And so bringing the technology into the US and having that at our fingertips has been a great partnership for us and advancing us to the point where even we'll be using brand new tracking systems that are very advanced as a test for 2026 at both King of the Hammers and Pikes Peak Hill Climb, with a full intention though of the new systems being in place in 27 throughout off-road.
That's incredible. And I love, as we're talking about the different series and a lot of the things that USAC has acquired or become a partner of or a part of or whatever it might be, we all talk about so-and-so has a good racing mind or something like this. And while someone might have direct experience in this type of series, someone else might have direct experience in this type of series, all of a sudden you start to get fresh ideas crossing over. And you also have an understanding of maybe that's not in our building, but we know someone and we know how we can put something together. Look, the remote officiating, I think, is a fantastic idea. We were talking with John Probst from NASCAR yesterday, and I've firsthand seen what they have over at the
I
NASCAR
have too.
facility. Yeah,
Incredible.
it
Incredible.
is incredible. I look at it this way. It for lack of maybe the best metaphor is to say it allows you to keep your eyes on the road, meaning the officials at the racetrack can just keep watching the track. Everyone else somewhere else can be focused on the data and the video and the replay. I mean, this seems like a future benefit to motorsport in general.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, your point about fresh ideas. We, as a smaller group, we don't have, a broadcast partner coming in to do Porsche Sprint Challenge races. Obviously that's a streaming, you're streaming to friends and family at home for those one make type series. And we had to reinvent everything, because if you look at the models of broadcast and trying to broadcast even to your home, whether it's YouTube Live or live on CBS, there was a similar approach. You needed an HT truck, you needed these things. And the big players are spending, $500,000, $200,000 to $500,000 a weekend to broadcast a race. We can't afford that with a one make series. We had to reinvent everything. We couldn't afford 40 to 50,000, which was kind of the going rate for streaming video for a weekend. So we built it ourselves. And last year, we really worked on how do we do this for 10,000 a weekend. And that was our goal. That was our budget. That was our goal. And we figured it out through some partnerships, through some strategic thinking, looking at making sure there was no different lags in the different cameras on the tracks, working with a combination with a partner called GPX. We figured it out, and how to stream a road course race where you need multiple cameras, and we have a drone and multiple cameras, but we also have now access to all in-car cameras. And look at what an in-car camera costs for an NBC production, a lot of money. So we now have access to all of our cars' in-car cameras. We have access to all the track cameras, all the same latency, and we can produce a show, a very compelling show for friends and families at home, that Porsche actually puts on their own YouTube channel live. So the quality is good enough for Porsche to take a look at what we did and say, this is worthy of us doing this live for our fans. So we do look at innovation and new ideas. And like I said, when we develop something and test it at USAC and in a smaller series, some of the bigger series look at us and go, hey, can we borrow that? And we've had talks with the highest level series on how we do business for very little money. And, sometimes those are creeping into the bigger series at this point. So we're very happy about that.
That is pretty amazing as well, because as you've looked over the years and really now decades, when we talk about streaming, I think it is really coming into its own in a big way. But to be able to take something like you said at $40,000-$50,000, it's just not doable. The alternative is to not do it. But to find a way to do it and still give you the same access, to your point, in-car cameras, multiple cameras around the track for $10,000 is incredible. And what a value that is. What a value that is to Porsche. I mean, what a value that is to, I know they just re-signed Yokohama for a tire supplier for 2026 and so on and so forth. I mean, you start talking about the added value to that, the added value to AMSOIL or NOS or different things like that. A lot of your sponsors as well. How big of a deal has that been for them?
Well, that, another aspect of streaming, I remember we streamed Turkey Night in 2008 we didn't know what we were doing, to be honest, but we were able to use somehow the back end of IndyCar servers to do it. And I remember the agency that helped put it together said that we broke the internet at 28,000 viewers in 2008. And then we went through a long period where I was like, we can't stream. We're not prepared to do this. And it wasn't until 2019 that 2018, 19, Flow Sports came to us and wanted us to go live on Flow with our USAC Sprint Cars and Midgets. And we're like, you know what? Technology has come to us. We can figure this out. So what we do 100 live events on Flow sport, slow racing on an annual basis. I give the team so much credit because we have really Devin, or one guy in a truck driving around in a van, setting up all the equipment, producing a show that's very compelling, that we're getting an average of 40,000 live viewers a night. That's more than I had when we were on Speed TV Live with our Torque Off-Road series. So on Flow Sports, I would say it's been a great solution for your average race fan to watch races around the world. Any night, there's multiple races that they can have access to. And it's been a great answer for USAC. And quite frankly, there's always this controversy, is it keeping people away from the track? We see the opposite. The biggest stream races are the biggest packed races in the stands. Look at Eldora Speedway, the biggest crowds they've ever had. All those races are streamed. All of our races at USAC, our national events, we see a lift. I used to have arguments with some of our track promoters. Two, I'll call out Tom Helfrich and Reese O'Connor, friends of mine from Indiana, but they would complain loudly about streaming for the first 3 or 4 years. And I remember Reese called me up, I think it was last year, and said, don't ever let me complain about streaming again. And it's really a factor of weather. Weather is such a driver of outdoor events today, especially small dirt track racing, where people, nobody's buying their tickets in advance. They're waiting the day of, looking at the weather at 3 o'clock. Do I feel like driving out? On a great day, the stands are packed. On an iffy day, they're not. And I don't know how we can solve that for promoters today, because we become really a demographic that's instant satisfaction, gratification of what I want right now. And so when I was growing up as a kid, I woke up at Saturday morning at 8 o'clock, couldn't wait to get to the racetrack. I don't care if it was raining or whatever, we were going, and so disappointed if we couldn't race. And so it's a different element out there today to deal with.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up the track owners, because look, a small track owner, they're worried about one thing primarily, and that's the gate and how many people are coming through it. And I remember talking to one a few years ago, kind of in the earlier days of Flow, that had those exact same concerns. And my response was like, look, someone in Montana is probably not driving down to Texas or wherever to come buy a ticket for your Saturday night show. But then it becomes on you. Put it out there, put it streaming. That the guy in Montana looks at your track on his TV or iPad or computer and goes, that place is pretty cool. I need to go there one day.
To me, if you're not streaming, you won't be relevant. And I've told that to promoters, if you're not going to build and use streaming as your friend and build your track and showcase your track to other people, you won't be relevant in a few years. And I've seen tracks turn around. I've seen tracks have that same approach early on, like, oh no, we're not streaming here, and completely change their direction because they see it softening and they feel like they're not becoming. But we've had some of our biggest crowds. I mean, Turkey Night was packed. People still want to be at the event, and we have to showcase our sport to get them excited that they want to be at the event. The job of the promoter, it's not to turn everything over to the sanctioning body when they get there to put on the race. It's to promote the race, build the show, bring in other elements to make that show exciting. Bring in fireworks, bring in bands, make it an event that people want to come to, not a race that you're handing off to the sanctioning body just to race. You are the promoter, make your event. If you just look around the country at those events, you'll see packed stands and a great successful track.
Well, so well said. My gosh, Kevin, I would love to actually, continue the conversation for, another hour or more, but this has been awesome. But thank you for being able to showcase to us a lot of the great innovation, a lot of the great things that USAC is doing now, especially with such an amazing expansion of different forms of motorsports. So wish you the best of luck in 2026 for sure.
Thanks to the Epartrade team for having me on, and I appreciate the time.
Of course. Thank you very much, Kevin. So stay with us. We're going to run a short video from our sponsors, and we will be right back with you.
Scott Lewis and Associates, the sales, marketing, and branding specialist for the automotive performance industry since 1988. We get our manufacturers on track by opening an extensive distribution network, providing product training to sales staff, creating fully integrated sales and marketing strategies, building successful industry partnerships, attending trade shows, events, and races, offering first-class support to customers. SLAI delivers solutions that win you sales. To get in touch with an SLAI representative, call 516-378-6100. Go to scottlewisinc.com or email info@scottlewisinc.com.
With roots in the Midwest that date back well before the Model T, Fifth Third Bank has a long history of serving the needs of automotive companies. While much has changed over the years, our passion for helping businesses put cars on the road and on the track has not. Today, we are more committed than ever as a member of SEMA, a founding member of PRI, and a sponsor of multiple race teams across several racing series.
For over a decade, Fifth Third Bank has been a staunch supporter of our industry and a great partner for many companies in the motorsports field.
Our business has been growing extremely fast, and really we could not be where we are today without Fifth Third. They provided amazing strategic advice, the capital we need to support our phases of growth.
They are true partners for me now, and what they do with their involvement in motorsports is untouched in this community.
Where can we take your business? Fifth Third Bank.
Your whole day rides on your diesel truck. Don't let anything slow it down. Keep life and drive with America's #1 DEF brand. Only Blue DEF products are triple filtered and guaranteed pure. And Blue DEF Platinum helps prevent deposits before they create problems. So nothing stands between you and the day, wherever it takes you. Count on Blue DEF and Blue DEF Platinum. Guaranteed for what drives you.
Welcome back to day 2 of Industry Week 2025. Taro Cookies joining us. Good morning, Taro.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
We have an exciting session coming up with Chris Stewart from Grid Life. Good afternoon, Chris.
Hey, good morning to me here from Chicago, but close to the afternoon. We're almost there.
Close to the afternoon.
Almost there.
Chris sent us a great video to start the interview with. So why don't we roll the video and then Taro, you'll take over.
All right.
Yeah, that was nice and everything, but let's try something a little bit more like this.
All right then, let's do it.
Switch.
Damn. Light.
Fantastic.
I haven't watched that video since we put it out like a couple weeks ago. It's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, I have the wrong lights for that video.
Right.
All right. Well, thanks, Chris. Well, actually, I just saw you about a week and a half ago in LA.
Yeah, for the Creator Awards. We were nominated for YouTube channel. Figured I would come. Didn't expect to win, but very honored to be a part of that company. Great. Great event. Definitely needed within the industry. So it was really cool to be a part of the first one.
Yeah, I mean, you were nominated for one of the 20 awards. Grid Life was.
Yeah.
Well deserved. I mean, the kind of the heavy hitters among all the nominees. I mean, I think you guys, were deserved. Any one of those guys could have won. But
for sure. Yeah.
You guys made great content, and we were really happy to have you there with us.
Thank you.
let's get into it then. How's it
Sure.
going? You guys usually do a kind of the state of grid life thing at PRI every year. Are you
Yep.
planning one of those next year and or this next week?
Yeah, next week. Yeah, yeah,
Can you
next
give us a
week.
little sneak preview of
Yeah, well, I mean, I think kind of the normally the state of the grid at PRI, is where we unveil our schedule, right? So this year, we worked really hard to get the schedule out earlier, which is kind of like a theme around like how it's going, right? Like trying to get more consistent, and maybe like creeping in the capacity of like a little bit more professional in the grassroots world, especially on the motorsport side. So state of the grid, for next week, we're kind of still putting the agenda together because normally like the schedule is like the big piece of it, right? But now that the schedule is like kind of out in the wild, so definitely a lot of like kind of community conversation that's going to happen, and then also we've always been community driven, so just kind of opening up some of the intentions behind our strategy, right? Like so for this season, we had, I think in 23 we had 11 events, or 24 we had 11 events. Last year we had 9. Now we've got 6. So like there's like a little bit of a reduction, but there's also like a consistency that's happening in the types of events that we produce, because we've had like kind of some things that have been a little bit more track day, and track day only, and then we have all the things that you saw in our little hype video, where we're kind of bringing the full show, and that's kind of where next year's strategy is leaning. It's like all 6 events, all spectator events, different flavors, different tracks, but all of those, where we're presenting motorsports to fans that are attending and fans online, or they're streaming, kind of the best of grid life, or like a greatest hits, so to speak, for the coming season. So there'll be a lot of discussion, kind of around that, and then some other kind of weedsy details that the drivers, are all about rules and these types of nuances and kind of deep engineering discussions, and then some other technical things and stuff like that. But really, like state of the grid is just a chance for the community to come together. It makes sense for us because we're based out of Chicago. PRI is kind of in our backyard down in Indianapolis, and a lot of our drivers in our core community are also Midwest as well.
Mhm. So for people in our audience who might not fully know grid life,
Yeah.
so how do you describe grid life today? I mean, is it a racing series? Is it a festival? How do you describe grid life?
Great question. I mean, I think it's kind of multifaceted, right? So, Grid Life is an automotive community focused around motorsports, and we are a motorsports sanctioning body that produces events that combine car culture and music festivals together. So that's a little bit long-winded, but that like kind of summarizes the totality of it. Motorsports is the beating heart of what we do. So like that is our flavor, that is our expertise, and that is our push as far as like what we bring, to or what we focus on from a car culture perspective. But then we also kind of open up, all aspects of car culture through the events that we produce, which effectively take like a modern music festival, multi-day camping model, and try to jam as many immersive and exciting experiences as possible into every hour of the day, 24 hours a day.
Yeah. Why do you think, from your standpoint, why do you think music and motorsports could belong together at the
I think
same?
music, yeah, I mean, music kind of belongs with everything, right? And like not everybody is necessarily a music fan, and obviously, just like car culture, music has preferences and passions, like for and against, different genres or whatever the case may be, muscle car versus import, or et cetera, et cetera. But it's always been a pretty good glue, for communities at large. And like what we found, is that it's pretty exciting to bring, these global touring acts and like this level of production that we've been able to kind of get to, effectively to the track day, so that's pretty cool, for those that are there specifically for that. It's like a nice little cherry on top, but it also enables us to bring individuals that we call our car curious audience. So one, it could be people that are like, hey, that's kind of cool, or I'm like kind of into cars in general, but I'm also into music. It also enables individuals to bring their entire circle of friends like into their world. So if you've got one individual that's really into our scene, motorsports or car culture as a whole, now there's an event that is multifaceted that they can bring more people into, right? And we can connect more people to the motorsports culture and the car culture at large. And then also music's for the kids, so like you book the right acts and you're able to kind of focus on that and kind of build a culture around music over time. Like that kind of helps keep the demographic at a particular age bracket and bring people into it, right? And then they scale up, and hopefully it like kind of feeds the industry as a whole. Oh, sorry, I think you got muted for a sec. There you are. Welcome back.
Amateur hour.
Yeah.
So you mentioned community is a big part of what grid life is.
Big time.
You've built an extremely loyal and young, as you mentioned, audience compared to traditional motorsports, right? Where other cities are sort of like struggling to stay young, you have kind of maintain that youthful audience. I mean, what do you think Grid Life understands about new audiences that the rest of the industry could sort of learn from?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're a young organization too, right? So we haven't quite reached the maturity, so to speak, of like having to like cater to an audience that ages too, right? And like I think that's probably one of the steps that's in front of us, as well, especially with like the motorsports audience and things like that, is like, when we started, we're like, this is a party for the kids, right? Now that we're 13 years in, it's a larger, more multifaceted party, that like is for the kids, but also for, the community as a whole. So like the community evolves as well. So I think like probably just the story, or like kind of the thing to like focus on that is like, being very in tune to the needs of evolution, right? And as like people, I mean, especially for myself and Adam, the other co-founder, like we read every post, we listen to every single piece of feedback, good and bad, probably for better or worse for our own sanity in that capacity, but then try and like boil that down, right? So like, and in some instances, like there's decisions that, get made that, are like always for the community, but like bigger as a whole. So like it is certainly a challenge, right? But I think probably the piece of advice is like, staying pulsed in, don't necessarily like let the totality of like feedback, drive all the strategic decisions, but like also don't blindly just push forward against like without that community, feedback. So I think like just staying plugged in and like being plugged in with the individuals that shape the culture is just super, super important, right?
Yeah. So listening.
Yeah. Listening. Yeah, 100%. And like, and I think in early days it was like really, we could listen and then be reactionary, and it was like kind of the right decision. As the entity and the company matures, that's significantly more challenging than it used to be.
Yeah.
That's for sure. But continuing to listen and like think about and boil all that stuff down. And I think like things just take time too, as well, right? Like I see there's definitely like a lot more music and a lot more like kind of ancillary activities coming into play with promoters and events and series across the board. I mean, if you look at kind of the mega model of like a F1 Vegas, like there's the race, but then like the story is like everything else. Yeah, like everything else, right? And like obviously, like you know, like we can't produce things as much as our desires to, and maybe we get there. We've been like kind of inching towards that, but like, you know, like that's kind of the idea of like a multifaceted model, you know, and you know, as mentioned in the session before this, you know, it's like, you know, as promoters of, you know, motorsports, right? Like motorsports is your center, right? Like that's you know, that's the point of your energy, you know, but like having different things, you know, like in different stuff and different points of you know, cultural connection and you know, and experiences like attached to it, you know, is the thing that like brings people in, you know, and then ultimately, you know, some of those people are gonna get hooked on what they see on the track or what they see in the paddock or what they see in our show, you know, and little by little, you're gonna build fandom.
Yeah, yeah. I think this morning I read something about like the stadiums becoming, you know, more experiential and like luxury
Exactly.
experiences, right? Where back in the day you used to go just watch a football game or a baseball game. Now you have VIP seats and you know you have like merch and you got like all these things that you can do besides just sitting there and you know eating hot dogs, watching the game.
And that's where like kind of the evolution of community is like it becomes like a little bit challenging as you like push towards those things because there's an audience that desires it, right? Like, you know, even myself, you know, as a older individual in youth culture, you know, so, you know, like, you know, 20 plus years ago, you know, like I'd, you know, show up to a music festival or or even like you know, like a racing event, you know, like go to a track day, right? And it's like I'm sleeping on the ground, no air mattress, no problem, you know, like, and then your preferences change over time. So like there still is that audience, right? So it's like you have to be really careful, like not to eliminate access through the as you pursue you know, more experiences and more elevated things. You know, it really becomes about the balance between those things so that like you know, the essence of, you know, what the core of the culture is or the core of the community is like doesn't get lost as things like evolve, because they just do, they evolve, you know, they like move forward with, you know, whether you like whether you want them to or not, you know, sometimes.
How do you stay, you know, connected to the community as you grow and scale, right? I think this is sort of a dilemma that many, you know, organizations and any brand has when you become larger and you have the more events. And I think you scaled back a little bit, maybe to give more attention. But how does that balance work for you guys?
Well, I mean, I think that's probably going to be a lot of like kind of the discussion of you know, the state of the grid this year, right? So it's like there's a, you know, a point, you know, like a couple of years ago where like, you know, kind of we were really working hard to be everything to everyone, right? And we started as you know, just like kind of as an example, we like started as a track day org with like a single festival, right? And then expanded to, you know, two festivals plus you know, in a 5-round series, and then ultimately like scaled out, you know, where you're you know, you've got these small events, you've got these big events, you know, and you're trying to kind of balance all of those things, you know, but you're also doing it like simultaneously. So, you know, like what we're kind of like on at this moment is, you know, the result of that is like some of the things suffer, right? You know, like either the events that you're trying to do that are really large in scale or like have a lot of like potential like big ceilings or like big impact, you know, are getting impacted by small things that you're holding up. So like what we're doing now is kind of like at some point it like kind of has to separate between intentions so that you can like serve that the whole of the community like with focus, you know. So like I think that's the point that we're at, you know, is you know, kind of just it all kind of built organically. We're like small events you kept doing, you know, big events you kept adding, you know, and, you know, now like this year, you know, like kind of, you could call it a scale back as far as like the volume of events, but really like the intention of it is like we're scaling back to like solidify the foundation of our tentpole moments, you know, so that ultimately we can go back and say, hey, you know, the inclusiveness and the access needs this. Now we're reintroducing those pieces, you know, with a little bit more focus. So like, I think, yeah, it's just all kind of part of the growth,
Yeah. Yeah.
where like at one point you're like, yes, sounds awesome. Yes, sounds awesome. Yes, sounds awesome. And then you're like, whoa, 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 it's all awesome, but like,
You
all
got
right,
to
these things,
choose.
now
Yeah.
these things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got to start being a little bit more selective in what
A little bit more selective, right? And that like, yeah, and then also like, yeah, communicating, like with the community and patients across the board and like all that stuff, is a thing that's like kind of necessary, but also difficult, like, and I think what I've learned through like community feedback, particularly over the last couple of years, is that we've built something that people are so passionate about, that they feel like they belong to it, which they do. That's the intention, right? This belongs to the community itself, right? So, and it also means different things to different people. Like everybody has their own individualized experience. So, like we want to try and like protect and like serve all those individual experiences, while like not diluting the effort, in totality. And it's just it's a really challenging thing to do.
Yeah.
So,
social media and obviously media has been a big part of your communication,
for sure,
with your community. Give me your, general thoughts from a creator standpoint. Grid life has become sort of a magnet for YouTubers and filmmakers and, drifters and photographers. How do you think creators have played in shaping your identity?
a huge piece of it, right? So like what we talk about is like, grid life is the enabler or kind of the petri dish, for those things, right? So building a car, that's for, tracking, right? Like, and it ends up at grid life, like that is a complete story, So, and we've also talked about like it's kind of the place where you can come and see the internet in motion, or you can see these builds in motion, right? So like, and there's other places to do that, which, like, so on display at different car shows or things of that nature, but like, we have all these different, we rented some of the best racetracks in the world, for our friends to play in, right? So like, that's where like the kind of arc of the narrative continues, so I think, ultimately, like that's a huge part of the identity, right? It's the place where these stories can get told, where the communities can can forge together. It's where like cross pollination between different creators, builders, and influencers, where they all can kind of come together and the stories cross over, and things of that nature. So like, yeah, it's like when we look at like the content that comes out of a weekend, right? There's the content that we produce, which is important as well, and like the story that we tell, but the totality of what grid life does within the industry, I think, is like the stories that manifest from it, from the community at large, so, and yeah, I mean, social media, storytelling, media as a whole is like always evolving like really rapidly in regards to like the platforms that the stories are told on, the how the content takes shape, long form, short form, YouTube channels versus TikTok, and more short form real stuff. So we try to like stay evolved with that, but like really be the platform for stories to be told, and then try to get as much association, with like, hey, this is where these stories, this is where you can come and see them.
Do you feel like the IP of, I kind of think of you guys a little bit like the Grateful Dead of motorsports, when they, they were giving out tapes for free, right? Where some, series, as they grow, what happens on the track becomes theirs. And there's sort of this protectionism that starts happening, right? This is our stuff. How do you think about that? Because right now you're an open platform, kind of same as like Formula Drift, right? They opened to everyone, and they gave out content to everyone, and they became what they are now after what 20 something years. We're having Ryan on the show too, but how do you think about that, about your IP and like
Yeah, I mean, I think a bunch of different ways, right? Like, so I mean, I think the intention, is to remain open and accessible, right? So like, that is the intention as a whole, right? Obviously, there is a lot of expense involved in the stuff that we do, the tracks that we rent, and then also like the kind of balance that we need to make to, provide these experiences for a price that people can access, so there is a bit of like protectionism that like has to be a part of it, just in regards to, like how it's leveraged, for, and how we protect investments of partners and all that type of stuff, so it's another one of those like kind of balancing acts, right? Just like everything else, that is a part of like what we're doing as you push into an industry that like has some established norms, and then you've got like things that are like very grassroots and then things that are very professional. And then there's like us like kind of riding this middle line, there's kind of behaviors that go, that skew, kind of in both directions, which makes it really challenging, so, but yeah, I mean, the intention is to be an open series in regards to that, in regards to the content that gets created, the content that gets shared, and as far as like, IP and those types of things are concerned, I think when you get into like soft goods and merch and those types of things, that becomes a little bit clearer. I think one of the more challenging things is, kind of how vendors are treated. Like a lot of people have, different brands that are associated with their program that might not be associated with the series, right? And we certainly don't want to like, close off the ability for drivers to build programs, but we also want to protect those that support the series direct. So like, yeah, it's kind of some of that dancing that ends up in like a little bit more of a challenging gray area than like if you, we're super rigid about it and we're like, hey, no, like, which, might be, a little bit more of a NASCAR, type structure, maybe not entirely, but like, we also don't have, there's no like TV rights to protect or anything like that when it comes to the stream and some things of that nature, so that like makes it a little bit easier, but kind of same answer across the board. It's like, it's a dance, it's a balance, right? Like to be a community focused organization and then also like maintain the sustainability and like, business attributes that are necessary, you're like always like,
Yeah, yeah. As long as you're transparent about, why you're doing the things that you're doing, I feel like the community would understand, right? I mean, you can't do that
for sure,
right?
Yeah,
because so and so, because this
right, and
that's happening because of this sponsor, and it completely goes against.
Yeah, once you, yeah, and it doesn't, it's usually not like an issue, right? Like I can't really think of anything where it's like, oh, this was a big fight, like, it's usually like, hey, like, we can't have you doing that because of this. And usually people are like, oh, I didn't even think about that. Sorry, like, and it's like, hey, and we always provide like a path forward too, for that type of stuff. But yeah, like open media, the ability for people to come and capture stuff, and all that stuff is pretty critical. I mean, like just like the FD model, it's like you enable, at the end of the day, we're trying to build an economy, that enables people to build programs around their grassroots efforts, around their hobby, because otherwise, a hobby is just a hobby and you're just spending money, like, but we have, the ability for people to comment on exposure and, build brands for themselves, and, all that stuff. So that's really the goal, like let's keep the hobby going. Let's get people in it and, make sure that we can keep it all healthy.
Yeah, yeah. It's you said something really great there. It's sort of like a motorsport, a micro motorsport economy, right? Platform.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it certainly has become that, for sure. And with that, has all the benefits, and then kind of the some growing pains as well.
Yeah, you just can't just take. Obviously, you're providing something, and then the folks that are on the platform need to be able to get something out of it, right? As well.
For sure.
So, yeah, that's a interesting way to think about it.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else like looking ahead? I know you have the thing coming up at PRI. So,
Yeah.
where do you think you guys are heading in the next 5 years? Just kind of like wrap it up.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, really like last year, was about sustainable evolution was our theme for the year, and like that kind of trend continues, right? So, like the things that we've learned together as an organization, the things that we've been able to refine on, really like shapes the schedule for the year, right? So that's 6 events at scale, and then finding that foundation and then like looking at the other opportunities that the community, might want us to return to, or might want it to evolve. So like kind of everything is on the table in regards to that, but this year is really about like focusing in on these 6 events, which are all return with the exception of our move to Watkins Glen from Road America. So
Cool. Francisco, are we getting ready to wrap this one up?
Excellent. Yeah, great session, great interview. Always a pleasure to have you on, Chris. You bring so much to the equation here, and it's fun watching you grow this new trend and this new series. So thank you for being with us.
Absolutely.
We will run a short video from our sponsors, and we will be right back with you.
ARP, the ultimate fasteners for whatever you build. To get the best performance, always follow ARP's installation instructions included with the product. For the latest torque specs, go to arpinstructions.com.
Welcome back to day 2 of Race Industry Week 2025. We're going to bring George Tamayo from Racer. He's going to be with us any second. Remind everyone that we're also streaming on Racer Network. We're on racer.com. We're on YouTube as well, Facebook and LinkedIn Live. So, George, good morning and welcome back to the program.
Good morning. Thank you. I made it.
Yes, you did. And you did a great job yesterday. And we are going to bring Jonathan from Mazda. And as soon as Jonathan is on, you're going to carry on. Good morning, Jonathan.
Hey, good morning. How's everybody today?
Nice to have you back.
Nice to see you all. Good to be here.
Jonathan, how's it going?
Doing well. Doing
Yeah?
well. Long time no see.
Long time no see. That's right. So as we discussed yesterday, I'm going to put you on the spot. Big championship weekend coming up this weekend. First time in 15 years, there's a 3-way battle for the Formula One Drivers' Championship. Who's your pick?
I knew you were going to put me on the spot for this, but I got to go with my my loyalty with Zach Brown. So I'm going to go with the papaya, and I'm going to go with either one. How about that? I'm not going to choose, but
All
Lando.
right. Well, I think Lando's got a good chance. Lando's got a good chance.
Lando's got the chance. It's great to see the battle, though. I think that's what the fans want to see, and it ultimately does bodes well for Formula One as from an audience watching perspective. Keeps it tight and exciting all the way through the season finale. So good to see that.
Yeah, totally. Well, there's a reason why I asked you that question, though, because as I said, it's the first time in 15 years that there's been a 3-way battle for the Formula One Drivers' Championship. But over in Mazda MX5 Cup, I think it's almost been 15 years since there wasn't a 3-way battle for the championship. And that happened again this year. which is pretty extraordinary. But before we get to this year's season, we just kind of got wrapped up with the MX5 Cup shootout. So
Yes.
let's have a chat about that first, because that just wrapped up a couple of weeks ago. Couple of three scholarships, $350,000 was awarded a couple of weeks ago. And the first thing that caught my eye before we talk about the winners was a new venue this year for the shootout. And what was really interesting to note was it wasn't available on sims, so no one could quote unquote pre-drive the track or learn it. It was a new experience. So from your perspective, in terms of looking at this year's class of scholarship nominees, how did that maybe have a little bit of influence, or did it have an influence? Is it something that maybe you guys will try in the future to try to level the field, if you will, and not have an ability for people to get a sneak peek at the track?
Yeah, no, good question. And that was absolutely done intentionally. We've seen over the last now 19 years running the shootout that, there's no intentional, massaging of rules and challenging the sort of spectrum of expectation for racers coming into it. We certainly frown upon testing going into it, knowing that a lot of the time the tracks we pick, there are a certain amount of racers that have already turned laps at that track.
Yeah.
So giving even playing field was totally the intention, and going to Circuit Florida, which is a brand new private track, members only track in Auburndale, Florida. Beautiful facility. Highly encourage you to check that out, GT, and anybody who's watching, anybody in the Central Florida area, Tampa to Orlando. Really good track, and it was perfect for us because it was right in that sweet spot of very technical, not a lot of long stretch to pick up a lot of speed, but for new beginners and racers that are starting their road racing sports car career, particularly on the Spec MX5 side, and then those coming from Spec MX5 and the MX5 Cup, it gave them a really like a qualifying session of forum to get out there and just put up fast laps. So even playing field across the board this year, and it really, I think, played into definitely the nerves of the racers. It gave a lot of the lack of preparation, which is that's huge for a racer, right? Drivers want to be fully prepared. Sims is such a huge part of preparation these days. So we definitely thought about that and thought about, hey, let's make it a forum that allows people to come in sort of raw and uncut. And we want to see the right out of the box first session to the end of day 2, what kind of progress is made. And it really played out well that way, because we saw some that really rose to the occasion immediately. And Max Stallone, who was ultimately our champion, he came out of the box prepared. It was almost like he's been there before. It felt like he was almost our dark horse. Didn't really know a lot about him and where he came from and what he was all about, but learned very much about who he is and what he stands for over those 2 days, and particularly how fast he is in an MX5 Cup car. It was very clear out of those first sessions that he was probably going to be the front runner. Wanted to see a body of work across both days, but we did pull a surprise and delight on day 2 with this one, where we decided that instead of the traditional ceremony, we were going to hand a trophy out, champion, runner-up, women's initiative scholarship. We held on into the last rounds in day 2. We held on to the announcement of champion. And we essentially brought the champion onto the sideline and put 3 of the runner-up scholarship drivers into the car. So there was this idea, especially from Max, like I don't think I made the cut, right? So when we got to the ceremony, surprise and delight announcing him as the champion, it was truly an emotional moment, and it was exciting to see just how excited him and his father were to earn that championship right. But Ethan Lampy was our runner-up, and he was an absolute stud in the car as well. Hailing from California, he's been in it with us through our shootout with Spec MX5, competed in Spec MX5 last year, and did really well last year through that whole journey in Spec MX5. Showed up to the shootout ready and fully prepared, and he's going to be very exciting to watch in 2026 in the MX5 Cup. And then Charlotte Trainer, she was our women's initiative scholarship winner. She came from karting into MX5 Cup and kind of on an unknown, participated this year in MX5 Cup at 3 events, 6 races, and did just enough to kind of keep that rookie status and get on the radar. Was very delightful to interact with and understand who she is and what her goals are. So she definitely was on our radar going into the shootout, but had 3 really strong contestants or participants for the Women's Initiative Scholarship, Cameron Reed and Samantha Silver.
Mm-hmm.
And so honestly, going in at the end of day 1, Charlotte was really not looking like she was going to be the winner. Let's just say that. It looked like there was a lot of work that was needing to be done, and surprisingly on that end. But by day 2, the first round, she came out of the box in day 2 and totally separated herself from the rest of the competition. So looking at that body of work from day 1 to day 2 and what she has to offer outside of the car, she was a very viable candidate for this year's Women's Initiative Scholarship. And she's going to do some great things with her racing career and Cup and beyond as well. So super excited to see all 3 of those racers. And we've got 2 scholarships that we also give out on the Spec MX5 program. So we have a whole nother sort of shootout in and of itself on those 2 days. And we were able to give William Wallace and Lincoln Larson, some alliteration there on both names.
Yeah.
The scholarships, which will run factory program in 2026 in the Spec MX5 class with the SCCA. So we're excited to watch them 2 grow and move into hopefully and ideally the shootout next year and into MX5 Cup. So very exciting.
Yeah, very cool. So as you kind of already alluded to, Max Stallone, who took the top prize, seemed like he came out as the front runner and was a fairly clear-cut winner this year. But take us through a little bit, for those that don't know, what the process is that you guys go through, because it's not just lap times. I think you've got a whole other host of variables that you guys look at. So what in terms of judging criteria, in terms of how these guys and gals put themselves in a position to earn that scholarship, which we have to underscore the fact that they really earn it. It's not just a favoritism contest. They don't just give it away. They really have to earn it. So what do they have to get to be in that position?
Yeah, I mean, it is quite the extensive process. Honestly, it starts from very beginnings of just participation at a grassroots level, forming the relationship with Mazda Motorsports, building that body of work, getting in the car and turning laps, and then continuing to grow and show improvement and clearly, winning podiums along the way. But beyond that, it's really the relationship that keeps them on the radar in the spectrum of Mazda Motorsports. They then the candidacy and the process itself to get to the shootout is one thing, let alone at the event itself. Right. We ask all of our racers. We sort of build that master list amongst our team at Mazda Motorsports with others weighing in, like Tom Long and others. But besides that sort of master understanding or broader understanding, we ask all contestants or potential nominees to submit 3 different aspects or 3 different tools: a racing bio, a resume, and a video. That really, the video is a very strong piece. Resume and bio are like, check those boxes. We've kind of seen what you've done. There are some that we don't know, so it's good to see that experience and some of the background. Some even coming from circle track or maybe directly from karting. So it's good to see those accolades. But the video is really one that tells the story of who they are, where they came from, what they stand for, what their intentions are, their business proposal. Really that 360 view of how they're going to approach the shootout as the opportunity to springboard them into their racing career. And then from there, the selection process is tough because it's a collective group, a committee that review all the videos, every single one of them, every second, every minute of those videos, and then really crunch down to the finalist list. So it goes from a group of roughly 100 down to roughly 40-ish of those that we're really truly evaluating. We get down to the selection of the finalists, which then those are the ones that actually make it to the shootout. So we brought 12 finalists for MX5 Cup and 9 finalists for Spec MX5 to the actual shootout. When they get to the shootout, it's a mixed bag of evaluation. Clearly, it's the on-track piece where we're looking at roughly 3 to 4 rounds a piece is what each racer gets in the car. and it is a qualifying format. So it's not racing against each other. It's getting in the car, turning their fastest laps, growing and improving, receiving feedback and giving feedback from each session. And ultimately at the end of day 2, we look at that full body of work on the racetrack. But in between that, we're doing interviews with media. We have Shea Adam on the ground. Usually we have some racer representation or someone from the media side that's there to actually pin them down. Erin Sequel, our series PR manager, she's there. And we're interviewing them. We're putting them in like really tough positions in terms of hard questions. How are they going to respond? This year, we had a different forum with the live stream, which is on Racer. I feel free and encourage those watching to check that out. It's a pretty cool forum that we did, it's new, where we brought in a production theme and from day 1 and then live stream to day 2. So you get a better understanding and a cohesive sort of experience of the shootout from the user's point of view. And within that, we're putting the camera in their faces. We're like, this is live stream. We're putting you right on the scene. We're asking you the hard questions. How'd you feel in the car? Or what are you going to do if you win the scholarship? And evaluating all of that. So in between that, me sitting down, the judges, we have a panel of judges, all of us constantly in correspondence, communication with the racers, with each other, having data downloads and sessions afterward. So it's a plethora of information and really then an expression of kind of funneling all that good data out to understand who ultimately is the final scholarship winners.
Yeah,
it's an emotional process. It really is, and it's intense, but it's fun every year.
It's intense. One of the things, we were talking a couple of weeks ago with the rest of the Mazda Motorsports team about the growing popularity of motorsport within pop culture, within it's kind of racing is having a moment, as we talked about a few weeks ago. When you come to these shootouts, and even when you look at the seasons as a whole, I mean, from my perspective of following this series for 15 or more years, the pendulum has swung so far from the hobbyist enthusiast, kind of more mature driver, to this field that is now overwhelmingly younger, probably sub 20. I'm not sure what your average age is exactly, but it's certainly, on the younger side of 20, if 20 is the average. And I'm seeing, getting to know these drivers over the course of the years, I'm seeing that many of them are not coming from families that have had a history of involvement in racing in one way or another. There have been plenty of drivers who have come out of the indoor karting scene, as an example, not the traditional karting scene. How are you guys looking at this series and just the general future of it, and just really optimistic, first of all, about the future of that motorsport pipeline of new drivers coming in? And how are you also at the same time, which, that part of the series is important as a step up into other forms of racing, but also maintaining the value of MX5 Cup in and of itself as a worthy championship?
Yeah, very good questions, George, and really good observations. It's, when we set out back in 2019, was really a heavy evaluation of MX5 Cup, going from the ND1, where we're using the ND1 Cup car, which was a manual gearbox. We had some traditional sort of approaches to the series. To your point, at that point, even 6-7 years ago, it was a pretty good balance of gentleman driver meets young aspirational driver, and almost had more of a grassroots feel to it.
Yep.
And we looked at that and said, look, we know we have the racing is special no matter what era you look at in MX5 Cup. The racing is close, the action is special, but we have a series and a property that we could really take it to another notch in terms of creating a destination series that's going to allow us to carve out that ladder system and that traditional path for those that are aspiring to be better than or more than just your weekend warrior, your club racer, which all those things are fantastic, but knowing the looking up to and the motivational aspects behind it, wanting to get to pro, we have that opportunity to do that in our grassroots programs as our backbone and systematic approach into Cup being our aspirational program. how do we do that? And so huge opportunity for us in 2021 to partner with IMSA and to be in that IMSA ecosystem. I think that proved itself massive dividends right away by just being put on the scene.
Yep.
You know, if you didn't know about MX5 Cup, you just didn't simply not know about it before that. And I really think us being with IMSA, being on the live streams and having that commercial elevated approach really gave the eyes on the series from the teams and the racers, not just the fan audience, but teams and racers that said, ooh, I like that crystallized path. I really want to be a part of it. So along the way, we've really tried to find this balance between finding a value proposition that's still looked at and deemed as entry and approachable and accessible, but also creating a destination in the form of big prize money, big payouts, championships, all the way down to rookie of the year, all the way down through 10th place, commercially elevating with huge partners like Whelen, our title sponsor, Michelin, our presenting, and a plethora of officials with Penske and Sunoco, and now our new partner that I'm super excited in 2026, Motul, a part of the sports car tradition and a legacy brand of their own. So we're really, really excited to bring Motul on in 2026 and use their performance lubricants in our cars. But that really is kind of the balance and the dichotomy of how we're really trying to approach the series to be destination attractive, but also bringing people that are seeing that as how can I get to that? I'm not quite there. I might not have the big dollars. I might not have the big funding, but I have the talent and I want to prove myself. How do I get to my big dreams? And MX5 Cup is that destination. So that's what we've really been trying to focus on. And there's still a lot of room for improvement and really a lot of growth. I would love to say we've got a lifetime guarantee with IMSA and keeping us in that sports car ecosystem of theirs that's so rich and healthy right now. I think it truly is the golden era of motorsport, and particularly in sports car. And John Doonan and his leadership, as well as all the others at IMSA, are doing a fantastic job. And we're just thankful and honored to be a part of this whole process. But I think we do bring some value. That's for sure.
Yeah. And I think if you look even within your field right now, you've got two former champions, Jared Thomas and Gresham Wagner, who are there, who are in MX5 Cup because they love it and they're proud of being, two-time champions, and they're building their own kind of business within MX5 Cup. Like that for them is, I'm not going to say that they're not going to look at other opportunities down the road, but they are loving their situation in MX5 Cup. They're not just one and done. I'm out of here because I did what I needed to do.
And great point. I mean, that's the model that I think a lot are seeing, is that value of creating your own brand, creating your team footprint that can not only pay the bills and get you in the car, but also fund and create that path that has your own iconic brand attached to it.
Yep.
Jared Thomas has done a great job with that with Jared Thomas Racing. It's funny you bring those two guys up because when we're talking about age, they are probably on the higher end of looking at being seasoned vets, where they're multiple champions, and in their mid-20s. Gresham's probably approaching late 20s.
Yep.
But you look at that and the amount of experience that they've been able to provide their teams, their racers that are a part of the affiliation that they have with their teams, and Jared Thomas producing a championship caliber team in and of himself. That is a very attractive business model for MX5 Cup, and we're hoping to see. And actually, we're already seeing 3 new teams coming in for 2026, and we're hoping to see that trend continue, because that's a key part of it. Is the racer team combo, and really teams like BSI and Macomb McAleer Racing, the bigger teams that really truly see a value proposition with growing their footprint and then moving into those other programs of IMSA and following their passions, but also creating the platform for new racers coming in to chase their passions.
Yeah. You mentioned the IMSA connection, which MX5 Cup obviously is sanctioned by IMSA, but there's a little bit of a NASCAR connection in there too. You guys just a month or so ago did your second non-championship race at Martinsville. This time on the same weekend that the big show was in town at Martinsville. And one of the things that you had that was a bit special as well was Earl Bamber
Yeah.
Le Mans winner, Cadillac factory driver, former Porsche driver, was a guest in the race, and didn't do quite as well as he had hoped, even though he was in the mix for a bit. But
absolutely,
one of the
he has four MX5 Cup. To your point, you talk to guys like him at that caliber, from across different, even wearing different OEs as the representation. And they all have a tremendous respect for the racing that takes place in MX5 Cup. And that's what we've always said is, and I think it's now being seen unanimously, is you've got and you know, the collective with MX5 Cup, with teams that are bringing in these racers, the talent level is so high now. And that's also what's attracting this youth, the surge of youth is, and if you can prove yourself with MX5 Cup, the sky is the limit on where you go from there. And I truly think the IMSA teams and the Michelin Pilot and BPRC and above, they're really looking at these young racers and going, there's our next superstar. Yeah. And so for us to create that and to sustain that is very important. A guy like Earl coming out and participating in Martinsville, he's got a newfound respect for the car, the racers that he's racing with, and quite honestly told me, hey, I want to get back in the car again in 2026. So we're looking at ways to put guys like Earl, and you might see maybe even the streets of St. Pete. Keep your eye on that one, GT. There might be multiple legendary drivers in the car in 2026. So we're excited about 2026 season. It's going to be it's going to be fun and very challenging and competitive as always.
Yep. I've got a question for you about 2026, but before we get there, let's wrap up the 2025 season. Jeremy Fletcher won the championship again at the final weekend at Road Atlanta. And you look at his career, this was now his third season. His first season as a rookie, he finished 17th. Last year, he was in the mix and ended up finishing third. This year, he came back and won the title on a barnstorming second half of the season, because he wasn't really fully in the mix in the first half of the season and just came out super strong for the second half of the season. What are your thoughts on the season overall, him as a champion, and do you think he's going to come back next year? I don't know if you can talk about that.
Yeah, we're actually just having a conversation internally about the fruits of our labor, so to speak, with prize money. And we give out these big checks, $250,000 of the champion, $80,000 to rookie of the year. And they've earned that money. That's prize money. There's nothing attached to that, no contingent on coming back. We've had the opportunity of the passions there and the competitive spirit where they do come back every year. So to answer your question, Fletcher is coming back to contend for his championship. And I think it's his championship to lose the way that he's been winning on a streak. I mean, he is on fire right now. Yeah. The kid has won everything he's gotten into, or at least podium. He's been doing some karting events. I think he just did a dirt track event where he was on the first time in the car ever, and he finished third. So he's one of those highly talented young men that are going to be special here. You're going to remember his name later on in life. And it's just excited to see him coming back, investing his well-earned prize money back into our series. And that's the case with all of these guys. You got Jared Thomas, multi-champion winner, as obviously has a business model in his team, but he's on his way back. Nathan Nicholson, what a talent. He's coming back. We've got a lot of high caliber talented drivers that are on their way back, competing again in 26. But also, as we started off and we'll finish, just very fresh young talent coming in that are immediately going to prove they belong in the front half of the field and probably on the podium. So excited to see how it every year is slightly different and always peaks and valleys and changes across the course of the season. It's going to be exciting to see how 26 pans out for sure.
Nice. Well, I think our time's running out, but I do want to see if we can sneak in one last question in there, which is next year's season. You're returning to IMS, which is kind of the big change there. Looking forward to that.
Yeah, we kind of snuck one in during COVID, and a lot of people don't realize that we were there in July of 2020, and had a blast. But this year on the traditional IMSA weekend at the legendary Indianapolis Motor Speedway, that's my favorite track from Indiana. So a lot of heart and soul into that track. Very exciting to be there, and just to have the fanfare that comes with that we didn't have in 2020, and we'll have a big field of participants. So it's going to be fun and exciting to be back at IMS. That's for sure.
Super cool. Well, Jonathan, appreciate your time. Happy holidays, and we'll see you in Daytona in January. It's coming right around the corner.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks for having me. Really appreciate it. Take care.
Thank you so much, Jonathan. Stay with us. We'll run a short commercial and we'll bring Jim Campbell next from GM.
When it comes to pushing the limits of performance, the pros know there's no room for compromise. At Crowder Cams, we don't just engineer camshafts and valve train components, we redefine what power means. Since 1955, Crowder Cams has been the name trusted by racers, engine builders, and gearheads around the globe. Whether you're building a street machine, a dragster, or a track car, Crowder Cams provides the muscle you need to dominate. And with Crowder, victory is within your reach.
Not all trailer cabinets are built for the long road ahead. Aluminum Econo trailer cabinets from C-Tech Manufacturing are engineered to last and ready to ship today. Each Econo cabinet is packed with exclusive features like motion latch drawers and gasket lock countertops, all made under one roof in our Wisconsin headquarters. Shop Econo online today.
If you're watching this video, you might be wondering, what is WPC? WPC is a surface treatment designed to reduce friction and increase the strength of metal parts. As much as it might seem like a coating, WPC is actually a surface treatment. Think of it like shot painting, but the media is much finer, like talc. So what you're left with is a super hard, smooth surface that actually has some proprietary dry lubricants embedded within it. For more information, visit WPCtreatment.com.
Welcome back to day 2 of Race Industry Week 2025. Brad Gilly is back with us, and we had a very strong start of the day again, and we're going to bring Jim Campbell and talk about GM's racing, which is, all basically every spectrum, including this big F1 Cadillac coming up next year, the F1 team. So I think Jim is on any second. And Mr. Campbell.
It's just good to see you, and I see Judy there. Hey, Brad, how you doing? Great to be with you.
Good to see you.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you so much, Jim. We appreciate you taking time with us again here this year with Race Industry Week. We'll talk with Francisque and Judy again here momentarily, but hope everything is well with you. You have any big projects going on here recently?
Oh, boy, I tell you, right now I'm at our Pontiac, Michigan facility where we do all of our high performance and our racing powertrain development for most of our programs. And in fact, we do it not only for racing, but we also do it for our high performance catalog. Performance catalog includes all of our crate engines, transmissions, controllers, heads, cams. And so I'm standing here in the center. We got the dynos right upstairs. The engineers are all here. This is our 26 parts catalog. It has all of our great crate engines, small blocks, big blocks, LSLTs, drag racing engines, the whole bit, plus a lot of other parts. So it's great to be here. It's always a fun place to be. It's kind of one of our key centers of expertise when it comes to all things powertrain.
Yeah, I was going to say, it sounds like you're at the toy store.
It is. And the engineers that develop these powertrains for very different racing applications, whether it's our Corvette, Z06 GT3R program, or it's our Cadillac race program for both IMSA and FIA-WEC. Plus, we do a lot of development for our other series here, a lot of testing in our dynos and driveline dynos. So it's a great place to be. It's always fun, and it's great to be with you all here at the end of the season. This has become quite a tradition here over the last 5 or 6 years.
Yeah. What a cool place to be. I'm glad you're there today. It's just perfect for what we're doing. But Jim Campbell, for those who don't know, is Vice President of Performance and Motorsports Commercial Operations for General Motors. And look, obviously, the shiniest of shiny new pennies right now is the Cadillac F1 team, which is coming up. And I know you guys did a lot of really cool things in Las Vegas as well a couple of weeks ago, including an actual drivable Lego Cadillac that helped deliver winners and all of that. Pretty cool stuff going on that side of things, right?
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, entering into F1, it's been quite a journey. It was about a 3-year journey in terms of, applying our expression of interest and getting evaluated by both the FIA and the Formula One management team. We're very fortunate this past March that they accepted our entry as the 11th team. We'll have two cars in there. It's the first time in a long time they've added a new entry. So we're very proud of that. There's a lot of work to do. This is a very hyper competitive series, just like every other series we're in. we've been actually developing both the engineering of the vehicle, the race car, actually before we actually got in the series, because we were concerned that if we didn't start, we got in the series, it would be difficult to be ready. And the fact is, March of 2025 to March of 2026, the first race of the season, is not a long time. And so we kind of made a bet that we would have an opportunity to get in. We started engineering, and we're so glad we did that. And we have a great partner in TWG Motorsports, Dan Taurus and Mark Walter, along with all of our team here, Mark Royce and Mary Barr, our CEO, committed to the program. And we created a joint venture with our partners, the Cadillac Formula One team. And we also have our tech center in Warren, Michigan. Or I'm sorry, we have our tech center in Warren, Michigan. We also have a tech center in Charlotte. And Dr. Eric Warren leads that team. And there's some really talented engineers that are doing work for the Cadillac F1 team. When they need an assignment done, they call up Eric and team, and they get after it. Whether it's driver in the loop, it's engineering a part, it's doing an analysis of some sort. So it's exciting times, a lot to look forward to. In Las Vegas, we did a fun time with the Lego partners. They did a Cadillac Lego car, actually drivable. It was really fun. It took the top 3 drivers from kind of the start finish line over to the Bellagio stage, and then we put them in our Cadillac Celestics and took them back over to the podium for the celebration. It was a fun weekend.
Oh my gosh, that looked really, really cool. Getting into something like this, I mean, you talk about hitting the ground running. The Formula One is a series that is literally under constant development. Not that all racing series are, but I mean, it just seems like aggressively, maybe is a better word for it. And somehow you just got to sort of, it's not quite like merging into traffic on the Autobahn, but I would imagine there's a lot of get up to speed that you have to do.
Yeah, there's no doubt, and I will say the one thing that we're very fortunate is that in 2026 the rules for the series change for all the competitors, and so everybody has to re-engineer their race cars to the new rule set, and so that's actually a very good time to enter a series, is when everybody else has to change the rules, and so we're fortunate for that, but we know it's going to be a big job ahead, and we're being realistic about how competitive is there. But actually, every series we're in is competitive. And as you know, between at General Motors, between Chevrolet and Cadillac, we're in many series. We're in NASCAR, IndyCar, we're in NHRA, we're in the IMSA series in 2 different classes, one the GTP and then the GTD Pro with Cadillac and Corvette. We're in FIA-WEC, World Endurance Championship. We're in the Supercar series in Australia. We're in Best in the Desert. We're in the Off-Road Truck Series score, and so and many more. So we're used to deep, hard competition, but this is a new chapter for General Motors and for Cadillac. But we're excited to be entering F1 and to give so many fans across the country here in North America a team. We want to invite them to come home, and we have a home team now we can cheer for.
Yeah, it is really cool. And we're all pretty thrilled for that and really can't wait to see you hit the track. And hitting the track is one thing as well, Jim, but all of the other things involved, including, leveraging this team for Cadillac and for the success of everything, all of the other aspects of it, the things that have to happen on race day, the equipment you need to get there, the equipment you need for the race team, for the hospitality, for all of this. How many things do we not see right now that is probably just as much of an undertaking as actually getting the cars up to speed?
Yeah, there's no doubt. I mean, certainly the Cadillac Formula One team is preparing all of that and preparing for all the logistics, which is big for any race team in any series. But this is new ground for us, so we're preparing as well as we can. And then the other thing that's happening on the technical side, with basically Nick Chester and Graham Loudon, the team principal, and Nick's the chief engineer. They're working with Dr. Eric Warren and our team in Charlotte. And in that center, we obviously have our driver in loop simulators, which Checo Perez, one of our 2 drivers for next season, has already been in the simulator driving the actual virtual Cadillac race car. But we have kind of command centers there, like many teams do, and we've actually been running simulations almost every F1 weekend, so that we can prepare our team in Charlotte to be communicating with the team in Silverstone and Fishers, Indiana. These are locations in which the Cadillac Formula team will be operating out of, plus communicating to what would be the race venue. So we have virtual communications, and we can be analyzing what's going on strategically, but also with the car. We got the simulator in our building in Charlotte, at our GM Tech Center in Charlotte. So we can be actually having one of our test drivers in the simulator while the race is going on to see if there's any adjustments we need to make. So we've been actually doing a tremendous amount of simulation of the actual process and the preparation of what a race weekend's like from every aspect. So it's been exciting, still a lot to learn, and but it is a hub of activity every weekend at the Tech Center.
I would imagine so. That is really cool. And, really cool to hear about how much of those things and how many of those things actually happen here at home. And when I say that, here in the United States with the big undertaking. Moving away from Formula One, and we can certainly drift back to it as well. On the NASCAR side of things, congratulations on the Cup Series championship with Kyle Larson. Great to see you guys get that in Phoenix. But you also announced a new look for the 2026 Cup car as well.
Yeah, we did, and actually just on the 25 season, Kyle Larson on the drivers championship side for the Cup Series, and also Chevrolet won the manufacturers championship there. That's always they're both of the key goals of every season. And then Xfinity won the manufacturers championship, and then obviously Jesse Love with the RCR Chevy team won the championship there. So from that perspective, it was exciting to see those kind of results, and then. For next year, we did announce a new car. We're staying with the Camaro ZL1. We have actually, I was talking about performance parts, which is something we're heavily involved in. And there is a carbon performance package that we have available for owners of Camaro ZL1s to improve their performance from an aerodynamic standpoint on their road cars. And based on that, NASCAR allowed us to do a resubmission. Where the other two manufacturers have resubmitted and have new cars, and so this was an opportunity for us to do a resubmission. And so we have the new race car that we've been testing. We had a test here, obviously, as an industry, and we'll be racing the Camaro ZL1 next year again, but it will be based on the carbon performance package that we sell to our owners.
On the one hand, there's a little bit of familiarity with the Camaro and different things like that. And also you think that if you're making a resubmission that, you're definitely doing it to aid in performance as well, which is a great thing, and keep up with what the current trends are in stock car racing. But truthfully, Jim, also, how much of a curveball does that throw when you're starting to change some things on it, a little bit of body work and all of that?
Well, it's a good point, because every time you do change parts, obviously the tooling's created, and NASCAR then creates those parts for us based on the gold surface that we have gotten approved after doing all the submissions to NASCAR and doing the wind tunnel tests with our competitors sitting in the wind tunnel with us, which is a unique process unto itself. But so when you get those new parts, just the actual fitment, we're gonna have to do a lot of work with our teams to make sure the fitment's proper, the parts are within the spec that got approved. So it's definitely a learning process, but we're excited. We've done it before, and so we know the process, but we'll be working very closely with our teams on that front for sure. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, I'm curious, among all of the series, you talk about IndyCar, Chevy engine's very successful. You guys won the last 3 races of the season, to sports car, to what you have going on with Formula One, with NASCAR, and all of the other racing divisions. You ever find any commonality with some things? And what I mean by that, are there ever ways, and I know we're talking about completely different race cars in a lot of different forms, but things that can be learned from one another?
Yeah, that's good. It's a great question. And oftentimes in racing, you'll hear manufacturers, including us, talk about tech transfer, learning from the racetrack, and you transfer those learnings about a part or a powertrain or a system, and you transfer those learnings to make a vehicle for the showroom or a propulsion system for the showroom that customers can buy. That certainly happens. And then what I would say on the tech transfer is also around the tool sets that we use. And these are common across all the series. So we not only hone these tool sets for better use in production, but we also hone these tool sets, whether it's CFD analysis, this idea of applying artificial intelligence to the way we basically accelerate the learning cycles in CFD to then go into the wind tunnel to get results that we're looking for on the racetrack. We use those tools across all the race series. In addition, simulation is so important. There's so little track time testing now and so little practice. You have to have simulation. And at General Motors and with Eric Warren and his team, they're honing those tools. We have the simulation. Most of our race teams have, static simulators they can use, or they can come into the tech center, and we have 3 kind of light, large driver in the loop simulators. They're probably the size of a garage, and we basically can then virtually test the car on the track, make adjustments to see how we get the best performance. So I would say the way we learn from program to program is through the tool sets, and also we have some strategy tools that we use to help make strategic calls on the pit boxes to support all these great crew chiefs across the series. And that's a common thing that we try to use across series as well. So a few examples there across series, but also from racing to production, certainly lessons learned.
Yeah, I like that. All right, what can you tell us? Because I know a lot of these things are highly proprietary and very secretive and all of that. But when it comes to creating a simulator, at least in the NASCAR world where I mostly live, one of the bigger challenges we hear about is making sure the tire model is right or different things like that. But to develop something that's going to give you good data on the output side of it, what can you tell us about what goes into that?
Yeah, well, certainly, we just updated all of our driver in the loops. We've had, a couple generations of these driver simulators. So having the latest technology to give the driver the best sense of the feeling of like actually being in a car. It's hard to replicate the G-forces, but there are techniques that we use to do that. I will say that one of you mentioned tire modeling. Tire modeling can be one of the biggest weaknesses of a simulator. And so we have some of the best engineers working on that. You may know the name Kenny Francis. Kenny Francis leads our tire modeling for all of our programs. He is amazing talent, and he's built a team around him of top-level engineers and PhDs that are really applying our best learnings around tire modeling to then make the simulators even better. And that is the key. If you can get high correlation between the simulator and the actual racetrack, the teams and drivers have more confidence. They'll invest more time, will learn quicker, and get better results than on the track because you roll off the truck in better performance shape than you would otherwise. Tire modeling is a key element. You hit right on it. And it doesn't matter if you're talking about NASCAR, IndyCar, FIA, WEC, IMSA, or even the F1 side is certainly going to be important as well. So those are a few things that we think about, and we're constantly trying to hone the accuracy and the correlation to the real life car.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Kenny Francis is an awesome guy too. So
it's
great to hear his name. That's
great.
Box every week. But what is what does a typical week look like for you? Because when we start talking about NASCAR to Formula One to sports car and drag racing and IndyCar and all of that, how do you balance your time?
Yeah, well, for probably the last 15 years or so, I've had responsibility both in racing and also product responsibility. We call it product marketing. I did in North America for probably 12, 14 years in addition to motorsports. And what I liked about that is the ability to connect our learnings on racing to what we're going to then offer in the showroom for Chevrolet and Cadillac. But also, as we get learnings, we certainly apply proper learnings to Buick and our other brands, GMC. So I would say that I was splitting my time between product and racing for a long, long time. And then in the past couple of years, I've been doing a lot of international travel, also working on product programs and our technologies around the world. And as of December 1st, I'm dedicated back 100% to racing. So I'll be spending my time with our various race teams in partnership with Dr. Eric Warren and his team, Mark Stilo, and so many great engineers preparing for the season ahead and actually the seasons ahead, because this is you have to think long, short term, midterm, and long term in racing. So these series, if you want to go into a different series, you've got to think about it well ahead. And so we'll be working each week on the series from preparing for going to the track on the competition side, but also how we show up and also leveraging the platform to help to lift away the people, the opinion they have of Cadillac or Chevrolet, and then also the way we can help drive the business, because racing by itself we love it and it's part of our history and heritage, whether you're talking about Chevrolet or Cadillac. But it's important that we're able to drive the business with this platform, selling cars and trucks, parts and accessories. That's one of our key goals. The other thing with our platform that we work on very closely, both on the business and the commercial side as well as the technical side, is training training and young engineers, but also business people that are coming through the racing platform. You know this well. The green flag drops every 7 to 14 days, whether you are ready or not. And so what we find is that when people come into racing, they hone their skills, quicker decision making, solving problems. When you see an opportunity, taking advantage of it. And so when we rotate them back to production jobs, whether it's engineering or business, we find they're better for it as individual employees, and we're better for it as a company. So those are the kind of things we work on every week, both competition and then the commercial side of the business, hand in hand, to help drive our business at GM and learn from racing.
Yeah, what a great explanation on how everything helps everything in that. On the Formula One side of things, Jim, you mentioned for years and years and years to come. I'm going to totally oversimplify this and just say, if the goal for 26 is getting the car on the track and getting there racing, okay, then what are we looking at for 27, 28, 29? When you start to look at a long term, here's where we want to be.
Yeah, this is always a big question. And if you look at the history of teams that have gone into Formula One, and you look at how long it takes them to actually get to the point where they're have an opportunity to score points, that'd be in the top 10, or get to the podium or win a race. It's a long stretch. And so our job next year is to learn every single race. We got to learn and accelerate the learning cycles and improve. That's the reason, in part, why we selected 2 veteran drivers, Bottas and Perez. These guys know what a fast race car in F1 is all about and how it should perform and handle. They're going to help accelerate our learning cycles for sure, and that's the reason why they're selected. They got to work together to help us develop the car in fast cycles. So next year is all about learning and improving the trajectory of our performance. Then, as you go out in future years, then the goal is obviously to score points, hit the podium, and win races and championships. It's always the goal, but we have to be realistic about how we do it, and it's going to be a learning year next year. The other thing that we're working on, and this is also in Charlotte, and also in partnership with Dan Taurus and Mark Walter from TWG, is we have committed in Formula One to create a Cadillac power unit. And so we will be a full works team, which is different than some of the others in the industry. Some are full works teams as well. But when it comes to Cadillac, we will be a full works team. We'll have the team, the development of the vehicle, and we are developing right now our power unit. The person who's the CEO of that is a guy named Russell Blanis. Deep in the industry may know him. He ran this center that I'm in right now for many, many years. He's always been at the tip of the spear on racing engines across all the series we've been in. And he is now the CEO of the General Motors, the Cadillac Performance Power Unit company based in Charlotte. Just about a month ago, we put the final beam on the building that we're going to be doing all the development in. It's a couple 100,000 square feet. It's about 200 steps from our Charlotte technical center that GM has. And so we'll be collaborating highly there. So it's so exciting that Cadillac will be going to F1 as a full works team. When that engine comes, it'll be near the end of the decade. In the meantime, we will use a Ferrari engine to debut, and then in due time, we'll switch over to the Cadillac power unit. It's going to be exciting, and it's going to be different than some of our competitors.
That is amazing too. And what kind of a cool part of Charlotte to be into? And
it's great. It's great. By the way, Charlotte is a great place to recruit people from around the world and throughout the U.S. People love this idea of coming to Charlotte. Charlotte is just an amazing place to recruit people to work on all of our motorsports programs, both on road and off road, and also the connection back to General Motors on the production side for vehicles and powertrains. So it's a great place to recruit and get people to come that have the very best talent that we can put on the team.
That's fantastic. How fun is your world sometimes, and a lot of the personalities that you're around? And let's just talk about the drivers. You mentioned Bottas and Checo. You got a watermelon farmer in Ross Chastain, and a New Zealander and Shane Van Gisbergen on the NASCAR side. A bunch of Americans. I mean, it's very worldwide, but ultimately everyone is a racer. But boy, what a diverse set of backgrounds we come from.
It absolutely is. And you go from the drivers that you mentioned all the way over to off-road with Chad Hall, who does our Best in the Desert program with Silverado and Colorado was there too, and we had a great year, won some championships there. You go over to NHRA with John Force Racing, and John is just a great personality and a guy who's won so many races, and his team's won so many races. And then you go over to the Corvette side and the Cadillac side with the sports car drivers that probably a little bit less well known, but inside the sports car world, they're at the top of their game. And our Corvette program won a championship. Antonio Garcia, who's been with us for 17 years, was there and won another championship for on the driver's side as well as the team side as well. So it's exciting to work with all these drivers around the world. By the way, Checo, when we announced Checo and Perez and Bottas in New York, it was unbelievable, the response. And obviously they're well known in that series, so that was part of the people know them and we're excited. And then the next day I had a chance to go to Mexico City, where we did a big press conference with Checo, and I'm telling you, like, there must have been, I don't know, 500 cameras there. And then we didn't really promote it with the public. It was really more of a media event. And I don't know, out of nowhere, about 5,000 fans showed up, and we're chanting Checo's name and cheering him on. They're excited to see him come back. And then Bottas has his following as well. And then you get to the NASCAR side, and you got some great personalities and talented drivers that really help bring attention to Chevrolet or Cadillac. And they're part of this story for sure, and they're an important part.
What's been the response like? And I remember when Tony Stewart first became a part of Stewart Haas Racing, a Chevrolet team and all of that, what was just Gene Haas's team. And Tony comes over there, and the stories you hear is all of a sudden the phone starts ringing from a whole different group of people who want to come work for you.
Yeah.
So you're starting up something completely new, but an amazing brand with Cadillac and with General Motors and everything. So what's been the response of people wanting to be a part of something like this?
Yeah, it's been incredible. I had no idea this many people were interested in coming into F1, but also they're also interested in coming into racing. So what's great about General Motors is we have opportunities, obviously, in the new F1 program, but we have as many opportunities in our sports car program with Cadillac, with Corvette, all the way with NASCAR, IndyCar. We've got opportunities that they didn't even know about. I think in some cases for people around the world, F1 was and Cadillac getting in was a chance to make a connection with us, and then they realized there are so many amazing opportunities inside our shop because we have a lot of programs that are across those two great brands, Cadillac and Chevrolet, and so it's been fun to see the reaction. But I do remember when Tony went over there and the way he was able to recruit from across a lot of different race series, but through NASCAR, but other series that wanted to come and race with Tony. And by the way, I one of the best races I think I ever saw was when Tony won in, I think it was 2011 in Homestead. If you remember that race, it's one of the best races that I can ever remember. From the started in the back, went to the front, tough pit stop, went to the back, went to the front. It went on, and in the end, he won the championship. And it's one of the best races you said Tony's name, and I always think about that race. And it's exciting to see what he's doing over in NHRA now too. But some great personalities that have raced for Chevrolet and now Cadillac, and when they go on to other opportunities, we wish them well, and they remain great friends.
Yeah, what an exciting time, Jim, and thank you. We know you're just an extremely busy guy, but thanks for being a part of Race Industry Week for many years now, and we cannot wait to see the cars hit the track. And I know a lot of people are really anticipating that Cadillac F1 team.
Oh, that's great. Hey, thank you so much. I really appreciate the tradition you guys started back in Francisco. When was it? 2020? You guys started this, or 2021? I can't recall, but
21.
I did duty there. 21, and this is part of the way you kind of put an exclamation point on the end of the season and look forward. Thanks for allowing us to share some dialogue, Brad. Thanks for hosting us. And this weekend I'm gonna go over to, there's one more race on the schedule. I'm gonna go over and learn a little bit about the final F1 race in Abu Dhabi. I've never been there. I'm gonna learn a little bit and come back with a little bit more information on that part of the season. But every other race series we're in is pretty much concluded. So, but great to be with you. And this is always a great way to end the season.
Well, thank you so much, Jim. Great honor to have you. So stay with us. We're going to run a short video from our sponsors, and we will be back with Mark Rushbrook from Ford.
Scott Lewis and Associates, the sales, marketing, and branding specialist for the automotive performance industry since 1988. We get our manufacturers on track by opening an extensive distribution network, providing product training to sales staff, creating fully integrated sales and marketing strategies, building successful industry partnerships, attending trade shows, events, and races, offering first-class support to customers. SLAI delivers solutions that win you sales. To get in touch with an SLAI representative, call 516-378-6100. Go to scottlewisinc.com or email info@scottlewisinc.com.
With roots in the Midwest that date back well before the Model T, Fifth Third Bank has a long history of serving the needs of automotive companies. While much has changed over the years, our passion for helping businesses put cars on the road and on the track has not. Today, we are more committed than ever as a member of SEMA, a founding member of PRI, and a sponsor of multiple race teams across several racing series.
For over a decade, Fifth Third Bank has been a staunch supporter of our industry and a great partner for many companies in the motorsports field.
Our business has been growing extremely fast, and really we could not be where we are today without Fifth Third. They provided amazing strategic advice, the capital we need to support our phases of growth.
They are true partners for me now, and what they do with their involvement in motorsports is untouched in this community.
Where can we take your business? Fifth Third Bank.
Your whole day rides on your diesel truck. Don't let anything slow it down. Keep life and drive with America's #1 DEF brand. Only Blue DEF products are triple filtered and guaranteed pure. And Blue DEF Platinum helps prevent deposits before they create problems. So nothing stands between you and the day, wherever it takes you. Count on Blue DEF and Blue DEF Platinum. Guaranteed for what drives you.
Thank you and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2025, day 2. So we have lined up all the OEMs together, to make the day more exciting. So we started with Mazda. We just had Jim Campbell from GM. Now we're going to be talking with Mark Rushbrook from Ford, and after that, TRD and HRC. So great session. And Jim mentioned Tony Stewart, Leah Pruitt, and Richard Friedman will be joining us after. So we have an exciting day, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, it is really cool. And I love being able to talk to manufacturers kind of in succession, like what we're doing. What I really love as well, and Francis and Judy, this is a big credit to you two and a lot of people who work behind the scenes at Epartrade, is hearing someone like Jim Campbell and others that we've had on here talk about just what a great tradition now that this has become every season to have Race Industry Week.
Absolutely. Mark Rushbrook should be with us any second. And as soon as Mark is on, Brad will let you, carry on. So I'm getting a signal from a producer that Mark should be with us any second. But anyway, while we wait for Mark, Brad, any thoughts on the last day and a half?
I think just great stories, a lot of wonderful exchanges of ideas. You start to realize that there are sort of common themes of people who are successful in this sport from any aspect, whether it be from the OEM side to the race team side, to a sanctioning body, whatever it might be, to a racetrack side. You start to hear common things and themes of a lot of different things that work for people and, directions that we should take things. So it's been really nice to have this great exchange of ideas.
Excellent. And I'm getting a note from Reed, our producer. Mark is having a little technical challenge, but Judy is as well is going to help him, and we should have Mark any second. Any thoughts on some of the interviews you conducted yourself? I have one thought of one you did. So go ahead.
It was funny. I was just talking to one of my friends earlier who had worked with Danny Sullivan before. And truthfully, that was way more of a treat than I even thought it was going to be to finish out yesterday. And, to have a guy who's done so much in sports and legendary moments, including that 1985 Indy 500 win. But just to kind of talk about racing, I thought the conversation with USAC was fantastic. The SCCA earlier today and the enthusiasm for just motorsports and a lot of different things that are going on here. We're in a great, fortunate time in technology and society where a lot of the things we've always wished we could do, we're able to do now because, things as simple as smaller cameras or connectivity or different things like that are allowing us to. So to find out how people are utilizing a lot of those things to not only make racing itself better, but also bring racing to race fans has just been incredible.
Absolutely. One thing that I found it really interesting yesterday when I listened to your interview with Kyle Larson is, he's one of the greatest driver, currently and so talented. But when you hear him being so honest about, his at one point he lost confidence after at the Indy 500 and crashed, and it took him some time to get back on. And it's you don't hear that often from driver of that caliber, and he became stronger than ever. And so that's absolutely amazing.
Yeah, it is. And, his journey really throughout the sport, but also this year is a pretty incredible one just to hear about the ups and downs, because a lot of times we remember the downs, but, as they're happening.
Mark is with us. Mark is with us.
Awesome.
So excellent. Welcome back to the program, sir. Sorry for the little challenge you had to deal with, but why don't you go on, Brad?
Awesome. That sounds great. Thank you, Francis. Thank you, Judy. Mark Rushbrook, Ford Racing. Thank you so much for coming on with us again. How you doing?
I am great. How are you doing?
Doing fantastic. Let's just take a quick little recap. And it's funny, every time we talk to you here, it's, like we were talking with Jim Campbell with GM earlier, so many different racing series that you and Ford Racing are involved with. It's incredible to think about the spectrum of different types of performance vehicles that are out there. But, how do you summarize 2025?
Well, it's been an incredible season in terms of the racing that we've done around the world in so many different series. Some of the successes that we've had on track, certainly some of the challenges as well, and a lot of new programs that have launched, especially around our off-road racing with the new Raptor T1 Plus. Debuted at Dakar in January of this year and learned a lot in that race, finished third on the podium and had some really good success there, but a lot more to do there. And a lot of our work is towards the future as well, working really hard through the year for the Formula One program to come in with Red Bull Racing and the Racing Bulls in 2026, just a few months away, and then our hypercar in 2027. So a lot has been going on the track, but Ford Racing has changed. We've changed our name from Ford Performance to Ford Racing. We've truly combined and blended our racing efforts, engineering and marketing and business with our performance production vehicles. So we have that real-time tech transfer. So a lot going on, and look forward to talking about all of this with you.
Yeah, most definitely. Well, Mark, let's start to look ahead, because 2026, I think might end up being one of the busiest years ever for Ford Racing. You mentioned the return to Formula One, signature events like Le Mans and Dakar. What challenges do you believe the team are facing now, and how excited are you about the year ahead?
Yeah, well, always excited because there's so many great things that we have going on and great things that we get to work on. We've grown very much as a team within Ford Racing, the number of people we have due to the number of programs that we have. So it's been a lot of the challenge internal to us has been maintaining the positive momentum that we have in all of the existing series while building to enter or re-enter in many of these other series. And all of that while we're truly blending with our performance production vehicles. So the biggest challenge probably is Formula One. To be fair, it is the pinnacle of motorsport. It is so fast paced, so many people working on it. Attention to detail is everything that matters. And we've been working on that now for 3 years with Red Bull, with the nucleus of the work being done in Milton Keynes in the UK. And great people working on it, great designs, great testing. Everything looks good on the dyno. And the reliability and the calibration and drivability that we've been working on, but we cannot test that as a full car until January 26th, still 6 weeks away. And it's hard to do all that and then have confidence to be ready to go on the track.
Now, what is development like in 2025, 2026? And I ask this, Mark, in the spirit of, there was a time before we had advanced engineering and computers and simulation and different things like we have now, when development might have been some trial and error, along with some good theories and hypotheses along the way. What is the, I guess, the trial and error version like today?
Yeah, it is very different, and it is. There are a lot of parallels in terms of our development in motorsports and racing, and the development of our road vehicles. And it absolutely used to be trial and error. Build something, see if it works, and if it doesn't, rebuild it when it breaks, or try something different. But today, as we develop in racing and our production vehicles, there is so much work that can be done in the computer, in the design, in the simulation, and really understanding what the performance is. So those analytical tools have become so much stronger for us. And then also the bench testing or the dyno testing, the lab testing, either as a single component or a set of components or a system. There's so much that we can do there with the fidelity of those machines to really understand what is going on at a component or a system level. Even to the point like our dynos, yes, we have engine dynos, or in the case of F1, there's still a full hybrid with the ICE and the electric motor dyno, but also a driveline dyno that you can use for that. So you can put most of the in it, and you can put it in as a transient simulation to like it's driving around a lap, but it's sitting stationary in a room for that. So we've got a lot of confidence from that. But even with that, until the vehicle actually comes together as a whole and actually gets on the track, you don't know everything. And you frequently will find something that surprises you. And I think that's going to be the key for all of our programs, whether it's in Formula One when we go on track January 26, or Hypercar when we go on track later in 2026 to be ready for 2027. We will learn something for sure on track that we did not see in the computer or in the laboratory.
I'm visualizing a countdown clock, whether it's actually hanging somewhere over at Ford Racing or just in your head right now. January 26th being such a key date for you guys, and a lot of it. I guess that's sort of, as a kid, we talk about kid waiting for Christmas. Boy, that's going to be even bigger than that for you, isn't it?
Oh, 100%. There are so many people working on this and great work, and they'll put so much effort into it, and that will, of course, continue in the foreseeable future. But every single one of them is looking forward to seeing the car go on track and seeing how it does. And then we know we need to be prepared to react to whatever we learn. So that fast iteration from whatever we learn on track January 26th until just 2.5 weeks later is the second test in Bahrain. We're going to have to be ready for that. So that is a very rapid turnaround from whatever we learned at the first test.
Yeah, that's incredible. Well, Mark, we heard from Ford CEO Jim Farley about how Ford increasingly is thinking about racing as a business. What does that mean in practical terms for you and your teams?
Yeah, Ford Racing is at the heart of Ford Motor Company, and the short version of the story is we were founded based on racing. 1901, Henry Ford won a race with his car sweepstakes, led to the formation of Ford Motor Company in 1903, and we've been racing ever since. But in that almost 125 years now, this coming October it'll be 125 years. We've raced in different ways at different levels and for different reasons, generally around innovation and tech transfer, generally around marketing, and we still race for those reasons. But our performance vehicle business is very profitable for us today, whether it is our full line of off-road vehicles with Raptors, F-150 Raptor, Bronco Raptor, Ranger Raptor, or our high-performance Mustangs. They're very profitable for us. So we directly tie the racing that we do on track to those vehicles that we sell to our customers. We do directly impact them with everything that we learn on the track. We can put into those vehicles to make them better. That is very genuine. So we look at Ford Racing now as a true business, a total business, where the racing and the performance vehicles are linked together. And it is true two-way transfer from the road vehicles to race and back to road. And that cycle just needs to continue forever.
Yeah, you mentioned Raptor. And by the way, I love that there now exists a Bronco Raptor and a Ranger Raptor too. That's just pretty cool. But the importance of off-road racing, how's Ford approaching off-road racing, and how important is this to Ford globally?
Yeah, it's been a great challenge in off-road racing because there's so many more unknowns there in terms of there's a competition with other vehicles and teams that are competing, but there's the terrain and how much it is changing, and it's not a track necessarily that you continue to go around it. It's very frequently cross country or cross continent in some cases. And we were racing all around the world, whether it's Baja, which is where Raptor was born 15 years ago, to King of the Hammers, which has become an incredible, massive off-road event, a great opportunity for us to compete with our production stock-based vehicles there and directly in front of our customers. The Fink Desert Race in Australia, where the Ranger Raptor has won the last 3 years. And Dakar has been the most recent off-road challenge that we have taken on. And it's incredible, right? It is this coming January. It starts January 13th and it finishes January 17th. And it is a true test of machine and human, and not just the driver and co-driver, but the teams. Because when the trucks leave to compete in the morning and they're gone all day running 300, 400, 500 kilometers in a day, the team has to pack up the bivouac, move it a couple hundred miles, and reset up the bivouac. So when the trucks come in that night to finish the day of competition, then the mechanics and technicians go to work again, prepping those vehicles to leave the very next morning. So it's not just the machines that are pushed to the limit; it's the humans, and that to us makes it even more a statement of who we are as a company. Because yes, we are a car and a truck company, but we are also a people company, and that is what it takes to be successful in motorsports.
Yeah, that to me, by the way, the whole bivouac moving is about as fascinating as the race itself.
It is. It is.
It's its own race,
It
which
is.
a really neat thing. Let's circle back to F1 if we can for a minute. But with the news that you guys are returning to F1, really that was the headlines 3 years ago when you announced that partnership with Racing Bulls in New York. And now, how has the relationship developed? And what have been the key elements of the Red Bull Ford powertrain that you and your team have been getting involved in?
Yeah, it's been a very natural relationship from the very first discussion through to signing the agreement to be committed partners with them for the development of this all-new power unit, and then to go racing from 2026 through 2030 with these all-new regulations. They're racers. They want to win, and they are fully focused on that and whatever it takes to win, to the point of the design and development of their own cars, but also the design and development now of our own Red Bull Ford power unit. So it's been very natural that we've said the doors of Ford Motor Company are fully open to anything that can help this effort be successful. And we started with a modest list of projects where we knew we could contribute to the success of the program, but also learn and bring some things back into our company and into our vehicles. But that list has only gotten longer every day over these last 3 years. And it's a very natural relationship now where we talk openly. We immediately think of each other for these different programs or projects or solutions for some of the problems. Yeah, and I think that's what it takes to be successful, is being fully committed to the project, but also to each other, to helping each other along the way.
We haven't really talked about the NASCAR side of things, so let's get talk about that as the sport really continues to draw big numbers in the U.S. How does NASCAR fit into the broader Mustang racing strategy, given the scale of your racing ambitions around the world?
Yeah, NASCAR remains a very important part of our racing programs, and one of our 4 quadrants of racing is Racing Mustang globally, which of course includes NASCAR, NHRA, Australia Supercars, and all the sports car racing that we do with that. But by far within the U.S., the biggest motorsport is NASCAR. And it's a great opportunity for us to work with our racing teams, to strive for that success on track, to connect with our customers in a meaningful way. Transparently, we struggled this year. We had some wins with Penske and Wood Brothers and got some cars into the playoffs, but ultimately we want to win more races. We're committed to winning more races, and we want to continue winning championships. We had a great run of success with 3 driver championships for 22, 23, 24 with Logano, Blaney, and Logano. So it's disappointing that we weren't able to repeat again this year, but we know it's tough to win one, let alone three in a row like we did. But I'm actually here in Charlotte, North Carolina today, and have already met with many of our teams talking about what happened in 2025 and what can we collectively, the teams and Ford, do better for 2026 to win some more races.
Hey, look, always a bright side to everything. You did end the season with a trip to victory lane with Ryan Blaney, and what a way for him to get into his non-racing season by going to victory lane before becoming a father for the first time. Great human stories all around as well.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Very proud of who he is as a person.
Yeah, for sure. All right, sports car racing. Ford announced the return to the top echelon of sports cars with your hypercar program. You mentioned that a little bit for 2027. And how's the program progressing? When will we learn more about the development of the program and possible drivers?
So we've shared a lot about the program. We announced it in January of this year. We announced Orca as our chassis partner, the spine partner with us to build these cars. Orca is a fantastic company in southern France. They've done a lot in sports car racing with their LMP2 car and some other hypercars, and they've been a great partner to work with. So we can continue to work with our Aero team here in Ford Racing and our design studio and with the Orca Aero team to progress the body, the shape, the styling. It's all about performance, but ultimately it does need to look like a Ford when it goes on the racetrack. And then the engine development design and development is all being done inside of Ford. We will build the engine inside of Ford as well. All of that work, the hub is in Dearborn, Michigan. So very proud of that team and what they're doing. We'll have some announcements as we come up to our launch event in mid-January in Detroit, Michigan at Michigan Central Station. And then later in the year, we'll be showing the car and finishing the full announcement of all the drivers and, of course, completing all of our testing program. So a lot more to come in that program.
Yeah, it's amazing that right now, 27 seems kind of far away, but here in a month, it's just going to be next year. So
to me, it's effectively tomorrow, right? Like we're full throttle on all of these programs and all of the existing programs and all of the new programs. And you have to be in racing. You can't rest on your laurels. And you've got to do, especially when you're developing a new car, you cannot leave any stone unturned. You've got to do everything that you can in the engine development, the hybrid, the driveline, the body, the chassis. So we're full force on it. And we know we don't have a lot of time, even though 2027 seems far away.
Yeah. Well, we've talked about internal combustion. We've talked about hybrid. Let's just talk straight up EV, if you don't mind, Mark. Your EV demonstrators, such as Supervan and Super Truck, have made some pretty great waves from Pikes Peak to Bathurst. What value do these programs offer Ford in the longer term?
Yeah, we started doing these demonstrators effectively 5 or 6 years ago. We debuted the first two that we did in 2020 with the Cobra Jet 1400 and the Mach-E 1400, and we've continued doing those with two different Supervans, Supervan 4, Supervan 4.2, the Super Truck, and now the Super Mach-E, and a few others we've done on the side as well. But they've been great for us because when we looked at where is a full electric racing series that makes sense for us to be able to get that real innovation and tech transfer, to be able to tell a meaningful story to our customers for the marketing of our company, we did not feel that there were any full electric series that were right for us. There are many out there and they work for many OEMs, so I'm not trying to disparage them at all, but it just didn't seem like the right fit for us. And we felt that going with these demonstrators, it allows it's a rolling laboratory. We can do whatever we want because we're not constrained by the rules of any given series. So we can experiment in any area that we want. We can create whatever spectacle that we want. And we've done a lot with a lap record at Bathurst, with Pikes Peak, class wins and overall wins, King of the Mountain, with Goodwood success, with Nürburgring success. So a lot of things that we can do with these. As a company, especially in the world the way that it is today, it's becoming less global for vehicles. It's becoming more regional as the legislation forces, in some case, a move towards EV, or as we see here in the US, a relaxation in the move towards EVs. So as a company, we've got to be fully prepared in most of our platforms, if not all of our platforms, to be able to offer combustion engines or hybrid or full electric. And we've got that in most of our platforms that we offer to it. So our role in Ford Racing is to be able to learn about all those different technologies and the different forms of racing that we do to help inform and direct that development for the future. And that will include ultimately in our cycle plan for the performance vehicles, as well as we start to put some more electrification in place there as well.
Yeah, the interesting thing is, and this is where I'm sure it becomes very difficult for both the manufacturer and for the racing side of things, like you are with Ford Racing. At one point it almost looked like we were headed toward a fork in the road, and now there are certainly a whole lot more tines to that, as far as different combinations. You mentioned hybrid to straight up EV to straight up internal combustion, alternative fuels, and all of that. That puts a lot more on your plate, doesn't it?
Yeah, oh, it absolutely does. But I think that's a good thing ultimately for us and what we're able to do with it. If you look at where we're racing, there's so many series where we are still a pure combustion engine and different architectures for that. We've got hybrid. We had it in Rally 1 and WRC for a little bit. That's gone away, but now we have hybrid as we come into Formula 1 and with our hypercar, and we've got full electric with our demonstrators. So we really believe that we're able to, through that balance, that full portfolio of motorsports activities, have a direct tie into our performance vehicles and the rest of our production vehicles to help the company.
Yeah. And I like that your job is to not just make things go forward, but to make things go forward fast, however that is powered, right?
That is 100% correct. And we learn so much in all these different series. And a lot of people will say, well, tell us about the parts that are going to come from the Formula One car or the hypercar, and that those parts are going to go on production vehicles. And while that may happen in some series, like the sports car racing series or definitely the off-road, it's not parts that are being transferred from Formula One or hypercar, but it is the learning, the technology, the making our engineers better. So we've got the ability to have calibration engineers, software engineers that are working on the F1 program. As that hits the track, we'll be able to have them work on our hypercar program, and then we'll be able to have them work on production programs. That's an important mission for our team, is to take engineers from mainstream, bring them into racing or performance vehicles where they can learn at a faster rate, at a more intense environment where you get a report card every time you hit the racetrack, to make them better engineers and to put them back onto those mainstream production vehicles. So that's a lot of how we get our tech transfer.
Yeah, what a great philosophy. We have a comment from the chat, Mark, which is really nice, from Angel Marco. Says, thank you for bringing all of the super vans to Goodwood Festival of Speed this year. Obviously, it makes an impact, right?
Yeah, it was. I was there to see it, and it was incredible. Because if you think about back to the original Supervan in the 70s using a GT40 engine, and as it went through to Supervan 2 and Supervan 3 with a Formula 1 engine, and then I think it was in 2020 or maybe 2021, we were at Goodwood with our Mach-E 1400, and Jim Farley said, hey, that's great. Now, what are you going to bring back next year? And I was already prepared for that question. And I said, well, how about Supervan 4? But instead of our past Supervans with a combustion engine, we'll make Supervan 4 full electric. He said, okay, yes, please, let's do that. And we've done it, and it was great. And we took Supervan 4 to Goodwood the first time, and he said, okay, now what are you going to do? Take it to Pikes Peak. And that's how Supervan 4.2 happened. But to then have all of them at Goodwood at the same time with the Ford family members in them going up the hill together, it was a very special moment to see all of them together like that.
Yeah. Well, Mark, we can't thank you enough for joining us again here at Race Industry Week. And you touched on this earlier, but I want to emphasize it again. Last year we were talking about Ford Performance, and the name change to Ford Racing has so many great reasons why it more clearly defines everything that's going on. And we appreciate you.
Yeah. Thank you very much for having me and for the opportunity to chat.
Of course. Thank you, Mark. A great pleasure to have you on. Stay with us. We'll run a short commercial from our sponsors, and we will be right back with you with HRC.
In racing, every second counts. This is Epartrade, the premier business-to-business platform for the performance and racing industry. We connect buyers and suppliers 24/7 worldwide. Racing never stops, neither do we. Discover cutting-edge products and services from around the globe, gaining insights from our live platform, daily newsletters, weekly webinar series, and our highly anticipated annual Race Industry Week. Epartrade.com. The racing industry, every minute, every day.
How many kings have we got racing today? All of them.
I got nothing to lose.
As you can see, we've had another beautiful day on the Isle of Man.
We'll do some racing this weekend. It's going to be a blast.
Welcome back to Race Industry Week. Mark from Racer is with us. Good morning, Mark, and welcome back to the program.
Good morning, Francis. Thank you very much. How are you doing?
Excellent, excellent. So glad to have you back this year. So two great interviews for you back to back with Honda and Toyota.
Yep.
And we just had Ford and prior to that GM and Mazda. So very exciting to be able to have all the OEM together this year. And so any thoughts on your end, Mark?
I'm sorry?
Any thoughts on your hand on the last day and a half?
It's looked good. It's been really interesting from what I've seen. I haven't been able to catch all of it because we've sort of been getting ready for these ones coming up. But it's been, I mean, it's always a great panel of guests, isn't it? Always some great conversations.
Absolutely. And thank you for everyone at Racer who's helping us, bringing all these guests together and doing great interviews. And you guys are so knowledgeable, and a big thank you to the team. And by the way, we are, obviously using Zoom as a platform, but we're live on Racer Network, on racer.com, on YouTube as well, Facebook and LinkedIn Live. And I see Kelvin from HRC right there with us. So we have a short video that the team at HRC shared with us. So we're going to run that video and then mark you on. Mark, you on.
All right. Do we have Kelvin?
Hey, Mark. How you doing?
Kelvin, how you doing?
Excellent. Thanks for having me
That
on.
RA272 is such a cool car, isn't it? I was just watching it on the video there.
Yeah, anytime that car starts up, the crowd materializes out of nowhere. It's an amazing sounding engine. Yeah, 1.5 liters, 12 cylinders. Yeah.
Yeah. Everything should be a transverse V12. I reckon. It was cool. So as we sit here, we're 2 years into the change from HPD to HRC, which is a lot more than just a name change, wasn't it? It was an alignment of Honda's expertise and resources across Japan and the United States. How's that worked out so far from the coalface?
It's been amazing. We were HPD for about 30 years in the US, Honda Performance Development, and in 2024 we kind of changed over to Honda Racing Corporation. And HRC's been a name in two-wheel racing for 40 years. And finally, we're kind of Honda's racing under one global banner, which is great. Internally, it's amazing what a small name change will do. Some doors have opened up internally that we didn't even realize were there. So we've met a lot more people within Honda Racing. But also, more importantly, I think, now that we're one corporate brand going forward, we started a new business division led by John Ikeda, who used to run Acura. And that's allowing us to not just go racing and have victories and have this halo product for Honda, but also, commercialize and merchandise and, do some performance parts and historics under kind of a global racing brand too. So it's melding both the technical side of racing and the business side of racing, like under one name finally. So it's been an amazing experience. I met a lot of great people in Japan, and kind of leveraging Honda globally.
As it was explained to me, one of the benefits of this reorganization was that HPD, or HRC now, engineers would have some visibility into things like the F1 program. Honda's already in F1 as a partner to Red Bull and creeping closer to an upset championship win the way the last few races are going. But as we get closer to your proper return as a works partner to Aston Martin next year, what's the vibe like internally?
I'm sure the vibe is tense. The vibe is a very closely guarded secret in Japan right now. I think, like anything, testing is starting like next month, right? So I'm sure everybody's super stressed there. We've had a good relationship with the F1 side for a number of years, and we've transferred people back and forth. But right now we've got people fully embedded, and given the cost gap, we're very careful about how we share information or what we're working on internally. But overall, what we gain from it is not just alignment, but a closer understanding of best practices. And we do things in American racing, and we're much more short-term, fast-paced in some ways. With IndyCar, you're doing ovals, a street course to road course, week to week to week, and that some of that is helpful, for the colleagues. And then as we embed people in the F1, they're learning, kind of this super high-end racing, and they can bring things back as they transfer back, that'll help us on the American racing side too. So it's great for both cultural exchange, knowledge exchange, and some bit of technical exchange too.
A little closer to home, in IMSA this year, HRC took over engineering the number 93 Acura in the GTP class, running alongside the number 60 car run by Maya Shank. What was that like? This is the first year you guys have done it. Detroit, obviously a highlight where you had the win in terms of pure results there, but did you get everything from it that you were hoping to get engineering wise?
We got that and so much more. It's been an amazing experience. We go racing to develop technology and to develop people, and having, actually being on the pit stand, race engineering a car and calling strategy for engineers has forced us to expand both in tools. And we didn't hire somebody to come in and kind of race the car. We promoted people internally who'd been working on in engineering, promoted them to running the car. And you can't do that with an amazing team. So massive thanks to Meyer Shank. They're super open. We really enjoy work with them. They brought us in. We had to stand up our side of the race team within a couple of months. So a lot of people learn things really, really quickly. The highlight though, is just creating a true team. And you're right, Detroit was amazing. It was just a culmination of everything that we were working on. But when we started this thing, we wanted to make sure people that were not just smart, but also collaborative. So we got Ranger and Nick in, and they're not just super fast drivers, but they're very mature, and they give good feedback, and they're willing to work with our engineers who may not be as experienced to kind of coach them up so they are able to run at a pinnacle level.
Will you be continuing that program next year?
Oh yeah. I think, like you said, it's not just the 93 but it's also 60. It's a good start to the program. We got, I think, 4 poles and 2 wins, which is a nice start, but we didn't hit our goal. So we're really looking forward to getting a fast start in Daytona next month, and it's coming around fast.
So then, what are the goals? If you say you didn't hit your goals this year, what's the target?
It's always the manufacturer's championship.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, that's what we do racing in IMSA for. So, until we hit that, we haven't finished the mission.
Well, you did finish that mission in IndyCar, didn't you? You won basically everything there was to win this year. You won the Indy 500, the Manufacturers Championship, 12 races, Drivers Championship, thanks to Polo.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a phenomenal achievement, but it must be even harder to do that at this point in that engine's, in the development of that engine. I mean, there's not a lot left to find in it, so you're kind of battling in the margins. So to be that dominant when there's that little to find, I guess, is quite something.
Yeah, we always do goal setting at the midpoint of the year, ways to look for the next year, and the goals are always pretty big. The competition's fierce, but it's amazing. The engineers always find a little bit of something, and it's not just the engine; it's also the teams, right? A little bit less friction. The drivers always find something to do. The hybrid was an interesting twist this year in qualifying during the race. So there's always some changes that IndyCar brings into it too. But yeah, you're right. It was an absolutely amazing year. Polo was dominant, but what we're proud of also is like every one of our teams scored points for us in the manufacturers. So every team contributed. And I know, the focus is on Alex and Ganassi, but I think, Kyle had a great year. Everybody had a solid year, and all of our teams took a step forward, which is we really, really appreciate.
And looking a little into the future with IndyCar, I know you guys probably won't say a lot about this you haven't already said, but there's been some talk about whether you'll stay in the series beyond the current contract. Are you able to sort of shed any light on where the thinking is at the moment with regard to your future there?
Nothing really new to report here, Mark. I'm sure when there's some news, Chuck Shifsky will, share it with the media. We're always talking to all the different series too, right? So as things progress, we'll let everybody know.
Can you talk a little bit about what sort of factors go into these sorts of decisions? Because it's not just a matter of whether you want to do it, because if it's about wanting to do it, Honda would be racing in everything, presumably, on the planet. So what kind of factors do you have to take into account when you're making this sort of call?
Yeah, you're right. It's a super complicated discussion we have, not just within HRC, but also within American Honda. So from the HRC perspective, we want to race everywhere, right? And we would be racing in every single series we had the chance to. But as we all have to answer to a budget, we all have to answer to value, and we all have to define what that return on the value in racing is. So from pure HRC perspective, I'm looking at, where can we have technical development? Where can we win using technical development? Where is there a chance for our people can be developed? Just like running the 93 car was a way of having new opportunities to grow our people. But also, where does the future of the sport go, and does it match what American Honda, where Honda is going to go in the future? But as we bring in American Honda, we always have to remember that we're a cost center, right? And even though we have a business division trying to make some money, it takes a lot of civics to build an engine car engine. And what American Honda wants is also really important to us. So they're looking at what's the viewership? Can I reach enough people? Does the message of the series meet what Honda is trying to talk about in the future? We're talking about the power of dreams. We're talking about Halo. Is that going to give the right glow to the brand? Where do they race, right? And can I activate there? Does it match where the dealer network is? Does it match where Honda sales are weak or strong, so I can, push messaging in those different areas? So as we go through, everybody has to have a say in that overall process. And so it's not as easy as saying, hey, this has the best viewership, or this has, these race in these places, or this is a really interesting technology, right? That is all part of it. And we all have to get together as part of our steering committee and discuss all these different opportunities. And then it's a multi-year, and you're committing tens of millions of dollars of the company's money. So you've got to be very, very careful about, how we place ourselves, because it is a multi-year commitment when we sign up with the series, and we got to make sure that it matches what Honda wants to do and what Honda's product is going to go in the future too.
Yeah, I mean, we just had a question from a viewer that ties in with what I was going to ask you next.
Sure.
There's been some speculation about you guys making a move into NASCAR at some point in the future. You guys have said that it's under consideration. Where are those considerations currently standing?
I don't think there's much everything's under consideration. As we go forward, we talk to all the different series, Extreme H, Formula E, NASCAR, IndyCar, and we're always evaluating how they all fit. So really right now, there's no news to report on NASCAR or any other series too.
I was talking to somebody from Honda recently who hinted that if NASCAR did get the green light, it would almost certainly not be with the traditional iron block V8 that's been in use forever. And they made a point of emphasizing that you already have a very well-developed V6 turbo that you're racing with elsewhere. Does that sound like a fair representation of what the thinking is if you do go down the NASCAR route?
Oh, I don't know if I can really comment on that either. We do have two very well-developed V6 twin turbos. But it goes back to the relevance to the series. The OEMs are always looking for what's relevant to our story, right? What's relevant to our products going into the future. But the series also has to look at what's relevant to our fan base and, how does that work out? So, and the fans are always looking for excitement and noise and great close racing. So, those three things all have to fit together so it works. So whether our opinion of what we want to go in any series, it's a discussion we'll have to have with any series that we go into. Honda makes one V8 and it's for a marine engine, right? So, I think that's definitely, if NASCAR is, on the table, it's the discussion we'll have with them on what makes the most sense. But, again, if we went into Formula E or Extreme H, we also want to talk about, hydrogen, what makes sense for the Honda. That's also what we talked about beforehand. That's where American Honda has to have a say that says, hey, look, this power plant, chassis, technology is relevant to what Honda is going to do in the next 2-3 years, or 4 years. And does that make sense and align up with what we're trying to sell in our cars? The nice thing about the IMSA and the Car 93 is the way the rules are written, you can put, corporate styling into these things. So, that's where American Honda gets really excited, because now you can make cars that, you can see details that actually are going to be reflected in the production cars. And that's when they get really excited what it's going to do.
Yeah, I mean, that's important, isn't it? You've got to tie it back to what you're selling.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Interesting to think about the knock-on effects if the V6 NASCAR did happen, for like whether any existing manufacturers might go, well, hang on, they're doing it. We have a lot of cars with similar engines. Let's go down the same route. I mean, you can't speak for them, but
you can ask them the next interview.
Oh, I'm going to. Don't you worry. But it is interesting though, just from the standpoint is what you're alluding to, though, that juggling act between what's racy and cool and sounds awesome and what actually relates to what you're sticking in the cars that you're sending out onto the road.
Yeah. It's one of the most interesting things about being in motorsport. It's the tie between the relevance of what the OEMs are looking for, because the series are asking, what's happening in the future, what's going to be the dominant powertrain, how do we, match what the OEMs are looking for, and then they will balance it on, exciting racing and all of that. But maybe 5-10 years ago, it was all ICE, but now there's a focus on hybrid. And even with the F1 new rules coming in with the 50-50 split, you can see there's this, twist toward more and more of the electrified side of it too. And we don't know what's going to be the dominant powertrain in 10 years. I mean, it's from an engineering perspective, it's so interesting because now we have to be ready for wherever Honda is going to go. So we're looking into high powered, batteries. We're looking at hydrogen, whether it's fuel cell, because that's where Honda's looking too, right? So we're trying to investigate fuel cell and performance, because wherever Honda wants to go racing in the future and they come out with a new car and that's going to be something that's going to be relevant, we have to be ready to be able to jump on that. So it gives us at HRC opportunity to explore new technologies and try to get ahead of the game. And then with LMDH being so software based, that has really attracted a lot more interest from young engineers to come join HRC. So in the past, it was internal combustion power development. And now with electrification and software, we're getting a whole crop of new engineers coming into HRC US, where they've said, hey, there's an opportunity for my skill set. I'm a double E or a software engineer, to actually, participate in a really cool job in a really cool sport.
I hadn't even thought about that side of it, but that's really interesting that as the technology evolves, the whole talent pool evolves with it.
Yeah. Our electrical group has exploded in size in the past 4 or 5 years just because of that focus when IndyCar went hybrid with the LMDH hybrid, and our software group's grown too. So it's been great to see this new flood of talent come into the company.
It must be hard too, given how long the lead times are with a lot of this stuff. When you're chasing, you're not entirely sure what it is you're chasing. When you say you're not clear what would be the dominant powertrain 10 years down the road. I mean, if we bring the lens in just a little bit, what do you think the biggest change you're going to be facing over the next 5 years is?
I think it's the powertrain. It's definitely going to be something we're going to be looking at. And like I said, we're dipping our toe in a lot of different places and we're trying to keep really close to where Honda production is looking too, right? So that's really important for us to do. But I think the other things that are coming down the pipe is, everybody's talking about AI and what the application for that's going to be. They just have this new autonomy series coming out, and maybe they're not racing, and maybe it's a hard thing to see how that will be integrated into a racing series, but we know that it's important for Honda from a company point of view. And if we can look at that as, why don't you do some small, fast-paced projects in racing and let us get ahead of the curve for you? And maybe we can use that to port some information and technology back to what that'll help Honda overall. Because in the end, we're all part of big Honda, and we need to advance things and do things quickly that we can feed back into the corporate world. Right now, there's a Honda technical forum happening in Japan. We have engineers there presenting what they've learned in the past year in Japan, but it's not just to the racing people, but it's also to the production people. So, our job is not just to win, but it's to develop technology and then find paths that will apply it back into production engineering. And that's part of the value that we try to bring to Honda.
I was trying to imagine what sort of paths could open up with regard to autonomy. How could that apply in racing?
That's a really good question. I mean, they just had that new series that started racing. We were looking at that. We've been looking at it for a bit, but it's hard to say. I mean, it is hard to say. Maybe it's just sensor fusion, understanding, situational awareness as part of race strategy. Who knows? But as any new technology comes in, we always find there's some application that we can use in the racing side to make us smarter or make decisions faster. So it's definitely something we need to look into from multiple reasons, and who knows, maybe some smart, series we'll try to integrate at some point, and we just need to be ready for anything that's coming down the pipe. But I think the other thing coming down is just how motorsport is changing. There's so much interest right now. I think with the increase in viewership for F1, IndyCar, and the NASCAR trying all these different media models, I think there's going to be a fundamental change in how racing is going to be viewed from a sporting perspective or a value perspective. And we're just kind of looking at it because we're the technical side, but we also need to understand how the business of racing is changing and what the value proposition is going to be going forward.
And that's almost impossible to predict as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it's great. I mean, it really is fascinating being part of racing these days, both from a technology perspective and from a business perspective. It's the ground is changing and it's changing quickly. But that's just means there's opportunity, right? And it's just fascinating to watch it happen.
Instead of trying to predict the future, how about we finish up just by looking a bit at the past and the changes you've navigated over the last few years? What have been the biggest things you've had to deal with as Honda, as HRC since, 2020?
Since 2020, it's really been the electrification of all these different series. With IndyCar coming in and doing hybridization, we started building super caps and developing that with Chevy. And that's been really nice, as a collaborative effort, and then bring something new to the series in terms of how we compete. And then with the LMDH program, having the engine and the hybrid system and the braking system all combined as the integrated system. And like I said, that's where the software side has come in. And that's really driven a lot of explosive growth within our company about, what the new technology is going to be. IndyCar will always be there to, drive power out of that engine. But now we've got all these other parts of the company that are looking at all these different aspects of it too. So that's from the technology side. That's been the really the biggest change over the past 5 years for us. And then, like I said, with the introduction of the HRC brand and the start of this new division that's going to monetize 6 years of racing with us, that's been interesting to see how the business side is changing and how we need to support it too, both at the track, more social media, more of the commercial merchandising side of things, and kind of presence at Monterey Car Week and SEMA. So we're trying to support all these different aspects of the business. And the change of the last 5 years has been massive, but it's been a lot of fun to be part of.
Absolutely. So finish up, you think you can sweep it all again in IndyCar next year?
Put you on the spot. We're gonna try. Everybody's working really hard. We're in, as they say, in the mud right now, eking out every kilowatt out of that engine. But, we know the competition is going to be stiff. We always try to sweep everything. Sometimes, some years we're successful, some years we come up short, but, that's part of racing, and you just come back harder the following year.
Yeah, so it keeps you coming back.
Yeah.
And on the IMSA side, you said it's the manufacturer's championship is the target. Think you can win Daytona?
Oh, I think there's always a chance to win. It's such a long race. It's how do you keep your nose clean for 22 and a half hours, and then the last hour and a half, it's just a massive sprint to the very end. I think we've got, the drivers are there, the team's there. We're, working through we just had our final tests where everything looked pretty good. But, IMSA again has, new tires are going to be on the cars for next year. We've all gone through our aero package rehomologation. So that's a bunch of unknowns. And so we'll see how it goes in January, but it's a wonderful race.
How hard was that as a brand new team having a 24-hour race as your very first?
It's horrible. It's the most important race of the year too, right? Yeah. But it's, the pressure is immense, but it really focuses everybody. That's a nice thing about it. It's, Meyer Shank they already had experience with the car, but we went from a one-car team with them to a two-car team with them. So that was a whole learning experience. Again, it's great because the whole team is very focused, and Meyer Shank is easy to work with. Mike sets a really good tone and a really good culture within his team. But yeah, having that first race be the 24-hour is an immense amount of pressure. We did well last year, but we didn't quite get the top step, and that's what we got to shoot for.
Absolutely. I mean, it must have felt like you did like 3 months worth of learning in one weekend.
Yeah, it felt like we had to stuff a year's worth of work into, a couple of months to get everything up and running. And, Mike's team is experienced, so that was really good. We could rely on all of that. But, having our team up and running in time with new drivers, with Larry and Nick, again, they are, godsends in terms of maturity and pace and everything that they bring to the table and helping us stabilize the team and driving us forward.
So just on that topic, well, just made me think of the introduction of the hybrid again in IndyCar. And what was that like in terms of having to learn on the fly with a mid-season introduction? And then, I mean, obviously the thing was extensively tested beforehand, but there's nothing quite like putting it into battle.
There is nothing like putting into battle. That first Mid-Ohio race, your fingers are crossed. And then we've run so many simulations and worked with the drivers. In the end, they're going to do what they're going to do. right? And it's a complicated system in terms of it's very, very driver focused. So they have to be, on their game to make sure they're regenning and deploying at the right time to maximize lap time. So it was a lot of discussions, but that's what we love about racing. You work really, really hard, and in the end, all that hard work has to pay off because we have to deliver.
Were there any surprises with how it worked in racing versus what you were expecting to see?
I think the biggest surprise was qualifying at Indy last year, because there were all these people were trying all these different deployment methods, trickle deploys, and recharge, regen, release all within a single lap, and everybody slowly converged into like one that we thought was the fastest. But we did a lot of work with the drivers and the teams on our simulator to try to maximize. And then there was every driver thinks they know what they have the best idea, and you can't convince them otherwise. But you got to let them do what they think is best. But we have our computer simulations. We present what it is, and then the teams and the drivers have to make the final decision.
Yeah, that's always the way with drivers. They don't
Yeah.
trust anything other than what you see. But sorry, I've lost the
No, Mark,
yeah,
I sorry to interrupt, but I have to, I'm the watch keeper here and timekeeper, and so we need to get ready for our next session. So, Kelvin, thank you so much for joining us this year. This is the first time we're having you on the program. You step in for David, and we'd love to have you back. Great video. Love the video. Absolutely beautiful. So, stay with us. We're going to run a very short video, and we will be right back with our next guest, which is with TRD.
ARP, the ultimate fasteners for whatever you build. To get the best performance, always follow ARP's installation instructions included with the product. For the latest torque specs, go to arpinstructions.com.
Thank you and welcome back. Great session, Mark. Thank you. And we are going to bring Tyler Gibbs, the new president of TRD USA. Tyler should be with us any second. And Mark, we're going to let you take over for the next 25 minutes. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How you doing?
Oh, Tyler, you're on mute.
There we go. How's that?
Yeah.
There we go.
Go. Thank you for joining us, Tyler.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Okay, how you doing, Tyler?
I'm well. How are you, Mark?
Good. Great to meet you.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
So you've been at the helm of TRD for just over a year now. When you look back on your first year in that position, what stands out?
A couple of things stand out for me. I'm really proud just of our team and just kind of how they've stepped up to some change and some opportunity that we've been afforded this year. As the new president, I've been here a long, long time, and so I'm a familiar face to most of our team members, but just in a different role. And so appreciated the way that they've embraced me and supported me in my first year. But we've had some really big challenges on the racetrack. We've had some really, really good opportunities on the racetrack as well as our commercial business. And so from that side, we've had a lot of things that we've asked of our people, and they've done a really good job of just kind of stepping up for that. So we've had a couple of conversations with our team members over the last couple of months about it's unique to work at TRD. It's a special place to work, but it is not always an easy place to work. There's a high expectation, and we're always pushing forward. And so that passion that they have really resonates with me, and certainly with the progress we've made this year. A second thing I'd share, just this is a personal one. So Dave Wilson was our president for a number of years, and I worked with Dave for the whole time I've been at TRD. But Dave was very generous to bring me to certain events and so forth. So when I became the president, I kind of knew the context of many of the events that I would go to. It was a different role, but I knew the context, at least, of the event. The one thing that I couldn't go to with him, which I completely understand, was the Hall of Fame voting for the NASCAR Hall of Fame. And it was just a very good experience for me. It was cool to sit in that room with all of the voters, and you have all of these legends from the sport, and you have journalists, and you have drivers, and to hear them talking about the candidates and all, just was a really unique experience. It was very impactful. I didn't know what to expect, and it just was a really neat experience to be a part of that process. And so those are kind of a couple of things that really stand out for me this year.
I guess something like that Hall of Fame experience just reminds you of what a big thing you're a part of, doesn't it?
Yeah, you feel very small in that room with those people and with the names that are in the hall. But yeah, it is really cool to be a part of that, and to be kind of a vote on the Toyota side. And so really a big honor.
Yeah, it's easy to lose sight of that, I think, when you work in the sport. Just sometimes you need that little bit of perspective, like this is actually awesome.
And to hear some of the old timers and the greats of our sport talk about some of the people whose name I may recognize, but I didn't really know them and didn't have any context with them, or didn't know at all. And to hear the stories, and to hear the impact that some of those people had on our sport, really, again, just a really, really neat experience.
And you're in the process of trying to launch some future greats of the sport. You were instrumental in developing the Toyota Driver Development Program, which has already produced a whole lot of success stories. One standout this year, Corey Heim, who captured the Truck Series Championship with 12 wins. What does it mean to you personally to see a guy that you've invested so much in achieve so much success?
Yeah, Jack Irving and I started the program a long, long time ago. We have someone who we've entrusted with that program, Trent Rodriguez, and his team. They have grown it into what it is today. So I feel like a grandparent in that sense that, I'm a couple of generations away. We know the kids, and certainly I know Corey very well. And it's fun to get to see them and all. But really proud of Corey. He stuck with us through this whole program. Obviously, these things ebb and flow, and everyone wants to move up as fast as they can, and all of those kinds of things. And Corey was really patient, kind of took the steps that we asked him to take, and really thrived in each of those. And to just kind of see what all that means and how that all worked, and be a demonstration. We've had a few other drivers in similar positions do similar things. And so for us, just a huge step for our program, a huge step, obviously, for Corey, just an incredible talent. We're really, really fortunate to have him, and excited for kind of where he's going next.
Why is it so important to Toyota and TRD to begin the scouting and development of future talent at the grassroots level?
There's a couple of kind of elements there. There's obviously a very selfish element to wanting to win races in the future. And so from that perspective, developing drivers and having them in our program helps us evaluate them and kind of set ourselves up for that. There's a bigger element to it for us as well, that is just the sport needs drivers in the future. And so for us, when you look at the drivers who have come through our program, or who have been in our program for a brief period of time, the William Byrons of the world, the Kyle Larsons, and people like that, it's great for us. We can walk down the grid, and we know so many of those people, and we know them in the sport. They're clearly with other manufacturers, but we have a relationship with them. And for us, there's a very positive thing for us. Again, it's a part of our nature. we're a very relational company. When you see how we deal with our dealers and with our customers and with our teams and with our drivers, it's just a bit different. And so for us, we appreciate that the drivers grow up with us. They get to know us. They know that the way Toyota does it is different. It's not better or worse. It's just different. And some of them, Corey, Christopher, John Hunter, you've seen these different drivers really get that difference and embrace that difference. And they're kind of tied to us in a really fruitful and productive way.
Toyota had a fantastic 2025 season in NASCAR, especially across the playoffs. You had 15 wins in 24 playoff races, most since 2017 for Toyota. What was it that came together this season that enabled you to achieve that kind of performance across all three of NASCAR's national series?
That's a really good question. I think that it kind of, if you break it down by series, I think there's some commonality and some common threads through those. But if you look at just the truck series, Corey was just so incredibly strong this year. It was really good to see Stewart and his team kind of take that step, and Stewart's performance was improved. And then when he was injured, Caden going in there and again watching their team just continue to perform so well, getting all the way to the championship, for Gio winning his first race. And so for us, what we're looking at next year is okay, we have this veteran of the truck series in Corey coming along, and had high expectations for Corey. I think as we look at next year, we look at Caden and we look at Gio and we look at some of the others that we have in that series. We're excited just to see where they go, building on this year. Xfinity, particularly in the playoffs, Eric Almirola's experience really shown. Again, Brandon Jones's experience shown. So when you watch kind of how they kind of got better all year long, that was exciting for us to watch. And on the Cup side, it's just this building. The Gibbs guys had some challenges last year, and they just continued to work at it. And you really saw a large return for the amount of effort that was going in compared to last year. Same amount of effort last year, but the level of return this year was just significantly higher. And so a lot of fun to watch those guys. And just, we don't attribute it to one thing. It's just stacking pennies, as we all say. And it's just their pennies stacked up faster this year than they did last year.
Cup Series Championship didn't finish quite the way you'd hoped. I think probably one of the defining images, I'd say, of this year is just going to be Denny Hamlin's expression post-race in Phoenix. But he, Chase Briscoe, the whole, as you say, the whole Joe Gibbs racing team fought their way into the championship four. They were contenders right to the end, dominated championship race for the most part. How proud of you of their effort and their execution throughout the season, and how they played themselves through the playoffs?
Yeah, this kind of goes back to the last question a little bit. They more than doubled their wins from 2024. They had 13 wins plus the All-Star race win. You look at some of the things, they stayed the same. Christopher and Adam stayed together, and they won more races this year than they did last year. You watch Ty improve and continue, especially at the end, to get better and better through the playoffs. And so much of the technical team, again, stayed the same. They're just getting better and better with this car. I think the bigger teams have more resource to bring to this car. So the car stays the same, but there's still an infinite number of adjustments and all the different combinations you can put together. And for them to be better just with time and the resource that they have, really, I think, put them over the top. You look at the changes, Chris Gabehart being the competition director, you look at Chris Gale and the way that he slotted in with Denny's team, you couldn't have asked for a better transition there. And I really attribute that to Chris Gale and just the humility that he went into that team with. Hey, this is a team that's competed for championships. This is Chris Gabehart's team that I've kind of inherited. This is these guys. I'm a part of their team. And the way that he led them, I think, was just really outstanding. And the way that Chase and James worked together as a team, you just watched them get better as the season went along. The beginning was a little chunky, and Chase had made the comment. He said, the tracks that I was good at in my Ford, I'm bad at in a Toyota, and the tracks I was good at, I'm bad at. And so for him, it was fun to watch that progression. He went through the ups and downs at the beginning, really learned a lot. and really began to really gel with James and the team, and the way that JGR and the way that Toyota do things differently. Then he added SHR and Ford, just really clicked in a different way, and certainly generated some really, really good performance. And so, again, as I said in the last question, it's really about those guys just continuing to get better and better all the time. You just have these plateaus and these big steps, and they really, really took a big step this year.
Must give you a ton of confidence going into next year then, if you with sort of trajectory they're on.
Yeah, we like very much where the team is at, the chemistry that's building there, and the way that they just continue to build this kind of group, the way that JGR works with Legacy and works with 2311, and that kind of communication and that partnership through all the teams, really, with us kind of weaving our way through those things, is really a great place for us to start. Based on what happened at Phoenix, we all want to take a little bit of time, but I can tell you it left a bad taste in our mouth, just the result. We're not complaining about the spilled milk, but we want better than that, and we're anxious to get started next year and get at it again. So
yeah, particularly heartbreaking way for it to land as well.
Yeah, but when you look at it, there's a lot of ways you can lose a championship, and I wouldn't suggest that we lost the championship. There's a lot of ways that you can not win a championship, I guess. And when you look at it, we did everything right. Denny did everything right. The team did everything right. There was nothing untowards in any of that. There were no mistakes that were made. That's the way that it worked out. And again, it's unfortunate that it happens in a one race championship event, but we all knew those rules, and candidly, if the roles were reversed, I'm not giving the championship back. I mean, Kyle and his team won the championship. He and Cliff are a great team. Hendrick Motorsports, again, is one of the greatest teams in our sport. So a great opportunity to compete against them, and we're coming for them next year.
Interesting to see how it plays out if they do have a different championship format next year too.
Knock on wood, they will, but so far we don't know. They're a little bit busy this week, so we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see.
You recently traveled to Japan with some NASCAR teams and drivers for a Super Taikyu Series exhibition at Fuji Speedway. What was that experience like for you and the teams, and how were the NASCAR style cars received by the Japanese fans?
So I've had the opportunity. I go to Japan fairly frequently. In fact, I'm going tomorrow. But it's Fuji Speedway is a great track, just a few miles from Mount Fuji, and it's just really a beautiful kind of setting. I've been there for all different kinds of races, WEC races and Super Taikyu races and Super Formula races and all the rest. And the stock cars at the Super Taikyu event was really a unique and just unbelievable experience. We were there on the grid. They're playing the national anthem. They're waving American flags, and it just was a really surreal experience, and a lot of fun. The fans were they loved the cars. They came over by the thousands to get autographs, to walk they had a session where the fans could wait in line, get autograph cards signed by the drivers, and then they could walk through the garage area where the cars were held. I mean, literally walk right up to the cars. They could ask questions of the crew members and all. And the number of fans who were interested in the cars as much as the drivers just surprised me a little bit. Obviously, they're different looking race cars, but they were all over it. I don't know the number of selfies that were taken, it was great. The fans loved it. We got to go down. Fuji was built in the 60s. And was originally supposed to be a banked tri-oval for NASCAR. And what ended up happening was, with the topography and all, they turned it into a road course. And the first turn dropped 400 meters, high banked, almost Daytona style. I think it's 1 degree less than Daytona. Wow. And so the speeds they would reach 300 kilometers per hour at the bottom of this right-hand turn. So that banking, similar to Monza, is still there. And so on Saturday, we got to take all the cars down. We got to go through the cars and put them all up on the banking and get some photos. And Chairman Akio Toyoda came out and took some pictures with the cars on the banking and our drivers and all. It was just a very, neat experience. Yeah, it was really, really cool.
I saw photos. It looked amazing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Tons of fans there.
Yeah.
We have a question from a viewer, if that's okay.
Sure.
Don Taylor. He says, "We see the TRD branding for Toyota Motorsports as well as Gazoo and GR being used. How can the public tell the difference between them, and do they apply to different series or products?"
So on the racetrack, Toyota Gazoo Racing is essentially the global brand. In the States, we think about TRD as being kind of the Toyota Motorsports brand or the Toyota Racing brand. We have begun this transition to TGR, Toyota Gazoo Racing, here in the States, and that's the brand that we race under to fit within the global kind of motorsports brand. So at a motorsports level, we're all TGR, or almost all of us are TGR. On the truck side, we still race with the TRD branding because in the States, we sell TRD Tacomas and Tundras. And so there's a link there to that, as well as some components that we TRD manufacture that go onto those road cars. And so on the motorsports side, it's globally this TGR brand, and we've been stepping back from the TRD brand in the States. On the road car side, there are different brands. And essentially, Gazoo Racing or GR is essentially the performance version of a given vehicle. And there are some very specific performance requirements and specifications that have to be met in order for a road car to receive a GR badge or a GR brand. And so from that perspective, you'll see GR applied across different places. In fact, I'm going to Japan tomorrow, and you'll see some news about some future products here later this week. And so, and there will be this GR branding will go across multiple different platforms.
Okay. Thank you for that. Going back to Japan, and then what we were saying about Japan, and then the taking the sport to the people kind of vibe. We've seen NASCAR getting a bit more adventurous with its schedule over the last few years. We had the Chicago Street Race, then we had Mexico City this year, San Diego next year. How valuable has it been for Toyota to have your cars out there racing in front of all these new audiences?
Yeah, it's been great for us. We really applaud NASCAR for kind of bringing the racing to the urban environments. It's great for us from a market perspective and from a customer perspective. I heard the statistic at Chicago that something like 80% of the fans the first year we were in Chicago had never been to a NASCAR race before. And when you think about what that kind of introduction does to a fan base, Mark, you'll know this having been to the races, you can tell someone about a race, but when you go and see the race, when you feel the speed and you actually have a sense that's not limited by your television, right, or your computer screen, it's something different. You may not like it, and okay, you're not a race fan, but if you see it, it really can lock you in if you're a race fan, and that just really hooks you. And so these kinds of events that are in these different places, San Diego next year, Mexico City this year, as you said, Chicago, are really ways for us to get people who don't normally come to our events to come and actually see it and be wowed by it. So for that perspective, it's been great, and we love that, and we're really happy with that. We also don't want to get away from the traditional tracks. I mean, there is a history to it. You want to go to Yankee Stadium when you're playing baseball. Like you just, you don't want to miss Yankee Stadium in a season. So there's a number of those kinds of things. And so for us, it's really a good, they've done a nice job of balancing those, not trying to jam them all together and have a whole bunch of them all at the same time, but this kind of split between these different cities as a small mix in there really has been a pleasant and a fun thing for us.
Honda has been linked to a possible NASCAR program in the future, and I just spoke to Kelvin Fu right before you, and he's dancing around it like Honda always does. But so it's all very speculative. But what would it be like for you to be able to go head to head with them in Cup if it did happen?
So first off, we are huge proponents of additional manufacturers in NASCAR. We have been for a long time. What it does to the fan base, what it does from a sponsorship perspective and engagement for the fans, all of those kinds of things, it is great for the sport. So from our side, we have always been, let's bring more OEs in. We'll work together 6 days a week to make the racing product better, and then we're going to fight it out on Sundays to try and beat each other. But we really feel like more OEs would be a good thing. as Toyota, we would love to have Honda in. We know those guys well and have conversations with them. Certainly, we compete with them on the sports car side, or have on occasion in sports cars. So we like them and would love to have them in the sport. We think they would bring something unique to the sport and would be a great addition to the sport. Again, we'll see whether Dodge comes. Obviously, Ram has come to the Truck Series. Will that expand, and will Dodge be an OE and Cup? We don't know. We'll wait and see where that goes. But certainly we would love to see Honda in there. You think about the rivalry on the Japanese manufacturer side would just be fun for us to be able to play up with them as some of our counterparts do here in the States.
There have been murmurings that if they were to come in, they might want to do it with an engine that's a bit more relevant to their production cars. And as Kelvin put it, the only V8 they make goes into it is a marine engine. So maybe something like a V6 turbo. If that door was to open, could you imagine manufacturers already in NASCAR saying, well, hang on, we wouldn't mind doing the same thing and sort of following a similar formula?
So I think the simple answer there is yes. I think NASCAR, I think the existing OEs in NASCAR all understand that in order for new OEs to come in, no one's going to make a pushrod cast iron V8 block. It's just not something that they're going to do. It doesn't fit into their lineup. It doesn't fit into their relevancy formula. And so it's unlikely that that's going to be something that new OEs would do. So if we want new OEs in the sport, we probably have to have some mechanism that allows for that to happen. I think it's important that anything that would allow other formulas in, there isn't an advantage for that formula versus the existing and so forth. And so that equivalency is going to be important. We have some advantages of other sports. We have a common car, we have common tires, we have a number of factors. There are still some other factors then that have to be sorted out. And I think it would be, I think it's unlikely that there won't be some slight advantage for one architecture at a certain kind of track and versus another at another kind of track. But overall, especially if we get away from a single race championship where we have those advantages get averaged over more tracks, we probably put ourselves in a place where it would be a really interesting experiment and a lot of fun for us to do.
In the meantime, you've got a technical challenge coming up with the current engine for the upcoming Cup Series season, with the move to 750 horsepower engines on road courses and tracks under 1.5 miles. What challenges has that presented to your engine development team, and what should fans expect from the change?
So there's obviously some durability challenges there. You're just putting more stress through the engine. So we'll have some durability challenges, and then we'll work through that. As in NASCAR, you have a certain number of second use engines you have to use over the course of the season, and how that works and what the mix is between the 750, the 670 horsepower engines, 510 engines as well, and just how you balance those out will take a lot of work. I think the main stress will be on the bottom end, candidly. Just because we've all been optimizing to this lower horsepower number. And so some of that will probably have some ramifications on the bottom end. But in principle, we think it's the right direction. We need our friends at Goodyear and all to bring some other pieces as well. We think that this is we can burn the tires off really quickly, and that's kind of what you want, right? You want to have some degradation over the stint. More horsepower will help with that. But how do we balance that out? And they've done a good job of bringing new tires along, and we want to continue to have that happen and kind of build that excitement of managing the pace based on the tires, based on the performance, based on where you are in the stint, where others are in the stint on their tires, will all make for a more interesting story as the race plays out.
Must be fun, just from an engineering standpoint, to have that kind of challenge, to have something new where everyone's a little bit, not quite sure where this is going to go.
I think that if you ask any of the engineers in the sport, whether it's change to the engine or change to the cars, in a formula like ours, it just gives you an opportunity to do something different. And so I think while change drives cost, and there has to be some balance to that, change is not something that we're afraid of. We're embracing it, and we're excited about what the opportunities could be.
And then looking ahead still to next year, I mean, the goal every season is to go out, win every single race, lead every lap, win the championship, job done. in all three series. So assuming that's the top of the wish list, what's just below it?
I think for us, again, as you said, those are the primary activities here. We have a few different metrics that we use around those things. So laps led for us is an important factor. I think that's like, again, I'll use a baseball analogy. It's like earned run average. If you're giving up a lot of runs, you may still win some games, but it's not going to play out over the long term. You got to lead laps in order to win races over time. And so for us, certainly that we have some serious expectations around some of the drivers in our driver development program. We're excited about a couple of them. We're excited about all of them, but there are a couple of them in particular who are in a place where we expect that they'll break out and they'll have some really good opportunities this year to win races. And so we're excited to watch that. So we're keeping track of that. And then on the commercial side, we have some really important and strategic projects that will continue to grow our relationship with TMC, continue to grow our relationships with Toyota Motor North America, R&D, and some other groups. And so for us, those are some really important relationships, some really good opportunities for us to have an impact on current product as well as future product. And then we have our sales volume targets as well. We're looking to grow our sales volume, component sales to Toyota itself. And so we like where we're at with all of those, but those are the things that we're really focusing on.
That's a lot of different things to focus on.
I'm glad we have good groups that are responsible for each of those. I don't have to keep track of all of them. I can just ask questions about how they're doing. So
for sure. You mentioned the development drivers there. I don't want to put sort of any undue preseason pressure on anybody, but is there anyone we should be keeping an eye on?
Yeah, I want to be careful with that. I don't want to overload those. The one person that I will call out is Brent Cruz. I think Brent is going to be in the Xfinity Series this year. He's been racing in TA and in ARCA, a little bit in trucks and kind of all over the place. He'll be in the Gibbs Xfinity car. He'll miss a few races at the beginning of the season because he doesn't turn 18 until March or April, but he'll be able to race some of the shorter tracks and some of those kinds of things over the course of the early part of the season before going full time. So we're excited about Brent. He's shown incredible talent everywhere he's raced. He's won races at every level, and so we're excited to watch him and just see how he goes. Like most of our drivers in the driver development program, we are not pushing. We are always pushing from an improvement perspective, but the drivers and the families and those things are typically much harder on themselves than we are. We just want to see improvement over time. He's not driven an Xfinity car in a race, and let's just get there and begin to build this process. We're not expecting dozens of wins and championships the first year out. Like, let's just continue to get better. But this is a really good opportunity for him and really good equipment with a great team capable of winning races. He is certainly capable of winning races, and so we're excited just to see how he develops.
Yeah, so that's kind of the target for him. Is it just to go out and finish as many races as you can, finish as hard as you can?
Yeah, compete, improve, demonstrate improvement over the course of the season.
Thank you, gentlemen. Sorry to step in, but I'm the timekeeper here. And so a great thank you, Tyler. Wonderful to have you on this year.
Thank you.
Mark, stay with us. We're going to dive directly in our next session. We are going to be talking drag racing, and we have some pretty big names coming on. So we'll bring Joe Castillo, our next host, any second. And when Joe is on, we're going to bring our next guest, Mr. Tony Stewart, of course, Mrs. Stewart, known as Leah Pritt. And then we're going to have Mr. Richard Freeman that should be with us any second. So Joe
and he's
Castillo,
with Elite Motorsports.
Exactly.
So it's nice to have him on this time.
Welcome back to the program, Mr. Castillo. How are you doing?
Francisque, how are you? Epartrade Industry Week. I just learned so much in the last hour or so. Very exciting. Now we're going to go straight really, really fast.
Exactly. And I think there they are, Tony and Leah. Good afternoon.
Good
Thank you for joining us.
Of course. Thanks for having us.
Thank you. Now I'm going to find Richard. So I'll see you later.
Good luck with that.
What's up, Tony and Leah? How are you? Did you guys know that I was the host of this deal?
No. Very excited about that.
Surprise.
I mean, they brought the big guns in, obviously, today. We see that.
Thank you for saying that. Francisque and Judy have been so kind. I've been doing this the past couple of years and absolutely love it. They bring in the big guests as well, like this guy who just joined us. How about turn your phone sideways instead of vertical? It'll be better. Watch that. Bang. Look at that. All right, guys. I don't know how familiar you are with Industry Week here on Epartrade, but this is a worldwide audience, all platforms of motorsports. They were just talking TRD and stuff, and we get to promote the sport of NHRA drag racing. It is my understanding you just made a big announcement today, Richard, regarding a new vice president at Elite Motorsports. Why don't you tell us?
I did. Super excited. I've been, I've been trying to get her to join up for about 5 years. She's been tough. But super excited to have Michelle join our side of the group here and as vice president of operations of Elite Motorsports. And we couldn't be more excited about what's going on right now.
Michelle Domagala, who is the wife of Mike Domagala, who is Leah's crew chief. And that to me is, I think, where we need to start. And Leah, I would like you to lead this because you're kind of the cornerstone, in my opinion. And this has expanded out through you. How has this all happened? You're coming back to Top Fuel next year, but we wanted Tony to drive, and that's going to happen with this arrangement between your team and Elite Motorsports. I'd like to hear you lay it out for everybody.
Sure. Well, I mean, I think when we talk about any type of motorsports, you're thinking of pieces and parts and people. And I think the people is where this really absolutely starts. Of course, Tony had been to NHRA drag races before, but once we got together, he's going to more, as history knows, he's been raced my car when I got out to have our son Dominic. And throughout the last couple of years, we've grown a great friendship with Richard Freeman. And he is really the visionary of what we have, as you see, TSR Elite, not only marketing alliance, but somewhere I had to kick my husband off to go race so I could get back in my race car. But it really is about, we all, in all types of motorsports, work so hard at what we do. And we all put winning as the monumental, paramount thing to do. And as difficult as that is, you still have to enjoy what you do. Otherwise, everybody would quit and move on to something else. So ensuring that we continue to race, make money for our partners, and be a sustainable avenue with people that we enjoy racing with is what you see here today. I still get to race with my husband, who is my team owner, and also against my husband with Richard Freeman, who is the team owner of their first Top Fuel dragster. So when we talk about communication, I don't think that there's been more phone calls that we have had, and including Michelle Domagala, in what we're building right now. And that's something that I know Richard will speak to, which is really the first of its kind, I feel, in the drag racing space when it comes to business and how to continue partnerships moving forward. Because at the low level or the eyesight level, everyone thinks it's all competition, but really competition is down here and collaboration is at the top. So again, we are competing, but we're also collaborating.
I love hearing that. Industry Week has been very informative so far, and listening to some of the discussions about these other series with like large television contracts in the millions and whatnot. We certainly, as drag racing, want to get to that point, but it's you got to gut it out. Till then, Richard, it was over a year ago you talked about wanting to go Top Fuel racing, and now you're doing it. And your driver is Tony Stewart, who we claim as a drag racer now, I think is great. Talk a little bit about how that came together. And Top Fuel, very expensive, huge investment. You've been able to find a title sponsor. Arnell Carrier's coming on board, going to be on the side of Tony's dragster. Talk about putting this whole thing together.
Yeah, I think we've kind of, we can sit here all day long and talk about how it all come together. But Leah touched on it. Tony and I become friends through Leah. I figured out real quick that him and I had we saw things a lot the same. And so, throughout conversations and a lot of late night talking and to be honest, I think I have a different viewpoint on how our sport looks today compared to what it did 10 years ago, 15 years ago, and what it's going to look like moving forward. You know, I spend almost every day working for our partners, and whether that be R&L or Mark Melling and the Melling Group or Renai or whoever it may be, we're trying to bring all these people together, and that's what's different today. People don't just write checks to put their name on a race car, and I think that's one thing that me, Leah, Tony, Michelle, Sarah, our entire group. I mean, that's what we do every day from the time we get up till we go to bed. And it is a collaboration of things. The racing, and you hear me, Joe, you've heard me say this, so that's just a piece of the pie. And it's actually the smallest piece. And I think that now Tony may not say that, or John Force may not say that, or some of these other guys, but as you see, things are shifting, and it's going to take all of us in order to keep doing what we love to do.
I'd love to hear Tony talk a little bit about it. You've heard Leah, you've heard Richard. You're probably the most well-known to the audience that's out there watching through your various forms of motorsports expertise, Hall of Fames, etc. How do you see this all coming together, Tony?
It was really unique, honestly. And I remember the first phone call with Richard when he came to us with the idea of taking our two programs and merging them together from the marketing standpoint. And this whole program came in two phases. It really started with the marketing side. And Richard came to us literally a year ago with the idea. It just took me a while to get my brain to think outside the box and think about a different way of doing things. And Richard's really on a track that I think you're going to see. If people are smart, I think they're going to adopt this going forward. And I think people are going to have to do this. Just like we talked about on TV packages, it's so competitive right now. The racing is competitive by itself. The competitive part, in all honesty, is for these teams to get the funding to compete at a high level and to do a program properly. Not cutting corners, not skimping, doing what it takes to get the job done correctly. So when Richard came to us with that aspect of taking our programs together and taking two nitro teams, merging it with all of Richard's pro stock teams, his mountain motor team, all of his assets, we collectively as a group can go to any corporation and have a level, whether they're a $100,000 partner or a multi-million-dollar partner. We have all these assets that we have to offer these guys. So it was really Richard's brainchild. And once we wrapped our head around it and Lee and I got involved, Richard talked about it. The communication's been unbelievable. So good at some point that I remember talking to Richard on the phone, and I said, Richard, you have spoke to my wife more in the last 2 weeks than I have spoke to my wife in the last 2 weeks. So there's been a ton of work that's gone into it. And, like Richard said, that's what he thinks about every day when he wakes up. Leah's very much that way. I truly believe Leah in drag racing is the same capacity that Kevin Harvick was in NASCAR. She drives, she does her own marketing, she does great with our partners, great with logistics and what it takes to run and operate a team. So I'm just a dumb race car driver, and luckily I've been successful doing that. But that's my strong suit, is driving race cars. Leah's well-rounded as not only a driver, but she could be a team owner and run her own race team. Richard's a very successful team owner. But to come up with the three of us and put all this together and come up with an idea to do things different than how it's done in the past, I think is really going to be groundbreaking for all of us. And it gives me an opportunity to, I got fired at the end of the year by my own wife from my own race team. But with Richard and Leah's involvement and working really hard, I have a car to drive next year. Now, the hard part is I have to race against her at some point. But, I think that's going to be fun for us as a family. And we get to do it together. We get to do it with our son, Dominic, who literally did not miss a race the entire season. So for us, it's a really neat deal for our family. And it's a great way to take our program to the next level with Richard and Elite Motorsports and, create this TSR Elite Alliance and really work hard to build our programs even stronger than what they both already were.
I'm very excited to hear you say that. Also, I saw the social media has been amazing. Dominic seeing his first reindeer or dogs, as he calls them. That was great. Like watching you go through that moment and seeing the Tony Stewart hard-nosed racer guy, like to learn so much more about you and your personality and watch you, I don't want to use the word soften, but whatever that is, when you become emotionally attached to your child and go through those experiences, it has really been great. Leah, on the other hand, she came up very, very through the hard knocks world of drag racing, like fighting for rides. I remember her opportunity with the Dote family, and she got a ride, and then the ride went away. And then with Vandergriff, and it went away, and just had so much grit and determination to get to this point. Now she seems to be making it all work. Leah, I'd love to hear you talk a little bit about those lessons and how you're applying them to this situation.
Sure. Well, I think the key word there is sustainability. And yes, when you're young in the industry, you focus on sponsors, and sponsorships don't necessarily pay the bills. And I'd like to really peel back, right, onion layers here with Richard of what has it been that we've been talking about, right? What about what we're doing is different? And we would like to share that. We want other teams to be successful in the ways that we're working. So as I've learned through Dote Racing and others and Schumacher, it really is what you add to that partner. And so from a B2B aspect, that's where the focus has been. You can work all you want on the race car and the team and your discipline, that's fine. But how do you keep and maintain a driver in a seat? How do I continue my career? Well, that's the marketing and the budgets. Well, the budgets you create from the back end of the B2B. So for instance, we have dozens of partners, and so does Richard. And when you put those together, we're not talking about necessarily a brand awareness alliance. We're looking at, okay, with R&L carriers, 21,000 trucks on the road, right? That fleet is large. Their employee level is large. Well, you look at every single portion of that, from eyewear protection to supplies, to oil, to housing, to every part of a business. You really have to dive deep. Hi, Richard. You have to dive deep into being a part of that specific business, but you do it dozens of times to each one, and you become like a micro professional of that industry to know just enough about how you can utilize your other resources to help them do better business. And that is where a lot of our communication stands on is who are you working with right now? Where are their trouble spots? Where are they looking to grow? I think I could help them here in this sector with this communication and network that I have. That's with Rush Truck Centers, very large. And Richard, obviously, of course, is in the truck and automotive business, and the opportunities they're pretty much endless. So those are I guess the largest lesson that I've learned is use and work with your network and use your brain to help solve someone else's problem. The problem isn't finding budgets for your race car. Like, that's so soul-minded. You need to create other people's problems to be your problems. And once you help solve theirs, then you help solve yours.
Richard, expand on that, please.
There's nothing else to say. She just said it all. She's I will tell you from all of our talkings, Leah bit I couldn't have found the best person to be a part of what we had envisioned. She bought it real quick, and she had to sell it to Tony because it's so different. And at the end of the day, it comes with trust and communicating between all of us. We've run into some things where, for example, like other trucking companies. Well, with some of these partners, they have to change some of their mindset, right? And so, we're doing that. They're like buying into the fact that they can work together and other things that there's just a lot of it to go on. And Leah, she explains it really well. I don't know if you can expound on what she said. It's fixing all that other stuff that then turns into fixing your problem of paying for your racing, right? And through whatever Tony has built, through what we have built and all of our assets, we're offering our partners something that's different. And I think you'll see that in our pit area. we're going to start out with traditional hospitality, but it's going to look different. It's going to feel different. And we're gonna kind of change the game up there and offer our partners something a little bit more. We want our partners to talk and be out there amongst our competitors' partners, and so it's a little different feel, but we believe it to pay big dividends for all of us and our competitors.
That's all very exciting. Next year, the 75th season of NHRA drag racing. You guys know it's my goal to turn every neutral, uninterested person into a fan of NHRA drag racing and have this thing grow together. I don't understand why it's not the biggest, most popular motorsport in the world, because the cars are the fastest and the drivers are the coolest, and it's just so intense and extreme. I love the fact that you guys are going for that and trying to build upon it and do something unique beginning next year. But I would like to talk with Tony, who is the most known in this group, about his drag racing experience. You're the regular season champion for the NHRA. It was just a couple of years ago you were running in A Fuel, getting your feet wet. I watched a clip the other day. You were on with Dale Jr. talking about, like, man, those test sessions with DSR, not a smart thing to do, right? But like, hindsight is 2020. Now you've had multiple seasons of experience. You can speak to the world about what this thing is that we love so much. NHRA drag racing, 2 cars, staging up, trying to get from this spot to that spot first. It's a lot more than people really see on the surface.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely by far that 4 seconds that you hit the gas, and it's under 4 seconds during our run, but in that 4 second span, I remember when Leah and I started dating, I read an interview that she had done, and somebody asked her what she thought the difference was between what NASCAR does and what NHRA does. And I thought her answer was brilliant, and didn't really fully understand it until I started driving as well. But she said, what NASCAR does in 3.5 hours, we do in 3.5 seconds. And literally take the drama and the excitement and the intensity of a 3.5 hour NASCAR race and condense that down to 3.5 seconds. That's what we do. I even told our Cup drivers last year in our last season of Cup, a year ago, I guess, they asked what it was like, and I said, you guys know how we make split-second decisions in the race car? And they're like, of course. I said, now take that split-second decision you have to make and make a split-second decision off of that. That's how fast we have to react in drag racing, because if it gets away from you and you don't catch it quick, you're either going to crash a race car, or you're going to blow. At least in the nitro cars, you highly risk blowing the engines up, and it's easily a 6-figure expense when you do that. So for us to sit there and what we do all the time in drag racing, we have to constantly be on top of it. There isn't anything on the planet that accelerates as hard as these nitro cars do. It's absolutely incredible. And the hard part is, people say, what does it feel like? I said, I can't even tell you what it feels like, because your brain is so trained that once that light changes and you hit the gas, your eyes are focused forward, but your brain is focused backwards on those rear tires and feeling everything that those rear tires are going through and feeling. Because if it starts to shake, you have to make that very, very small split-second decision of, can I stay with it and it's going to drive out of it, or do I have to pedal it? Do I have to just abort? You have to make those decisions so fast, and it's way quicker than anything we've done in any other form of motorsport. And that was truly the hardest thing for me to get caught up on, was getting my brain to learn how to process the information that my eyes were bringing in, and process it and make decisions off of that faster. So, physically driving the car wasn't the hard part. It was the mental side of it, of getting my brain to be able to be up to speed as fast as what the car was traveling. So it's definitely a sport that I tell everybody. I said, if you wanted to just go to a NASCAR race and sit in stands on race day, I said, you're better off staying at home and watching it on TV. The broadcast is great. You get to hear the radio chatter. You get to see the replays. You get to see telemetry. In drag racing, it's 10 times better to be at the track versus watching it on TV, because when you buy a ticket, you get to go everywhere but the starting line. That's literally the only place you can't go. So your whole family can be down there when they're rebuilding the motors in between runs. They get to be there when the teams warm the cars up. to smell the nitro, to feel the vibration of everything. And you don't feel that in any other form of motorsports. I mean, we're driving top fuel dragsters and funny cars that have almost 12,000 horsepower. That's half of the Daytona 500 starting field combined. So it's just an incredible experience that in the last 2 years, I've had the unique experience with these fans that have come to the track and they're like, we've never been to one. I said, well, what brought you? And they're like, well, we came to see you. I said, if you have time at the end of the day, come back and tell me what you thought. The most common response of that at the end of the day, if they had time to come back, was we had no idea. And you can't express it on TV. You can't get the same sensations you get at the racetrack. So we've had a lot of fans that have come because they've heard me talk about that. And they're like, you're right. When you stand behind one of those cars, and even the fans in the stands, you can literally feel your insides move when that car goes by from the concussion of the exhaust. So there is no other form of motorsport that gives you that heightened sense of awareness of what's going on and what it feels like to be around those cars.
So exciting to hear you say that. And we got to keep going, right? There's going to be a show on Vice Network going behind the scenes. NHRA, many drivers were involved in that. Richard, we've got a couple minutes left. I want you to have a little fun with me and these two here. So they're going to race, Richard. What do you think? Who's going to win? Who's going to win? Like, let's just make them listen to us talk about them, right? Like Tony versus Leah, the first time they come up side by side, it could be in qualifying, doesn't matter. It's going to be fun. But the first time in eliminations, what do you think we're going to see?
I think you're going to see an ass whooping come in. That's what I've told Tony last night. You know, that's just, and he's going to have to be okay with sleeping on the couch. I got Leah. I can take care of her. It's no problem there. She's going to take an ass whooping. That's what's going to happen. And we have had a lot of fun with that. And as you can tell, Leah told me yesterday, she said, listen, Tony's been working out like every day and trying to lose all this weight. She said, where were you at for the last 2 years? And I said, he's getting ready, by God, the ass whooping's coming. So it's going to be fun.
Leah, what about that?
Oh, it's fun. He can dream. It's fine. He's a visionary. You know what I mean? He's got big ideas and some of them work, some don't. No, it is going to be extremely fun, and especially because our teams are working together, and it's important to note that they are not identical operations. You know, the way that Mike Green over there at Freeman is building with what was Josh Hart's parts and pieces, you know, is dedicated towards that route for now. And I want to point out Neil Strasbaugh, my original crew chief, Tony's crew chief for the last 2 years, the one that brought me to the heels of a world championship last round final race, and putting Tony in the regular season championship. I want everybody to remember that that's still my guy. Him and Mike Delmagal, still my guys. And this 50-pound lighter driver, okay, we're excited about that. Gonna make some way in our 60 feet in the finish line. Shush. Why is your face so big, Richard, right now? It's like the number one on the screen.
It's awesome.
But all right, from the last 2 years, I've been on the sidelines and I've been so impressed with Tony's driving. There have been some other drivers that have tried to rattle him and they've quickly found out that you can't. And I've been in his corner, and I'm excited about the things I've learned from watching him drive and his emotional stability. That you know, I get to try that out when we're testing, right? We're going to get a grip of runs, maybe 15 or so before the season starts. And that's going to be as much as I get to be ready as if I left in 2023. So we're gonna have like smack talking jars and full of, I don't know, monies, and there's going to be bets here and there throughout the weekends, crew guys, I mean, all across the entire season. So we know at the end of the day that we're a married couple. This is what we do and this is what we love. And the fact that we get to do it with and against each other is something super unique. And it's a real great driving force of me getting back in the car is kicking his ass. I mean, like, I said this earlier to Tony. I was like, everyone else has got to kick your ass. He's like, everybody? I said, some people. Some people have got to say I beat Tony Stewart. I only get to say that when we're hiking tabletop.
You realize it's a smaller list than a larger list, right?
I do, but I want to be on it.
Here we go. Yeah, listen, Tony, like I could see it's like, you know, it twitched a little bit there. Are you okay hearing this stuff?
Well, no, I had PTSD from a couple of days ago when we hike here in Arizona, and we hike up this mountain to a a spot they call tabletop. It's where some guys took a picnic table and hiked it up to the top in pieces.
Almost 1,000 feet.
Yeah, it's a for an old guy like me that's fat, it's a hike. It's tough. And the only time she said the guys can't rattle me, and they really don't. Nobody's been able to rattle me on the starting line. I got rattled the other day because I was following her up the mountain, and I look at her ankles, and she's got ankle weights on, and she's just steadily walking away from me, and I'm breathing like I'm out of oxygen, and she's just cruising right up there. So that's the only time I've been rattled, is watching her do that.
All right. Well, if you can't get excited about this, then you're not alive. It doesn't matter what style of racing you like, or whether you're interested in Formula One or NASCAR or IndyCar or otherwise. Seeing these two get ready to go through another journey and battle it out on the track, but also grow their business together, I think it is going to be great. Now, Richard, we got like 1 minute left. Got to talk pro stock. You know me.
Yep.
Pro stock is still a big part of elite motorsports, and what you're planning. You put smoke in one of the cars. He told the world that it's exciting, it's hard. What's new for pro stock in 2026 with you guys?
I don't know that there's anything new right now. I will tell you that that still is on the burner for me. I think that having a Dodge car out there would be fantastic. We're working through some of that with NHRA right now. I don't feel like that all the rules would lend to that being a good idea. So we're not going to do that with Tony right at this point, but I'd keep an eye on what's going on in pro stock, because I think 27 could be exciting. We'll see here, and we're going to have Tony Stewart in a pro stock car somehow, some way. I may have to strangle Leah, but it's going to happen.
Tony, why does this guy care so much, right? He must really love pro stock.
I think Richard's pretty passionate about anything that he puts his mind to. And one thing I've learned about him since we became friends is he doesn't do anything half-assed. If he does it, he's all in 110%. And like he said, I mean, that's what he wakes up thinking about. That's what he goes to bed thinking about. That's what he has dreams thinking about, is how to make his program successful. And he does whatever it takes to get him there. So, it makes it fun to be a part of his program next year. And I'm excited. I mean, I want to get in a pro stock car at some point. I mean, I got to do some testing with him, and had two excellent teachers with Eric Enders and Aaron Stanfield. So you couldn't have asked for two better people to teach you how to drive a pro stock car. But Richard makes this fun, and that's what I'm looking forward to next year.
On that note, with those two, we want to wish them good luck this weekend.
Yes.
And Richard, do you want to tell those that don't know what's happening this weekend and how you're involved?
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm, again, done something stupid, Joe. I built a brand new Pro Mod car. Justin Elks just finished it. It just left the shop yesterday. So Erica's driving that car. I bought the car that Ken Cartuccio was driving last year.
Okay.
Aaron Stanfield's driving that car. Both of them starting out this weekend at the first of the three Winter Series races that West Buck puts on. So I'm leaving just as soon as I get off the phone here. I got to go get my stuff together, and we're going to head out. They're down there now testing. Hopefully they haven't tore anything up yet. But we're going to go down there and see if we can do some damage and maybe win my own $1 million back.
There you go. Drag Illustrated, Snowbird Nationals, and the Drag Illustrated Winter Series happening in Bradenton, Florida. Huge investment. If you're anywhere near that part of the country, you should definitely go out there, support the track, support the series, support DI and all these great Pro Mod cars. You're putting them in Pro Mod cars, but you're also, I hear they're both making laps in Top Fuel dragsters, Erica Enders and Aaron Stanfield.
That's the hope. We first and foremost is making sure Tony's deal is good and sound, and we got our first brand new car. They just rolled it over yesterday to the shop. So, and I think, Tony, I don't know if it's okay, but I believe that is number 14 chassis number out of PBRC. We're all super excited about that. We had to pay a little for that. So, no. But it's exciting that kind of all these little things come into play, Joe. So we're gonna make sure that we get make sure Tony's deal is good and solid before we do that. Hopefully by the summer months, we may be able to get Erica and them in there, but we'll only do that when time allows. And Leah's got some time. Tony's got some time to go make sure they're comfortable in the car.
What do you guys make of all the crazy silly season stuff that has happened in NHRA this year? It's like blown up. It's popped with obviously you're part of the story, and Josh Hart was on yesterday with us. He was very complimentary to you and the business to business stuff that's happening behind the scenes. He's like, wow, it's going pretty good. Brittany retires. Josh Hart goes over there. Alexis is going to John Force. The Proc family, they leave as two-time world champions. That car is available. It's been crazier than I've ever experienced it, Leah.
Well, I mean, I think we got our first taste of it when we had day after day or week after week of our own announcements and in September and then into October. So once we were done with our stuff, we were like, took a nice deep breath and we just watched the show. That, I mean, basically, it reminded me of when I was, just a true fan at home, logging onto the internet and checking out the rumor mill and like, what's happening, who's going where, where's Gary Selza going? I think it really gives the excitement back into the sport for the fans' perspective. They feel invested. They're following along with what's happening instead of, the first race and someone's over here, someone's over here. It shows the true nature of what's happening during the most important time of the entire season, which is the countdown. All of these conversations and changes are happening while you're trying to make a championship win happen. Crazy.
Wild stuff. Tony, I mentioned the Vice show. I remember seeing you in the promo where you say, like, you got to live this. You got to be all in or all out. So I'm assuming that you're involved in the Vice NHRA behind the scenes show somewhat. How important do you think that is for drag racing to showcase what's going on behind the scenes?
I think it's huge. I mean, I think drag racing is a little different from all the other forms of motorsports I've been a part of because the success of the car isn't necessarily in the driver's hands as much as what I'm used to. It's really in the tuners, those crew chiefs that are in there studying all the data and the telemetry and trying to figure out with track conditions, with weather conditions, what that car can actually produce for an ET down the racetrack. So I think this is a good opportunity to really show the drivers of the sport and really give them a behind the scenes. I mean, I know we shot at our ranch in Indiana and had a lot of fun that day. So, I mean, to show what our life is like, not only at the track with what we do, but at the same time, and literally this last year's probably been one of the biggest adjustments in my life with our son Dominic, but showing how we create that balance in our life, and that's due to Leah. So, having Vice there and having fans have an opportunity to see not only what we do at the racetrack for a living, but what we do when we do have time to go home and how we spend those days, I think is equally as important.
Very exciting. The 6 weeks leading up to the Amalie Motor Royal NHRA Gator Nationals, the first race of the 75th season. It will be on Vice once a week. Great way to get ready for the season. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Very exciting. Richard, go have fun in Bradenton.
Joe, sorry to interrupt. I heard we've got a special guest, a last minute addition.
A special guest.
Tony's going to love this.
Uh-oh.
Boy, there goes the neighborhood.
Alexis and I and that wonderful wife of yours are going to gang up on you. I just thought you was going to leave first. Hey, Richard, that was
a great interview to handle me. You know that.
That was a great interview. Excellent.
Thank you.
Awesome to see you.
I love you. I'm glad you like my tree. I did that while I was recovering from a little situation. But I feel better now, so I'm going to be at PRI. I'm looking forward to seeing y'all.
Good. We'll see you there.
For sure. We got to talk. I want to come too, Richard.
Come on.
All right.
Richard, thank you very much. Tony and Leah, thank you so much for being with us today. What a great session. Wishing you the absolute best for the new season. We'll probably see you next week at PRI. And again, wonderful to have you on. Great honor.
I love y'all.
On to you.
Thank you. How about that? What a surprise. Linda, their eyes lit up, but that's what you've been doing for your whole career. So we got another hour of, the first half hour was drag racing, and now we're gonna talk a little bit about your career. And we've done this each year. It's been a lot of fun. You and I have had some good conversations at PRI. Well, exactly. And so let's start. You just watched that. right? Like, what do you make of that for everybody out there?
I
You are in
think it's outstanding. I think what that couple has done for our sport. I kept telling Tony, just wait till you get to drag racing. And they didn't know that I had married a drag racer. In fact, today is my wedding anniversary. We won't talk about that. But when Leah said, you were married to a drag racer, I said, yes, I was. And I said, and you are too. You're going to really, I'm so proud of what they've done. They brought in so many more fans. More women are involved with our sport now. And people like Richard are coming in. I just think they've created a great, great situation that we've needed in NHRA.
I'm an evangelist for the sport. I am not apologetic about it. I love NASCAR. I've worked in and around NASCAR, Homestead, Miami Speedway.
In NASCAR.
Absolutely. I love, and I'm very interested in Formula One and IndyCar and everything. All of it. But the thing that just speaks to my soul is drag racing, probably because I have short attention span. Who knows? But but I feel like it's poised for its moment in this modern era.
Oh, it's outstanding. You know, the first race I ever went to, I slipped off and went to, was to see Big Daddy run, a dragster. Grady Pickle built his engines down next to my grandma's house. I'd ride down there on my bicycle and I'd go down, and Grandma said, you go tell that Don Gartless not to crank up that engine until the trains run. Here's the train schedule. He goes, because I don't want the police coming down here. I got whiskey on my back porch. I thought, you should see the look on Big Daddy's face when I said that. But every time he'd come into town, I'd go down there and check out those engines. And I went up to Braided Optimus Drag Strip, and that was my very first race I ever went to in my life. That was
amazing.
Great.
And so your career is just unparalleled. Like you've been in the system of every major motorsport to this point. You're like royalty for motorsports. When you look at it and the way it has all evolved, right? We've had a couple of great guests here on this show a couple of moments ago, TRD, and they're talking about electrification, and the scientists are really going into this, and it has to connect to the road cars. When you look at motorsport in general, how would you gauge its health?
Future. Don't forget where we come from. America is beautiful. Run America and build America and put America back to work. And I think drag racers have built so many parts for when I had the pace car program at the Indy 500. We went to the drag racers to make sure we can get in and out of the pits so we can make better equipment. And we used a non-union group to put together all kinds of shifters and flywheels and clutches and brakes. So getting to work with all these companies. But see, I covered all of it. So I would never show any favoritism because I wanted the industry to grow. But I don't forget where I come from. And I just think what Wally Parks has built has got a great future with the youth of America, and the young people are coming out and they're coming in droves. And I love to see the growth of drag racing, and it's helping all other forms of racing.
It's interesting. We mentioned the young people, like everybody, first of all, I hate that I'm saying young people. Like I used to be young people. And then, what happened? What happened? But we covet those folks. But I do remember being a 15-year-old kid, and not everybody liked racing. I was unique at that time. It hasn't always been a mainstream thing. We got to work a little harder for our fans.
I think so, but hard work pays off. In my book, I never gave up. And I think getting the kids back involved in the cars. I mean, just like Gartless's interview the other day, I really enjoyed what he had to say about how they can work on the cars and take it apart, put it back together and grow. And that's how we all got our start. You don't forget where we come from. And I just think, really and truly, we were the OEM, the original equipment manufacturer that went into the Chevrolets, the Camaros, the Fords, the Pontiacs, the Oldsmobiles. We built them tough, and they bought them from us. And I'd like to see that happen again in this industry. I'm for the industry growing because I think each form of racing helps it. But I think drag racing probably helps it much quicker and better than just about anybody. I mean, I love what Richard's doing with this team and where he's going. And it's entertainment. It's sports entertainment. And what's more entertaining than picking up your girlfriend or your boyfriend in a nice car and going out and enjoying yourself, and then maybe meet up from bridge to bridge like we used to down in Georgia, because I like to step on the gas every once in a while myself. And I think the kids have a great opportunity with muscle cars again. I really do.
There's nothing that to have a feeling, right? To have a feeling, to experience a feeling of acceleration, or you're sitting on your couch looking at your phone. It's not the same thing, and we just got to get them back to that. And I think we can.
We're on our way, Joe. I absolutely think we're definitely on our way. I mean, coming over here, I drove my Chevy SS coming over here, and here comes a Brand X car up the side of me, and I just waved at him and smiled. So when it went green, I left on it, and I enjoyed coming up the hill that way to come over here to be on the show. But it's in my blood, and I think it's like my mama said, "You ever going to grow up?" I go, "No, ma'am." I said, "You want to drive?" She had a 6-speed in her car, and really and truly, I just think it's our stepping stone. It's like music. I remember Tom Petty said to me one time, "There's no age limit to good music. It's still good music. There's no age limit." Absolutely. And I think everybody can enjoy racing. The sound, the smell, the taste, the feel. It's like Tony said, standing on that starting line, it's the most excruciating thing that ever happened. I took the Rolling Stones to the Orange County drag strip one night and stood them on the starting line, and you should have seen the looks on their face. It was absolutely the loudest thing they'd ever heard, and they loved it. Wow. They really love it. So I'm looking forward to still going on tour, doing more work, and enjoying our next.
Yeah, can you get them back? You got Mick's number? Let's get them out to the game.
Actually, I do, but I know quite a few entertainers, but they're all people. They all eat, sleep, drink, go to the bathroom the same way we all do. But they're the love for cars. I think it's just a whole love affair all over again. I mean, I'd like to be remembered as a classic, Joe, because when I look at the 57 Chevrolet, I just swooned. I mean, I fell in love with my first 57 Chevrolet. I think it was almost sexual because I loved it so much. I was just like so excited to get in it and drive it and go out on a date in it. And Jimmy Lee taught me how to drive. And the worst thing in the car was the shifter. So I went to Honest Charlie's Speed Shop and paid $5 down and $5 a week and bought a Hurst shifter for that 57 Chevrolet. Little did I know that 50 years later, I would still be selling Hurst shifters. I mean, it's amazing. It's the love, the passion.
And you have been literally around the world as a representative for Hurst, of course, but for car racing, for that feeling.
Car racing, period. It was like on the Formula One circuit with Mario. It's so fabulous. It was so wonderful, the education that I got, and still refer back to. I mean, I enjoy watching all forms of racing. I'll go to the Daytona 500, and I went over to Vegas to the Formula One race. But I'm going to go to every drag race I could possibly go to this next year because I want to see Leah and Tony. I want to see them all. I want to see Alexis. I want to see everybody get out there and do well, and especially pro stock, because I'm the one that kind of started pro stocks money. I went to Joe Ruggiero when he bought Hurst and hired me back, and I go, I'll come back if we can do the Hurst Pro Stock Shootout, and which we did. So we generated more Detroit coming back into the sport. We need to do that again. And I think Dodge and Chevy and I really, really think that we have a great future in pro stock because they can relate to their street car and their race car, and you go out there and see them run it. It's just wonderful. I'd like to have one of those Dodge to drive. That little Hellcat looks real good. I asked Leah to let me borrow hers.
Well, that was actually very interesting hearing Richard talk about that and mention, Dodge as a potential. What's interesting to me is that I love pro stock also. If you're a casual viewer, everybody knows the nitro cars, 330 now, 340 miles an hour. But pro stock, think Bill Grumpy Jenkins, Lee Shepard, Warren Johnson, Bob Glidden, like these guys. What is it about pro stock that we love it so much?
Well, it relates to what we're going to get in our car and drive home after the drag race, or what we're going to go out on a date in or go to dinner in. I think it has no age limit. I still like to smoke my tires, and I shouldn't do that, but I still do. But I like to see us go back to basics and treat the sport the way it was back then. And we got a lot of new stars coming. Look at the guys who are coming in, the ladies. We got more ladies racing now. I just think I'd like to go run one of those myself. That's how much I feel about it. Probably 2 or 3 times.
I agree. I spoke with Dallas Glenn earlier today.
Dallas, congratulations to Dallas. They really worked hard and earned it. And I love Erica. I love everybody in racing, but especially pro stock. It means a lot to my heart. They really
gasoline, naturally aspirated, shifting gears, leave with a clutch, just so much
I mean, the first time I went and watched Mr. Schiefer put together a clutch, and it was for a dragster, but I got to talking to him about doing a clutch for that 57 Chevrolet. So the next thing I bought after the Hurst shifter was a Schiefer clutch. And now McLeod clutches. I mean, it just keeps growing, and I think it puts America back to work. That's what I like.
Well, hopefully, most of the parts that are used on tracks in drag racing are made in America, which is
I hope so.
Important jobs in the economy and all of those things.
And I love to go to the tire test. I enjoy going to the tire test. I think it's safe for all of us to have better tires, and it's all proven through our racing programs. So I'm looking forward to that again. I've been dedicated and true to Goodyear, but when I had the pace cars at the Indy 500 that James Garner drove, and the people that we had worked with us, we did tire testing, and at the tire test was AJ Foyt, Don Gartless. I mean, and then I had Warren Johnson. It was just amazing. Grumpy Jenkins, we all learned together from those tests. And I think it's time to do it again. Look at the speeds we're going. Look at how fast and quick we're going. Like Tony talked about when he spins his tires, he didn't realize how fast he was going. And I think it's time for us not to have another accident. What happened when they crossed over, that could have been very dangerous and was dangerous, but I think we need a little more tire testing going on. So I think it'll snowball into that.
Well, I hope so. We spoke with Doug about that. We spoke with Doug. Yesterday about
most
that.
women don't want to talk about stuff like that, but I do, because I love everyone and I worry. We want to be as safe, and we want to put America back on the top of the world again.
Yes. Well, you gotta put the time in off the track or at the test track to make it go. But on that note, though, the 340s of Brittany Force. I'm going to tie a couple of threads together. You mentioned speeds and the excitement, and a female driver, Brittany Force, legend, John Force's daughter, two-time world champ. She's stepping away to start a family. But this year was really an exclamation point. You followed the whole thing. She went from track to track, resetting the record book at over 340 miles per hour.
She did it with a lot of class and style and finesse and hard work. And now Leah, she almost won the championship when she's coming back. Plus now to run up against her husband, this is going to be, everyone's going to buy tickets and come to the races to see all of this. I think it's exciting, and I'm really looking forward to it. I just hope I get more things going where I can come to more races.
Well, with the 75th season of NHRA, I would fully imagine we're going to have every legend that is able back out at the tracks.
Oh, I hope so. And I'd like to do more work with you too, Joe, because you're so good with people. People love it when you come up to interview them and talk to them, because you're genuine. And I like that.
Thank you for saying that.
Like genuine parts for Chevrolet. Oh, here I go again.
Well, I used to listen to you and Bob Fry from the grandstands, and it would be a big deal when Linda Vaughn, Ms. Hurst, would come in and hang out with Bob Fry, and you guys would call Pro Stock. And I'm a kid, so I don't know, I don't know anything is the real answer, but I knew that was special. And it was a big deal.
So special. And it was so great doing my homework and going spending time with, I'd get up even extra early to get out there and talk. And for instance, Warren Johnson had names for all of his engines. Some of them I couldn't repeat, but some of them I could. And then everybody says, how did you get Grumpy to smile? Well, let me tell you something. I did my homework and I loved it. And when I would talk up there in Pro Stock, I told the truth and I looked out for everybody, every company, and I was missed. And I really love you saying that, Joe, because I hope that entertained you, and I'd like to do more of that.
Oh, it was very entertaining. Well, probably one of the reasons I do what I do now for the NHRA is the experience I had in the grandstands, listening and being entertained.
That makes me feel real good. And I didn't do it just for the girls. I did it for everybody. But you guys give me a compliment like that. I hope I get to do it more because I enjoy it. I like to talk to the folks because they love it. I mean, I'd walk into a pit. This was so cute. And the Glidden said they'd say, Daddy wants to talk to you. Hell, he don't talk to nobody. He wants to talk to you. And Etta said, yeah, Bob needs to tell you something. Those are the greatest things. Those are the greatest secrets I've ever had. But I'd always do it tactfully, and I would never tell on one another. And to be invited to each track, like the Jags and everyone, as I never told them what I saw or what I didn't see, because I am strictly business and I will do everything I can to help each person. And of course, I knew what changing gears and what they were doing. I'm pretty smart when it comes to that. And I learned a lot, but I didn't repeat the things I'm not supposed to because I respect everyone's hard work.
Right.
And I'm excited about us all doing it more. I'd like to do it more. I really would.
No, very exciting. So PRI coming up as well, and
Yes.
you're a staple of that. You get to see everybody. Kind of the last.
I got booth 7057.
Oh, okay.
I'm excited. Y'all come by and see me now. You hear?
Yes. Yes. Miss Hurst, Linda Vaughn. All right, Linda, I gotta get a story or two out of you, though. You know, like you've been lucky enough to do this a couple of years in a row, and I wonder often, it's like, have I exhausted all the great stories? But I didn't know that you were speaking with Tom Petty at the start of this interview, and I definitely didn't know that you were hanging out with the Rolling Stones at OCIR. And so, like, what a great ambassador for this sport.
Well, thank you. Well, you know, I brought Neil Diamond to Indianapolis, and he had a concert, and I took him out to the track. And there's a person that's very shy, and so was Tony George at the time. But Bruce Springsteen, the night before the Indy 500, I get a call from Danny and Clarence. You know who Clarence was? Clarence loved drag racing, and then he said, "Linda, we've never been to Indy 500. We're only down here in Lexington. Can you get us in?" So I called Tony George at 3:00 in the morning. Opened the back gate, pulled in Bruce Springsteen's whole group in the bus, and they went to their first Indy 500 the next morning. And it was awesome. Yeah, a lot of entertainers come. They really do. Hey, we're all people. I spent some time with Blake. He is a character. I told him, I said, you need to come to a drag race since he's been hanging around with Jimmy Johnson. And he came to Chip Ganassi's pit and spent some time there. He goes, so I want to go to the Elmira drag races. And I said, well, come on, we'll take care of you. Just let us know when you want to come to a drag race.
You know,
that's
you're
music
throwing
to
out.
their ears. They ain't never heard any sounds like a Top Fuel dragster, honey.
Well, exactly. So you're throwing out first names like, you know, Blake, like Shelton. Is that who we're
Blake
talking about?
Shelton, yeah.
Oh, boy, right.
I love him. He's a big NASCAR fan, but we need to get him to a drag race.
Imagine
Kid Rock and Andy from the beer company. I'm going to go to their party on the 16th after PRI. I'm really excited about that. And Kid Rock loves racing.
American Rebel. That's great.
American
Imagine, and you don't have to imagine very hard. It's harder for me that you're this major celebrity and you get access to everything. It's hard. It's hard to be impressed. A couple of drag cars on the starting line that can still do it.
Oh, my honey, let me tell you, I'll never forget Ron Woods. I took him to Pomona, stood him on the starting line. And when they did that burnout, he grabbed himself somewhere I'm not going to mention. He goes, holy, I ain't going to say that word. And he goes, that's louder than my guitars. And walks Richard's always stoned. And he goes, I could hear that from afar because they had no idea how much horsepower was on that track. They loved it. I'd like to see more and more of them to show up. I'm really looking forward to going to Nashville. I hadn't been to Nashville in years, so I'm really looking forward to going down there after PRI. In fact, I'm ride down with Tony Stewart's daddy so we can talk about him all the way down there.
Oh, Nelson. You got to get him in a race car. I think.
Oh, Nelson's a racer.
I know.
He's still a racer. He's a tough bird, let me tell you.
Tony's out there somewhere going, no. He doesn't.
I know. And Mr. Vaughn is one of their sponsors, one of their dear friends. And I hadn't seen him in 15 years. So he walks up to me at Pomona and he goes, do you remember me? And I said, well, hello, Mr. Vaughn. How you doing? So we walked in their hospitality suite, arm in arm. He goes, I'd like to introduce Mr. and Mrs. Vaughn. I said, I don't have to change the monogram on my towels, do I? He's a real sweetheart. So he's going to be a part of the team too. So I'm looking forward to it. Really.
Right. And
NHRA's been wonderful, and I hope that we get to grow and get to fill those stands more and more. Looking forward to it.
Very exciting things on the horizon for NHRA drag racing, the 75th season. I can't wait to see you at PRI and beyond with all
anything
the legends.
I can ever do with you, you just let me know because I love what you do. You're a hard worker, and thank you.
Thank you, Linda.
Thank you. I love you.
Thank you very much, Linda.
Je t'aime avec toi, ce soir, mon chéri.
Thank you, Linda.
I ain't gonna say the bad words.
Always a pleasure to have you on every year to close day 2. This is a little tradition, great delight. So thank you very much for watching us today.
Thank you.
Great sessions.
Thank you for putting me with Joe. I love him. We have to do more work together. Anything, you guys, I love what y'all do at Epartrade, and I'm really been there since day one. Anything I could ever be a part of, just let me know. I want to thank Judy and you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Linda.
All right.
And so we, this end day 2, we have 2 more days ahead of us. So we will be back tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. and we'll start the day with coding racing, and we're going to be talking with IndyCar, with many great speakers. And thank you very much for being with us today.
Oh, my pleasure. And I'll be sure and listen to Mr. Jim Williams. I love all my Chevy folks too. So I'll be looking forward to seeing you tomorrow.
So we'll see you in the morning.
All right, honey.